Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lords for the third day of this final home fixture for Middlesex in the County Championship. Division 2 fixture against Glamorgan, and a pretty good one so far for the hosts. Winning the toss on that first morning, Glamorgan all out for 214, a century for Mark Stoneman. Brilliant knock from him, 128. Middlesex in a very strong position going into the third day. A lot of time lost yesterday to the weather. They will be making up overs today, 108 to be bowled, so lunch at 12:40. And news of that weather is that it's pretty bright and it's pretty clear at the moment. Let's hope it remains that way. Certainly the fourth day was initially meant to be the worst day. That seems to have switched slightly now. Let's hope the worst of it was yesterday. We'll have to wait on that and see how it goes. But match situation, it's a very, very strong and positive one for Middlesex at the moment. So 214 all out Glamorgan. Middlesex resuming yesterday in a little bit of trouble having lost 4 wickets, but it was a brilliant day with the bat. Let's have a look back on the highlights.
Stoneman ton has Middlesex on top at Lords. Mark Stoneman's unbeaten 72 was the response Middlesex needed against a Glamorgan side who had managed just 214 in their first innings. But the hosts hadn't batted without damage, 132 for 4 at the end of the opening day, trailing now by 82. He and Simpson looked just as threatening at the resumption, their partnership effective, the visitors kept out, and Middlesex started to march ever closer to parity. With 2 off Vander Hookton, Stoneman took the value of the 5th wicket to 50 runs. Good running from the former England international. It wasn't long before he was up into the 90s, and Simpson was approaching a 50. They were forced off when rain swept across Lords. The score, 184 for 4, and an early lunch taken. The poor weather stuck around, the match resuming more than 2 hours after they'd headed off for the break. But the delay did little for Glamorgan's fortunes, and Stoneman capitalised. 100 up with a single off James Harris. The Tons scored off 179 deliveries. Parity now in sight. Simpson had finished the first session 9 runs short of his 50. His wait, a long one, but the half-century sealed with 2 off Harris. Stoneman's long and impressive innings was finally brought to an end by Patel. Caught behind for 128, Higgins the next man in. He and Simpson were solid for what remained of the session. The score beyond 250 with an early 4. Rain would force them off the tee. Middlesex were now leading by 47. The break was prolonged, the covers on, and no play possible until approaching 5 o'clock. There was just enough time for Higgins and Simpson to go to a 50 partnership, brought up by another boundary from the Middlesex keeper. But the rain returned, the hosts 72 in front now, and from the looks of things, prospects for more Day 2 play were poor, and it was finally brought to a close under grey North London skies. A frustrating end to a productive day's play for the hosts, still in front, still pushing for that second promotion spot, but frustrated by the time taken out of the game by the weather. To be sure of the win that would see them leapfrog Glamorgan back into second place in Division 2, they'll need to make up for lost time. Their visitors certainly won't make that easy.
So, weather interrupted second day. There you see just over the back of the pavilion. Slightly more broken sky today. A little patch of blue away behind the grandstand as we peer across to our right as well. It's a lovely picture, isn't it? One we won't tire of ever, but we'll be missing it in a couple of weeks' time. Well, in a few days' time now when the season comes to an end for Middlesex's men here at Lords anyway. But players out in the middle, bright and early this morning. Frustration for both, really, with time lost yesterday. Obviously, Glamorgan, I think. A lot to do. They'll know that. A second new ball in hand, so they'll be looking to work hard and fast with only 9 deliveries old. 10:30 start. It's not quite the heavy cloud cover that they might have hoped for this morning, Glamorgan, but still they will hope that this new ball can make an impact. Before it gets underway down below, I'm Kevin Hand. Alan Coleman's alongside me in the commentary box. Morning to you, Alan. It's another very good day.
Yes, it was, and an especially good finish, actually. 92 for 4 at the start of the day. A very, very good partnership between Simpson and Stoneman that led Middlesex through the day. And then a very key period, as you said, with the second new ball right at the end, and those 9 balls navigated well.
Short from Hogan and hooked away for 4 by Ryan Higgins. He moves to 39. Middlesex 290 for 5. Bonus points still in play, of course. That's all still to talk about as well. But Hogan finishing an over from yesterday evening.
Mark Ramprakash's throwdowns have done their job this morning. It looks like Higgins seeing it pretty well. Short one from Hogan, just pulled it beautifully behind square for 4. Gets Middlesex off to a flyer.
Dumping over the Charles Tyrwhitt sign over there as well. kit sponsors, suit sponsors indeed for Middlesex. Nice bit of shape up the slope on that one from Hogan. Yeah, he and Harris took the new ball yesterday evening. And, well, then he had 9 balls with it. Again, it might not be the worst thing in the world for them because they've got a 10:30 September start time and a new ball in hand. So they will look to make quite a quick impact this morning. Dislodging one or even both of these very quickly will be their hope, and it can really move things along. Shuffle from Ryan Higgins, looking busy this morning as ever. End of that opening over then, or finishing that over from yesterday evening. 290 for 5, but brilliant from Higgins on his return. 4 for with the ball, 39 now with the bat. But the man who comes into shot now, John Simpson, with 72 to go with the 3 centuries he's already got this summer. First time he's returned 3 centuries in his career in a season. Only ever done 2 before, but I did put it to him actually, his best summer with the bat. He said, well, 2016 wasn't bad, and of course 2016 was Division 1, and a very competitive Division 1 it was as well that year.
It was. Simpson's been outstanding for Middlesex this year, in a number of ways. Steadied the ship often. If there has been a flurry of wickets and Middlesex have been 4 down early, he's a very consistent presence in that middle order, but has also scored runs when Middlesex are on top as well. And he's almost doing both roles here. He's sort of battled through, rode the storm out, the Glamorgan storm of James Harris at the end of day 1, and has kind of earned the right here to, once he's got himself in this morning and hopefully gets over this new ball, he'll earn the right to play with a bit of freedom here, you would think.
Looking for a more successful Western Storm this morning, Glamorgan. Here goes Harris. Ryan Higgins was playing for them, wasn't he? Western Storm, was that his?
Western Storm's the women's team, isn't it? In
Welsh Fire.
Charlotte Edwards and the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Yeah, Welsh Fire's the 100 team associated.
Too many games coming all at once. I had 2 Charlotte Edwards over the last 2 days, or the last 2 days before this game. Nice looking shot from Simpson into the offside. Don't know my Storms from my Fires, do I? Umpire borrowing the bat at the non-strikers end there from Ryan Higgins, tapping away at the stumps.
Remember those old junior wooden bats? You used to get 3-4 stumps and 1 bail in a bag, and you used to smash the stump in with the face of the bat and leave dents in it. David Mills are a little bit more delicate with the end of Ryan Higgins' bat.
My son still does that. What are you doing? Look at the state of the bat. That's clipped away nicely. And a brilliant tumbling stop out of the boundary rope as well. That looked 4 all the way. But superb stop by Billy Root. Rolling to his right on the move. And space running out for him very quickly down there. Down the hill. Short boundary as well. So just a single to move Simpson to 73. But yeah, been wonderful from Simpson this year, hasn't it? And this knock again. Well, both knocks now against Glamorgan. I thought the one at a low-scoring game at Sophia Gardens earlier this summer was possibly the best I've seen him hit. Oh, look at that go back up the slope. Goodness me.
Yeah, new ball in effect here. Only 2.4 overs old. And we know from this year using that new ball is very, very crucial. Bowler-friendly conditions often in September as well. So plenty for the Glamorgan seamers to work with. James Harris obviously very familiar with this ground and this end that he's bowling from the nursery end, and will be looking to not only take this ball away from the right-handed Higgins using the slope, but try and hit the seam and bring it back as well.
Richard Johnson had echoed that a few weeks later, actually, that Glamorgan knock. I think the way that he phrased it was the best knock, the best century that I've seen John Simpson hit. Now, of course, he had some time away, so he wouldn't have seen all of them. Because from my perspective, it was the best I'd seen him hit as well, but I've seen them all. So, like I say, Simo, I put it to him and he said, well, I don't know, you kind of think of Somerset back in 2016.
I thought one outstanding innings he played was up at Old Trafford in 2019 at the end of the season up there. I think Middlesex were 20 for 4 or something. Perhaps even 20 for 5, and he went in and was absolutely phenomenal on that. Sort of batted overnight and came in the next day. I can't even remember how many he got. I'm sure we'll be able to pull up a scorecard somewhere, but that's one that really does stick in my mind. Scarborough as well. I think there was a good innings up at Scarborough that he played. Obviously from Lancashire himself, and always likes scoring runs against the Yorkies, and he certainly did that up at Scarborough.
Well, against the Lankies as well, who he was fourth in line, wasn't he, when he was let go during the MCC Young Cricketers. Middlesex snapped him up thereafter. Yeah, I just saw that innings down at Spire Gardens. Really was a bowler-friendly match. It was really tough for the batters early season. More runs back at a point. Hogan continuing at the pavilion ends where he'd finished up last night, having bowled pretty well over the first two spells he had from the nursery end. I wonder will they give him a shorter spell here and bring back Van der Houten, who's bowled really well, I think, from the pavilion end, and then maybe Hogan then will be asked to replace Harris at some stage at the nursery after a short spell to begin with, finishing that over from last night. Might be the way they go about it.
Great bit of work there behind the stumps. Fantastic diving take there from Chris Cook. Very, very good bit of work. Yeah, and obviously Glamorgan have got David Lloyd as well as the fourth seamer. Very handy bowler, skids it around, wobbles the ball around. He gets his match fees worth, doesn't he? Opens the batting, bowls a bit, captains. Certainly gets his money's worth for his match fees.
Just kept a fraction low as it went away down the slope. That's a Lancashire knock up at Old Trafford that you mentioned there. I'll see if I can draw up the scorecard in a moment. But if memory serves, he was under a bit of pressure at that point as well in 2019. Middlesex won the title 2016. He had you'd have to balance it between this year and 2016, I think, to say which was his best. And again, the argument being it's a very, very competitive and very pressurised Division 1 that year. I mean, the knock at Taunton was beyond belief, really, to win the match the way he did. So you balance those two, but then in between, 2017, Middlesex relegated. 2018 it was a difficult year as well, I think, for Simpson. And so then 2019, that knock at Old Trafford, I think, really put him back into a good position. Hasn't particularly looked back since then, I don't think.
He hasn't, no. He was actually left out, wasn't he, at the end of 2018? Richard Scott, the head coach, left the club. Richard Johnson took over temporarily, and Simpson was left out. But from that moment, he really has a bit of nip there from Hogan. Much better line from the tall Australian seamer. Yeah, he hasn't really looked back. You're right, from that sort of being left out at the end of 2018. Bit of rejuvenated himself and has continued his fine form since, really. One thing you will say about 2016 and this year, the Lord's pitch has probably been quite similar both years, actually, so a little bit more stroke play friendly, you would say. Haven't obviously nipped around a little bit more in the interim years.
End of the over, 293 for 5. It's pitched outside leg, that one, didn't it?
There we go.
And going down. And height a problem.
And high. Good shout otherwise. 0 from 3 on the ball tracking system, I think, that one.
Sorry, you were saying, go on.
Just saying that the pitches this year have been pretty similar to the ones that Middlesex played on in 2016. Lots of drawn games in the Championship at home in 2016, and the pitches again here have been probably a little bit more grass taken out of them by the groundsman, thinned out a little more, and have been a little more stroke play friendly, as I said, as I sort of said, a little bit less sort of extravagant nip that we did see over the years between 2016 and 2022.
Moments to later, physio just running something out for the fielder at point, but Harris ready to go. You were being kind to them in 2019. Middlesex with 34 for 6. And Simpson with 167 unbeaten. James Harris 32, Toby Roland-Jones 32, and Nathan Souter 52. Recovering the innings to 337 in reply to Lancashire's 259.
Do you remember that evening? Bit of a tricky one. We were staying on the ground actually in the hotel over the other side from the pavilion, and obviously a lot of sitting in the bar having dinner, and there were a lot of both Middlesex and Lancashire supporters.
I stayed in my room that night.
Rode that one well, Higgins there. Just a little bit of sea movement from Harris down the slope, and Higgins has just watched it and guided it down to third man. Yeah, tricky evening, I think, in the Hilton Garden Inn or whatever it's called at Old Trafford. But a fantastic recovery, as you said there. Simpson 167 not out in that game.
Yeah, 167 unbeaten, his highest score in first-class cricket for John Simpson. 10 centuries, 45 50s. You kind of look at that conversion rate, but it's a little bit different for a wicket-keeper, isn't it? Where he'll have spent the majority of his career at 7, 6 as well, of course. He's been up the order. Sometimes don't have there'll have been a fair few unbeaten 50s, or indeed 50s where he knew he was running out of partners, so perhaps was going a little bit quicker in his innings. Oh, goodness me, did that carry? Root diving forward, brave effort from him, hangs his head backwards, suggesting that it did, or maybe it was very close, but that was an incredible effort.
It was, I think, a lifeline here for John Simpson. Harris, short delivery, pick up pull shot from Simpson. And yeah, it's a tough chance for Root, but a big moment there. Had that have been taken, a very tough chance, as I said, but that would have been 295 for 6. Luke Holman walking out, and Glamorgan hoping for a little bit of a roll that they got on at the end of day one, but not to be.
If it had taken that, I think we would have been screaming about it, wouldn't we? It would have been a stunning catch. Short boundary out there again. Simpson, was he caught in two minds? We have seen a 6. It was Stoneman who took Harris into the mound stand. I think it finished. Maybe the tavern, just either side of Old Father Time there. This sweet pick-up already. Simpson was maybe one or the other there. Now, that's what the new ball's all about. That's what James Harris is about. And Middlesex, well, won't be too disappointed, bearing in mind they've got a pretty healthy lead of 81 at the moment. 295 for 5.
I was just thinking the same. There'll be some Middlesex bowlers in that changing room who've enjoyed the sight of that, knowing that there's an 80-run lead.
Who have we got there today? Stoneman on the left.
That's Peter Milan on the left, I think.
Milan?
Yeah.
Keep mixing those up to the beard, isn't it? They've got a similar gait in the field as well, the pair of them.
Yeah. Similar body shape as well, you would say. Peter Milan's incredibly fit. I'm not saying Mark Stoneman isn't, but Peter Milan incredibly fit, takes his training very, very seriously. Has been a great addition to the Middlesex changing room.
Lost Mady the man third left indeed. Shankashal. High hopes for him as a bowler. He's been close to the side a few times this year.
Yeah, very high hopes for him. Seemed quite a unique sort of action, really. Looks a little bit kind of off the wrong foot, as it were, when he bowls. But the batters find it quite hard to pick up length and line, and yeah, he's a very skillful bowler. Swings the red ball around, and his place in and around this squad is very well deserved. He was outstanding for the second team earlier on in the season, then suffered a bit of a broken hand playing for Richmond, actually, in the Middlesex League, on his debut for Richmond, and missed a bit of time, which sort of took the sting out of his season, but he's done very well to get back.
Edged and short. Doesn't carry down the slope. Soft hands from Simpson. John Embry was noting that the other morning, that he wasn't pushing hard at it, wasn't pushing hard away from the body. Very much playing it under his nose. Let's see on this one.
Yeah, I'd say that's a sign of a man in form who's able to slow his hands down and nick the ball under his eyes and it not carry. You're right there. Batters who struggle for form search for that ball with their hands, and the nick often goes a bit further. But a couple of chances, well, one chance and one sort of half chance created there, I would say. So plenty in this for Glamorgan.
A couple of signs that ball just keeping a fraction lower as well.
Well, as a Middlesex member of staff, it looks like it's going all over the place. It's up and down. It's going to be very tricky for Glamorgan to bat. But no, it's a day 3 pitch. It's September, so it isn't as firm. It's the same pitch that was played on earlier on in the year against Leicestershire. So it's been brought back. So it's already had. This is its 7th day of cricket this summer. It looks fantastic for a brought back pitch, but I think there will be a bit of variable bounce.
Oh, he's bowled him. Wow, how's that got through? I think Simpson's asking the same question. Looks back at the stumps, looks back at his position. He's just missed a full and straight one, really. Plays around it. Whether it pitched outside the line of leg, it was full enough, I think, that he probably would have been plumb anyway, even if it had just taken the pad. But it's got through all of it. And Simpson's innings comes to an end. It has been a fine, fine innings. The new ball strikes for Glamorgan. Simpson's gone, bowled for 76. Middlesex 295 for 6.
Well, it has been coming. A missed chance in the field, a difficult chance, and found the edge a couple of times here. Yeah, that's nipped down the Lord slope there from the pavilion end from Hogan. Probably just pitched just outside leg and has caught off. And you can see from where Simpson's trying to hit this. He's trying to hit the ball into the leg side, which shows the line at which that ball started. So it's nipped a decent amount there. Well bowled from the experienced Hogan.
Yep, waded up, didn't he? Just thought, how did that get through? Looks back at the pitch, nipped away down the slope on him. You say probably just dropped outside the line of leg and takes the top of off. Pretty much as a batter, you can't really do too much about that. So Luke Holman comes out to join Ryan Higgins, and well, we said it. With the new ball, things generally will happen quicker, whether it's a flurry of runs, a flurry of wickets, or indeed both. And this is a young man who scores quickly, not recklessly. He's a dominant figure at the crease, which probably was quite a toss-up actually between Higgins and Holman, but Higgins has fully justified his position at number 7, scoring 40 so far.
Yeah, the third of Middlesex's 3 all-rounders in this game. Higgins, obviously, the seam bowling all-rounder. Simpson, the keeper batter, and now Luke Holman, the tall, leg-spinning, left-handed batter. You're right, he's got a real presence at the crease, Holman. A tall lad, and really does command his place in this Middlesex side, and has really grown into this role. Batting sort of, he's obviously dropped down to 8, as you said, but batting in and around 7, and has made that position his own this summer.
His run of form in first class, Higgins, that's his 4th score of 50 or above in 7 championship matches. And of those 450s, it includes 2 centuries. Happily in behind that, played with a lot of time that one, Holman. Up on his toes. End of the over, 295 for 6. So Simpson gone. Yes, he scored 132 against Durham at Chesley Street in the last first class game. And prior to that, 109 here at Lords against Sussex. I did tentatively mention it off the mic yesterday. Who was the last Middlesex batter to score 3 consecutive centuries in first-class innings? Not only in first-class matches, because he didn't bat in both innings, in both the games, Durham and Sussex. But yeah, back-to-back centuries in consecutive innings. Even that alone, actually, probably is worth a note of who was the last to do it in consecutive innings. But yeah, the 92 at Nottingham as well, which was a brilliant, brilliant knock as well. Before the games against Somerset, Gloucestershire and Worcestershire. We returned 8, 7, 7 and 26. So yeah, 7 matches in total in that run since Trent, including Trent Bridge. And 4 times he's gone past 50. And 2 of those occasions gone to a century as well. Outstanding summer for John Simpson. Up above his average of 60 again. But over to the rest now. Still Roland-Jones to come as well. So with Higgins there, I'd imagine Middlesex will continue very much along the same way that they have so far. However, that might change things. Higgins is bowled, cleaned up by Harris, looking to play to the onside. Perhaps a little bit too straight for that. Really opened up to Harris. Was it on his mind that he just wanted some slightly quicker runs? He's been positive this morning, Higgins. Harris strikes, and he has a forfeit on his return to Lords. Middlesex 295 for 7.
Yeah, the second Middlesex batter out there bowled in consecutive overs. Both Simpson and Higgins here looking to hit the ball through the leg side. We have seen a bit of movement. Glamorgan have got this new ball nipping around. It's been tricky conditions to bat in this morning. And that's a James Harris special, that, isn't it? Angling into the right-handed Higgins. Higgins looks to play it through the leg side, and the ball nips down the slope and bowls Higgins middle stump, with that stump being firmly knocked out of the ground.
Wow, lovely shot that is. Not for Higgins. Little toss of the bat at the end. Rueful on that one. Perhaps a little similar to Simpson. Two set batters, perhaps playing a, you know, the new ball, which is just doing that little bit more perhaps. And they've looked to access the onside off a straighter line and paid the price. But well, that was exactly the point I was going to get to. If there's one more wicket falls, then all of a sudden Holman and Roland-Jones together, you almost fancy against the new ball that it's probably worth chancing your arm, just playing with a little bit of freedom and not waiting to be bowled out by Glamorgan at this stage. They're two batters who can be positive and perhaps at their best when they are.
And the right left hand combination as well could come into play here, especially if looks like Middlesex have got a little bit stuck at each end here at the moment with the left and right handers, and it'd be nice to see them rotate the strike. That always makes it harder for the bowler to maintain a line and puts a bit of pressure back on. So be interesting to see what approach the Middlesex lower order take here. Two very capable batsmen, as we know, Roland-Jones and Holman. So it will be a very interesting little period of play here.
Shame for Higgins not to get his 50 on his return. He's got a forfer. Harris has got a return for a forfer on his return to Lords, but for Glamorgan, as we've been saying. So Higgins has still got it over him, and he got 40 runs. The man who he replaced, really. Harris is LBW2, Higgins for 13, but Harris has struck back at him. Cleans him up for 40. So Harris to Roland-Jones, again, two good buddies. These two, the bowlers' union at Middlesex. So this will be a tasty little encounter, but equally there'll be a little bit of pride here at stake. Roland-Jones won't want to give it away too easily. So that just stopped on him slightly, Roland-Jones. He actually did well to pause the shot himself.
Yeah, we saw that in the last ball of the Hogan over as well to Holman, a short delivery that's stuck in the surface. So one of those pitches where you do miss short and the ball sits in, but if you can get the ball up there, we've seen it nip around. The sun is out here as well, but the ball is still moving about in these autumnal September conditions.
Leg side, just be a leg by, I think. Did he get something on it? It doesn't look as though he wants to signal either that or it's going to be... yes, he does. He just wasn't moving far to do so. Leg by it is 296 for 7. Just a thought on Higgins having to pass it. Average of 31 with the bats. And the ball, average of 23. I was just about to ask you, would you have him as more of a batting or a bowling all-rounder, but I think probably just answered that question with the averages there. But that's a genuine all-rounder nonetheless.
It is average more with the bat than you do with the ball, and you're generally seen as a genuine all-rounder, aren't you? And that's certainly what Ryan Higgins is, I think. I think he's going to be a useful addition, not only in the red ball cricket, but for the T20 stuff as well, particularly. Quite a dynamic player in the white ball format with the bat, and will bring a bit of power into the Middlesex middle order in white ball cricket that perhaps has been lacking.
Lovely shots get off the mark from Luke Holman. Just a gentle offering of the bat to the full ball, watchfully done by Holman. Didn't go fully through with it. Pick up a couple. Middlesex 298 for 7, so a third batting point. Just a couple of runs away for them now. That fourth batting point obviously feels a fair bit further away, but you wouldn't, for a moment, especially with these two there, rule it out. Bonus points still in play for, what, 23 more overs? That's a nice shot again. Lovely timing. Won't get 4 for it. It's a big boundary up towards the grandstand. Probably deserved for that one. Nicely timed by Holman.
Yeah,
Couple brings up the 300.
2 well-controlled shots there to bring up that extra, the next batting point for Middlesex, the 3rd batting point. And you're right, a lot of cricket left in today, actually, isn't there, as well? With the worth mentioning, I don't know if we have mentioned it this morning, that today's play's extended by half an hour because of the time lost. That's 104 overs in the day today. Obviously, the light does become a bit of a challenge as you get closer to 5:30 or 6 o'clock, so may not see all of those overs, but 99 overs left today, so still a lot of cricket left in this game, and specifically today.
There's a batting average we were talking about. John Simpson, let's have a look. I think his average has now updated. I'll just press refresh on my play, but average of 68, maybe actually it'll fall slightly with his dismissal. Let's have a look. There we go, 63, that sounds about right. 63 is average for the season. 3 centuries, 4 50s from 16 innings. As I say, the first time in his career he's hit 3 centuries in a summer. Which again you have to factor in, he's a wicketkeeper, so he's batting that much lower down the order, and one will run out of support, and even if he hasn't run out of support, it might just be that it's in his mind, well, how much more can I rely on at the other end, so you're scoring that bit quicker. Not suggesting he batted with Tim Mercer a lot, but
I was going to say, it'd be interesting to see how many times he's actually batted with Mertz and been the man at the other end, or it'd be a lovely statistic to know, that one, wouldn't it? How many times he's been there at 9 wickets down as Mertz has walked down the pavilion steps.
That's a nice ball from Hogan. Mentioned Van der Houten bowled really well from the pavilion ends, and actually that was almost the perfect Toby Roland-Jones ball there from Michael Hogan.
Was a bit of angle in and a bit of nip up the slope there. So Hogan showing off all of his experience from the pavilion end here. Struggled with his line a little bit across the day yesterday, but has honed in today and has been a big wicket-taking threat in his few overs this morning.
You'd fancy anything in Roland-Jones's half, or indeed anything in anything offline or length down may well go. Oh, that's a solid defence, but that was again, that's on the spot. Roland-Jones does have a very good eye for that, doesn't he? He's not generally swinging at balls that are hitting the top of off. He just sees that little bit, either whether it's short, full, and he decides. The big levers that he's got as well. If it's full, that flowing drive that we so often see.
He's one who seems to get the middle of the bat on the ball a lot, and I know that sounds strange to say about a professional cricketer, because you'd expect that they all would, but when you throw at Toby, he locates the middle of the bat a lot. Obviously started as a batter in Middlesex youth cricket, Toby. I think he probably still holds the record for Middlesex under 10s, I think, and got a big 100, I think. I'll ask him at lunchtime. I'll report back on what he actually scored and who it was against. I'm sure he'll remember.
You think he'll remember?
Ah, of course he will. Toby's dad Russell ran one of the Middlesex youth teams for a number of years as well. Did a brilliant job with our younger players.
7th dot ball, but it's been a good over from Hogan. I don't think we need to read too much into Roland-Jones at this stage. Maybe with Holman at the other end, he feels an onus to still play straight, play properly. Again, not that he doesn't generally play straight or properly, but just play slightly within himself. But certainly against this new ball, you just wonder if a couple more beat the edge of the bat, to just move the mind slightly to thinking about being slightly more aggressive in response. Well bowled, well played, and it'll be Roland-Jones off the mark with a couple just in front of point. Let's get a scamper on here. Throw was a little wide in the end. A better throw, it might have been tighter for Roland-Jones. 302 for 7 then, end of the 88th. Roland-Jones with 2 and Holman with 4. So that's a 6th bonus point in the match. All that matters at this stage of the season. Well, it matters at any stage of the season, but it's just the focus on it is sharpened slightly as you come towards the end, especially with Middlesex hoping to climb above Glamorgan with a victory here. From Glamorgan's perspective, a lead of 88. They need to wrap this up pretty quickly now, don't they? New ball in hand. They'll know one more wicket. They'll be pretty close. Because it certainly will force whoever is left out there in the middle to be more aggressive, and that might bring a few runs, but it also might bring a quick end to this inning. So one more breakthrough. What have we had? Just gone half an hour, or just approaching half an hour indeed. Oh, inside part of the bat. And a thick inside edge brings him 2. Holman's on to 6.
Certainly was a thick inside edge there from Holman. Harris still getting this ball to nip around, only 8.1 overs bowled with this new ball, so still plenty in it for the Glamorgan bowlers, and they've used it very, very well this morning, you would say. Been a constant wicket-taking threat, just shows there. Holman, all those cherries on his bat that you could just see in the shot there, and he's now got a big one on the inside edge to match.
You mentioned the sounds strange. Roland-Jones hits the middle of the bat a lot. It made me think of course, we had Roland Butcher up here a few weeks ago, Middlesex legend, and he's launched his new bat, hasn't he? Which either missed the inside edge or the outside edge, depending on whether a player is more likely to hit the outside edge of the bat. In which case, the outside edge is taken off to try and get them to play that little bit more in line with the ball. Yeah,
we had a couple of them up in the change room yesterday, and the boys are having a bit of a look through with them. Tight leave there from Holman, well left, well judged. Yeah, the boys were throwing some theories around, as they like to do in the changing room yesterday, and just talking about the bats and, as you said, the lack of inside or outside edge, and depending on what your strength is and what type of player you are, whether you're practicing for the ball to come back or go away, which bat you would use. An interesting theory. Generally, I think a few of the bowlers and myself are saying we need as much width on the bat as you can possibly get. So.
Almost just going back up the slope from Harris. Bold and well played.
Not for now. You see, talking about widths of bats, you might see umpires Milnes or Newell with their bat gauge testing them. A few players have been caught out recently, actually, haven't they? McKiernan up at Derby, I think, got reprimanded for a bat that was too thick. Didn't go through the gauge. I see Lancashire have been docked some points this morning as well.
What a beaut from Harris. Lovely delivery that is. And just wondered, does this change the approach of Holman and Roland-Jones, who played very nicely here? You've got to try and see yourself in, just get a look at it, but it does feel like there's a ball on your name, a ball with your name on it at the moment for both of these two, as there was for Simpson and Higgins, who were both well set. Obviously a new day, they were having to get themselves in again. Both out playing shots though. It's nicely in behind that one. Yeah, Lancashire, as you mentioned, Lancashire have called, this report is in the Times, Lancashire have called for county umpires to be made more accountable after the club were docked 6 points for 2 disciplinary transgressions this season, in a punishment they described as unduly harsh and which has scuppered their slim hopes of winning the county championship. They were given a suspended sanction last season for repeated infringements. 2 Lancashire players are given penalties for minor offences this season, triggering the point deduction. Dame Villas, the captain, was censured for showing dissent at the umpire's decision during the First Division match against Warwickshire at Edgbaston in June, and Luke Wells for using bad language in a game away at Northamptonshire in July. They were both level 1 offences, which is the lowest level. That report in the Times this morning in response to that deduction. Oh, that comes back in from Hogan again. I was quite so seen that movement through the air from Hogan before. I'll have a look back at it now. Just caught it out of the corner of my eye on the screen there. Slightly an angle in our commentary position, but on the screen certainly looked as though that nipped back in.
Oh, it did. Got his wrist down the side of the ball there. Hogan trying to swing the ball into Roland-Jones's pad. And that has certainly gone. So, as I said, we've seen it off the pitch. We've now seen it in the air this morning from the Glamorgan bowlers.
Width and put away. 3 slips in play. Offered up there to Holman. He makes no mistake. He's into double figures. 309 for 7. I don't know, you just get the sense of it, don't you? I get the feeling that these two might just be thinking, hold on a minute, we do need to find some runs here.
So often you see that bowler gets one to swing and then throws the next one up there to see if that one will swing as well. Touch wider there and a touch too full. Holman just driving that through the cover region down to the iShares boards for 4 runs.
Oh, one goes away down the slope. As much off the surface, that one, I fancy. But we haven't actually seen much through the air from the Glamorgan bowlers, I don't think, in this match. Not as much, certainly, as Ryan Higgins in particular, Tim Mercer, of course. But that was why it kind of maybe set up that one, because there hasn't been as much. They've been more getting it off the surface than through the air.
Yeah, probably a bit more of a seam bowling attack than a swing bowling attack, you would say. I think when Jimmy Harris is on form, he will get the ball swinging around. Hogan is a little more of a bash the ball hard into the surface and get it to nip. Van der Houten the same.
There you go, hitting the surface hard again with that one. Looking for the seam movement. Just dragging the length back slightly, and Holm was able to rock back and steer it away, guide it away. 310 for 7, so 40 more runs for that batting point for Middlesex. Can perhaps overthink it a little up here, can't we? But I just get the feeling with the way that the ball's beating the bat at the moment, that it almost feels as though a counter would be the best solution for these two. There's a leading edge. Away it goes through the covers, looking to clip into the onside, looking to play with the slope as well there, Roland-Jones. The leading edge takes it away up the slope, through those covers for a couple.
I mentioned a moment ago that Higgins and Simpson both bowled trying to play the ball through the leg side. When the ball's moving, Toby Roland-Jones there just again trying to take the ball, clip the ball into the leg side, and just gets a little bit of a leading edge as the ball's moved up the slope. So pretty tricky to play across the line here. Batters need to hit the ball back past the bowler as much as they can.
End of the 90th, 310 for 7. 10 overs on this new ball. 20 overs with bonus points in play still. 2 more wickets for maximum bowling points for Glamorgan. It's amazing the difference a 10:30 start can make as well, isn't it? Just that little bit of moisture around in the morning, that little bit of dew this time of year. It
does make a big difference. It's amazing how wet it is. I mean, Lords is the driest ground in the country in terms of how well it drains, but the dew you get on the grass in the morning, you get soaking wet feet as you walk across, so it does make a big difference starting that extra half hour early. Although I will say I think we should start at 10:30 all the way through the year. I don't quite understand why we sort of sit around and wait for 11 o'clock to come. Just, we're all here, why don't we crack on at 10:30 and build extra time into the game if you do get a bit of rain? That would be my preferred option. Not sure if the paying public would agree with me, but
no, I think they would, because you're building extra time into the game. That's the great frustration of the English summer, isn't it? Losing time. But does that mean they bring the schedule close back to 5:30 and all of a sudden we end up going off on a lovely summer's evening when we could still be playing, but they say, no, we are finished, we've got to go? I don't know. But certainly it's something that's mooted, or making up time. If you're making up time, we'll make it up. If it's possible to make it up at 10:30 the next morning. Not sure commentators will be too happy, and it takes an hour and a half or so to get into Lords each morning.
Have to get out of bed earlier.
Oh, he's gone through him again. Plenty happening for the bowlers out there this morning. Very full length from Harris. Holman beating all ends up.
He certainly was. We've seen this a few times this morning from Jimmy Harris. That one's nipped up the slope. Just nipped up the slope, bounced on it in and around leg stump and has missed off. So big threat from the Glamorgan bowlers this morning. Middlesex doing their best to ride out this storm.
Very good leave. Very, very good leave. As much on length from Holman. Let's have a look at that one from the ball before. It looked as though it was shaping back into him, really, and with the slope as well. Then it just goes up the slope.
Yeah, there's certainly plenty of assistance out there this morning for the Glamorgan bowlers.
What's Holman do? Get out the crease? I'm just looking at where he's going to settle down there. He's still deep within his crease, isn't he?
It was very deep for that last delivery, the leave there. He looked like he was right back on his stumps.
Very well run. That's the other thing to do. Turn the singles, turn the strike around. So you mentioned the right-handed, left-handed. That's the thing, we often talk about batters letting bowlers bowl at them and having to be careful of allowing that to happen. And usually we talk about the singles is the way to stop that happening. But for these two, that's why I was venturing the point where they're more aggressive. But even that, just look for the singles for the time being.
Yeah, I think so. If you can, a little bit of drop and run and keep the strike turning over, does help relieve the pressure. The left and right hand combination does put a bit more pressure back onto the bowler as well. So now James Harris from the nursery end, he's been bowling at the left-handed hole and he's now got to adjust his line again. Sometimes that just goes in the batter's favour.
Flayed away, but mid-off is short and straight, almost an extra cover there. A wideish or a straightish extra cover.
Yeah, going back to it, they're talking about where Holman is positioned on the crease, whether he's deep in his crease. So two schools of thought: you sit back and you sit deep, you let the ball move, or you get out and you try and stop the ball from moving. You don't want to be caught in between where the ball's got all the threat in it and it is nipping around.
Roland-Jones looks pretty deep himself there, doesn't he? And that probably is the example of what you're saying about sitting that little bit deeper in the crease. It just gave him that confidence, that little split second more. 3:13 for 7.
You either let it move or you try and stop it moving by getting down the wicket. And Roland-Jones there sitting back, as you said, lets the ball move, and then it's a comfortable sort of hold the original line of his shot and let the ball beat your edge.
There are a couple of things I wanted to go back to. One was 98 for 4, wasn't it, Middlesex at that point, having had a good position. They lost the 3 quick wickets. It's amazing how things change, because certainly from all of your perspectives, I can't remember who was sat with me at the time. It might have been Gus, but there was kind of nerves around. It was like, uh-oh, here we go. I didn't get that feeling. It feels like things have moved on a little bit for Middlesex this year, and we were just starting to look through those averages a few moments ago. And that's up and down the order, because they've obviously got, where at times, the collapse obviously goes all the way through, so that is the middle order. But whether it's runs at the top, runs in the middle, there have been runs all around this year. And again, at 98 for 4, I felt, well, it's not great, but I didn't particularly have that nervous feeling that I've had over the years when watching Middlesex, thinking, oh, this could be trouble. I actually thought, no, there's an awful lot of batting to come. I don't think this is a big problem at this stage, which is a real shift in confidence in that batting lineup. Edge just short of third slip from Holman on this occasion. Not that my confidence in the batting lineup matters at all, but I don't know, just a feeling watching. I thought, no, I don't think this is a huge problem on this occasion. There's a note of the perhaps slightly lower bounce. We've seen Holman play it with a bit of time so far. Oh, it was only just short though, wasn't it?
Genuine outside edge, that one. Just didn't carry again to third slip for Glamorgan. Just got to him on the half volley there, but keep mentioning that word and the threat that the Glamorgan bowlers have shown this morning, and Hogan and Harris have definitely got some movement out of this surface.
And there he goes again down the slope. This is quality bowling. There's plenty out there for the bowlers. Again, the Middlesex bowling unit will not mind seeing that at all, but they'll want a few more runs. 99 the lead at the moment. You're always greedy and want a few more. Actually, that Holman edge there went a lot closer to third slip than I realised. I thought it dropped further short than that, but it was very close. So I was going to say, is there slightly lower bounce perhaps, as we've noted on 1 or 2 this morning. Not on that occasion. Beautiful line and length. Very good leave again. He's such composure, isn't he, for such a young man, Luke Holman. Nonchalant leave.
He has. And Luke loves his cricket, and he loves being at Lords. He loves playing for Middlesex, and this is what he dreamed of as a Middlesex supporter himself, growing up at North Middlesex Cricket Club. He's at home out there. There's nothing else he's ever wanted to do in his life really than play cricket for Middlesex at Lords, and he's doing it, and doing it very well at the moment.
Pretty much, you were mentioning, was it yourself or Gus? I'm sure it was yourself mentioning yesterday the awards votes for sorry to say, probably White Ball Player of the Year and Young Player of the Year is wrapped up, isn't it? It's just about who gets First Class Player of the Year, Championship Player of the Year. Eskenazi and Holman pretty much a shoe-in for 2 of them, aren't they? The pair of them have been exceptional.
Yeah, they have been. Not that I want to influence the way that the members vote, of course, but hard to look past Eskenazi as White Ball Player of the Year.
Just trying to think age-wise who's also in the reckoning. End of the over 13 for 3. Who's in the reckoning for young player? Because Holman will have a very, very good chance of it at the moment. But what the age cap is on the young player?
Yeah, it's emerging player of the year. I don't actually know what the upper age limit is, but I know you can't win it more than once. I don't think it's one that you can win year on year. So you can only emerge once and win the trophy, by all accounts. But just going back to what you mentioned halfway through that over, Kev, there about that feeling of at 92 for 4 at the end of day one. And big credit to Richard Johnson, Rory Cootes, what they've set up in the change room is that calmness around. There has been over the years and over recent years that feeling of, oh, here we go again, Middlesex are 3 down early or 4 down early, and this is much the same, but very level in the changing room, and that calmness does reverberate around the ground.
Because 2016 was the exception to that rule. It had been a problem with the bat. The strength was with the ball for so many years, wasn't it? For pretty much the entirety of the last decade. The strength was with the ball for Middlesex, and 2016 was the year that bucked that trend, and the batting was phenomenal. It fired. Middlesex won the title, but other than that, that's been arresting those collapses has been the biggest challenge for whoever the coach has been. Oh, little flay. First one from Roland-Jones. Wasn't quite there for the shot on the length, and that's where again batting deep in the crease on that one. That's the flip side of it, isn't it? You go that far back, you really it's got to be a very long half volley from the bowler.
It has, yeah, and it just allows that ball to move and you hold your original line. I don't think Toby was happy with how he played it, but he was pleased that he missed it. And knowing Jimmy Harris and Toby, Roland-Jones as I do, I think they're both really enjoying this battle.
Was that a glimpse of a smile we saw from Roland-Jones? Certainly is now. Oh, it's just cut off. I thought he timed it better than he had. 314 for 7.
Very classic on drive, that one. Down the ground from the Middlesex number 9, Toby Roland-Jones. He's better than a number 9, isn't he? I think most county teams you'd look at, he would be their number 8. Just shows the strength of that Middlesex middle order that Roland-Jones is now down at 9. And then you'd probably, if Tom Helm was available, he'd probably be in there at 10, and he's off the back of a 50 recently in first-class cricket. Plenty of depth to the Middlesex batting lineup.
And the Lambeth Lara at 11. He's lost that mantle now, hasn't he? It's tough to call him the Lambeth Lara anymore. Yeah, that Lambeth Lara stuck for a little while for Mercer, and then Ollie Rayner scored that 143 at Trent Bridge. The Bryson Bradman. Although he was born in Germany.
A few of our members called Mercer Dial M as well, didn't they? Dial M for Mercer. Yeah.
He was what was he singing the other day? Mercer on the dance floor. Was it? I said my life was complete. He was at a festival somewhere singing it. I remember the end of the over, 314 for 7. I do remember the first time that I put Dial M for Mercer to Tim Mercer live on the mic, and he looked at me completely blank. He had no idea what the reference was, and to explain it was a Hitchcock movie. But Mercer on the dance floor, I think he's always been happy with that one.
Yeah, poor changing room for nicknames, Middlesex, really, I think, at the moment. Nothing too outrageous. Or
well, you have to look to the Middlesex fans. The Sunbury shotgun on the right there. Toby Roland-Jones, because he's double-barrelled. And he hits the ball hard and a long way. That was Matt Bright, the freelance photographer at Middlesex, who dubbed him that one, the Sunbury shotgun. I'd have to find one for Holman, won't they?
He's got a few nicknames. Holman.
Can he broadcast any of them?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, he was known as the Sloth. He's known as the Sloth for his sort of demeanour, and because he's an Islington boy, there's something that you may, if you're in the ground, you may hear a few of the boys refer to him as Jezza as well, short for Jeremy Corbyn.
It's going down. I like that one, Jezza. That's the throwback to the old nicknames, really, isn't it? They've thought that one through. There's a little bit of thought gone into that one.
Yeah, there's not too much more originality, I don't think, from the change room. Generally shorten somebody's name and whack an O or an E sound on the end of it, isn't it?
Jumble and Car Boot are two of my favourite nicknames over the years, for the same person, of course, David Sales.
Still one size, though, I think is the greatest, isn't it?
Yes.
One size fits all.
That is brilliant. That is brilliant. QPR and...
Crystal Palace?
Yeah.
He's been called a few names in the changing room over the years. Yeah, Gus generally pops his head into the changing room for breakfast, cops a bit of abuse from the lads, and disappears into the commentary box for the rest of the day. Some bagels and some toast with maybe a little bit of a scrambled egg or a poached egg. There was some avocado floating around yesterday. That was controversial, I think.
I reckon John Simpson's an avocado and poached egg man. 3.15 for 7.
There's a few of them actually now. A little bit of a coffee club with the lads, and they do like
Ethan
a smashed
Bamber.
avocado.
Yeah. Ethan Bamber, Stephen Eskenazi. I reckon I could put Peter Milan in there as well. Definitely Max Hogan.
It's a lovely Eskenazi, Steve Eskenazi, I'm sure you won't mind me saying, walked into the change room yesterday very unhappy. He'd met Ethan Bamber for a coffee, managed to get himself a parking ticket, so he had a £65 coffee yesterday morning.
So I went to Eskenazi confidently because I've seen on Instagram his constant coffee pictures. But I've got 2 of those recently. Both of them are hugely unfair and being appealed, I should add.
You have to look at Joe Lycett. I think he's the comedian who challenges all the parking tickets, isn't he?
Problem. One from his 8 so far, replacing Harris. Little theory at the beginning that maybe finishing the over would come back to the short spell at the pavilion end, but he bowled really well up there, didn't he, at the pavilion end? So Van der Houten's had to wait his chance. But the change bowlers on the 3rd day on now. Done for 47 from 18, Van der Houten. Really tested.
There have been bowling change there. Probably a welcome break. Harris was a big threat from this end this morning, demonstrating his skill. David Lloyd's brought himself into the attack, just over pitched there a little bit, and Roland-Jones has just leant on the ball. It's gone back up the slope into Roland-Jones, that one.
Start, second 11 from Neil Smith, second 11 scorer. Played on Essex seconds. Walla Luisa and South are taking 3 wickets each yesterday. He's listening and watching the coverage from Lords instead. Good to have you with us, Neil. Oh, different. One from Roland-Jones. He moves to 50.
Overpitched again from Lloyd here. Pretty much an action replay of 2 balls ago. Just throwing the ball up there, bowling very full, trying to get the ball to nip around. We saw the previous ball nip back up the slope. Just a slight overpitch again, and Middlesex 8th run off this over.
Yeah, pushing along towards 30 now for the 8th wicket. Frustrating for Glamorgan. Got the 2 overnight batters. At that point, they'd have thought, right, doors.
It was a confident shout from Lloyd, that wasn't it? He sort of ran through. Yeah, can't see if there's a bit of an inside edge or not on that, but drifting down the leg side, you would say. David Milne's not really interested.
Sure, I thought I saw a little deflection first look, but not on the second, on the slow down. But yeah, going up the slope doing too much. There was decisions to be made, all right. It was a bit like Higgins though. He was dipping them in too much, wasn't he? So those LBWs. I think there was one that probably. Even the Glamorgan boys, I think, downstairs at lunch were saying, oh, I got away with a couple of LBWs on that first morning. I thought most of them, there was so much swing for Higgins. Sun's out. Lovely morning now at Lords. Again, it wasn't a bad start at 10:30. It wasn't the overcast skies that perhaps Glamorgan might have hoped for to help them get through them quickly. There's still plenty of assistance out there. I don't think the overheads will have changed dramatically in the opening hour. They still put it on the right spot. There's plenty out there, especially this man, Van der Houten. But 28 and 27 balls respectively for these two. A very, very solid and promising start for their partnership. For Middlesex's hopes of reaching that 4th batting point.
It's turning into a handy little partnership, this, isn't it? Roland-Jones 15, Holman 12. As you said, just coming up to that 30-run mark, edging Middlesex closer to the 350. Still 14.3 overs to get those remaining 27 runs for the next batting point. I think Middlesex will be pretty confident at the moment of getting there, especially with these two at the crease.
Yeah, so a little bit of debate about the weather for tomorrow. Glamorgan will happily at this stage walk away with a draw, you'd have to say. Through 109 behind in the first innings, a pitch that's doing a fair bit. Middlesex, I think, will be absolutely delighted with this score, 323 for 7. The pitch is doing more than that, and this is a strong Glamorgan attack. And the strange thing is, I think both lineups, Middlesex skittled Glamorgan for 214 and were reflecting they could and should have bowled better. Did a couple of drop catches in there as well, weren't there? Clark, Carlson.
Yeah, 3. I think 3 drop catches. the changing room were saying, and
including the caught and bowls.
And not and not really happy with how the team bowled as a unit. So
Holman had one at third slip, Simpson had one, Mercer had the caught and bowls. Whether there was a fourth in there now, we're wondering. Beautiful way to finish the over. 323 for 7, and that was what we're saying. There's still plenty out there. Yeah, so 109 the lead. Yeah, making up overs today, 90 overs still to be bowled. That'll very much depend on these overheads. It's going to require sunshine at 5:30 tonight for us still to be playing. That's what we've seen the last couple of days. And who knows what tomorrow will hold. But yeah, Glamorgan will happily take a draw from this now. You'd have thought they'll come out very studious, you'd have thought, in the second innings, having been quite aggressive in the first from the off.
Be a really interesting third innings, actually. Glamorgan over 100 behind. They'll have that target in their head. You've got to take enough time out of the game, but also score enough runs that if you do get bowled out, it doesn't leave a 20-over run chase at the end of the day.
Well, they've quite simply got to go out and match whatever Middlesex have scored in their first innings now, haven't they? Leaving 214. If the match does play all the way through to tomorrow evening weather-wise, that pretty much is what they're going to have to say to themselves. Whatever Middlesex finish with here is what Glamorgan have to hit in there in the third innings. Fabulous end to the season again with all to play for. Derbyshire watching on as well. I mentioned those Lancashire points deductions. Obviously Division 1's all to play for as well, where one of these two teams will be hoping to join probably Nottinghamshire going up next year.
Yeah, Nottinghamshire, the standout team in this division, and by a decent distance as well. Have a high quality side in all skills and very much deserve their place at the top of the table.
I think one thing in Middlesex we reflect on in one way really pleasingly, you don't particularly look at anybody this year and think, oh, we had a bit of a rough year. They've all had a very, very good season. Obviously there'll be a few more runs here or there, whether it's maybe some hoped for a few more runs in the white ball competitions or some hope for a few more in first class, but overall I don't think there's many players that will walk away and feel that they haven't contributed a fair bit in some format this year. Brilliant stop. Single just wide of mid-on. Here's Roland-Jones on to 16, 324 for 7, one to come of the 97th.
Yeah, another LBW appeal from Lloyd. We saw one earlier on to Roland-Jones. The ball just sliding down the leg side. That one's pitched outside leg stump quite a long way. Looks pretty adjacent though, didn't it?
Alan Coleman, thanks very much. Had a nice performance at Middlesex. Much appreciated. Solid first hour with us on the mic. And, what have we got? An hour and 5 minutes until the lunch interval on day 3. 324 for 7. Roland-Jones and Hogan meet together with a very useful partnership here after the fall of the overnight pair. We're just starting to get themselves in, but this new ball has offered lots of assistance for Glamorgan, which will in some ways be a frustration to them. It's unable to simply limit it, still doing plenty. Sharply run! Had to be. Throw misses that have been an almighty appeal and a big decision to make. And that has struck 325. 7.
Morning. And I think the decision would have been a positive one for Glamorgan had it hit the stumps. Quick single. Luke maybe not the sharpest off the mark at times. All right, once he gets moving, but I think he would have been a couple of feet short there had the good bit of fielding hit the stumps. Just hearing what you're saying, it is an important little partnership, a little bit of defiance. I mean, having had such a good day yesterday for, I think we were saying last night, if Middlesex did collapse and lose the last 5 wickets for 30 runs, it would sort of put a bit of a dampener on what had been a good batting performance up until then. Even last night, Middlesex fear would have been they do get bowled out for 30 or 40 more. For Glamorgan, they'd probably settle for bowling Middlesex out for another 70 or 80 more. And it's a good shot there by Hogan. Middlesex sort of one on the way to getting that 70 or 80 more that you think is the minimum they would want, really. Just to extend the lead to 150, which is then becoming quite a sizable first innings lead. One where, right, you can afford a little 5-7 over spell where you don't bowl quite well, because sometimes when you sort of see a 25-30 run lead and it's all, and then in 4 overs it's wiped off, and a lot of work seems to have been wasted then, doesn't it?
It's the same with Adam Coleman. Only 2 for 5 on the first day. It just feels as though there's a little bit more solidity. Around the ground, banging your head on the desk with collapses over the years. It was a decade for the bowlers, really, the last decade for Middlesex, wasn't it? The collapses were one too many, but this year it just seems to be a little bit more assurance about the middle order. And that man, actually, I think, has played a fair part in it, hasn't he? Look at the tender age as well, he's done a really big job.
Yeah, I mean, it's been well documented, I suppose, Middlesex's shortcomings. I'd say more in the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, you look at the 2015, 2016, and even I think sort of 2014 at times, there was some very good batting displays. I don't think the batting was an issue on occasion. I mean, every now and then it's going to let you down, you're going to collapse. It's the nature of the game, but in the last 3 or 4 years, there's been far too many sort of, I suppose, capitulations, really, hasn't there? Or felt like capitulations anyway, and batting has not been easy. I have to sort of, whilst I sort of sit here and can be quite inwardly critical of our performances, and at times sort of feel you should be a bit tougher than that and you should show a bit more resilience, but some of the pitches we've played on at Lords and other venues have been very bowler friendly, so batting has been difficult and you have some sympathy for the batsmen. This year I think it's a combination of a number of things. I suppose with Richard Johnson in the dressing room in charge, maybe more relaxed environment than it has been. So not being critical of Stuart at all, but sort of a more expectant sort of area, sort of feeling from the place. And Mark Rambakash's presence, sort of win to work with Mark Rambakash and far better pitches. And I think I said on a number of occasions, pitches are so important. And the pitches on this year produced by Carl McDermott have been excellent. So yes, at times for some spectators and maybe even for coaches, they probably want a little bit more in them. But yes, you want to win games of cricket, but you also want to produce. That's a good shot there by Luke down the ground. I'm not sure whether it's going to go for 4. A tight one, but 3 runs takes him on to 18. Had a quiet little spell with the bat, but then suddenly got away with a few runs and get the scoreboard going. But you want to be playing on good surfaces where the batsman can trust it, they can trust the bounce. Yes, there's a bit of movement every now and then, fair enough, but if it's leaping around and keeping low and wrapping on the gloves, then you don't want to see that. And as a bowler, again, I think bowlers, to learn the disciplines to become fine bowlers, you've got to play on good surfaces where you've got to work hard for your wickets, and average bowling is punished, really. You can sometimes get away with it, 12 overs, 4 for 50, it looks quite good on some days, but how well have you bowled? You bowled 4 balls that have taken wickets, 4 with the help of a surface, and between that you could have been quite indifferent. So I know at the end of the season now, where you want a result and we want to beat Glamorgan as a county, you probably do want a pitch that's got a bit in it, but equally you don't want to bring that randomness into games, every game that you play at home, for sure.
Well played, yes, for those averages. Simpson at the top, 63. Stoneman 49. Helms up there as well. 50, didn't he? He's got 4 outs in his 8 innings.
But Helm's a good player. I mean, again, someone like that, as you're saying, it has been the sort of, Holman has had a really positive influence to that lower order. So I think might have only scored a couple of 50s, hasn't he? But he's consistently got 20s, 30s, 40s, and played well the tail, and suddenly turned, shot Toby, down to fine leg for a single. He's turned a goodish score into a very competitive score by managing that situation well. So
And it worked for Martin Anderson as well, because he's 4th on the list with an average of 46. He's lost his place at the moment, obviously. It's Higgins, extra pressure on being, could be Holman as well. It's just given that different option, isn't it? How they make up the side. But Anderson averaging 46, Wilson 42, Holman 39, then Holden 37. It's been a fair balance about the very top. Robson, Stoneman, and then that middle order.
And it's not just because Middlesex have played better cricket in the championship. All right, we've struggled to win games after having made a magnificent start to the season, unbeaten in April and May, and I think in the last 5 we lost 2, drawn 3, something like that. Maybe a couple of games where we again look back at and we should have definitely won one of the 2 that we lost, but we haven't. But it's been better cricket played this summer, and that's not, I say, just because we're up there competing for promotion, where last year we obviously struggled. But I think, yes, we've got to improve, and yes, there are still areas that we could probably need to strengthen, but we've got some good cricketers, and good cricketers perform better on better surfaces, so they're the things that we should aim to play on.
Just doing too much, going down the leg side. See a fair old bit of off, we can see all of off, and a little bit of middle, I'd fancy.
Maybe a little bit high too, sort of almost needs to, I would say it's hit you on the knee roll. Isn't it back quite sharply, but again, looking at the 2 dismissals, I wasn't sort of watching the 2 dismissals on TV this morning, sort of as I was walking around the ground. Looked 2 good balls. So you pitch the ball in the right area, this still help for you as a bowler, which is a great encouragement to the Middlesex team, as who'll be batting in the next, well, we're currently batting and will continue to.
That was float away. Harry out to deep third, they'll just take a single.
Yeah, Toby getting his round bat to use. There are some players you play against, you think, oh no, here he comes. Swinging and swerving, and sort of ball can go anywhere when he hits it, and Toby can be a very destructive player, obviously first class hundreds to his name, but once he gets going, the ball can go anywhere when he sort of languidly eases into those big drives outside off stump.
Yeah, there are exceptional balls that picked up Simpson and Higgins. They were almost, they were slightly masters of their own downfall in the Alan Coleman and I were discussing it. They were both in and were perhaps playing the older ball because they were trying to hit both balls perhaps squarer than they should have, which is being overly critical, but just a fact of a reflection of the fact that the ball is doing a lot for them this morning. It is the second new ball.
Yeah, as I was saying to you a minute ago, the way that both players looked down the pitch, having got out, certainly from sidelines or from elsewhere, they looked like they'd sort of nipped away quite prodigiously. John Simpson and Ryan both working the ball to leg side, and Ryan lost his middle stump, didn't he? I think John Simpson clipped the top of off.
It pitched outside leg and hit the top of off. It was a great ball to Simpson. There's no two ways about it. But they were both in and playing shots. They were looking to score off those deliveries. But as we said at the time, the Middlesex bowlers would love what they'd just seen in those dismissals. There's plenty out there, and there has been plenty out there. These two have had to work incredibly hard.
They haven't. I mean, I think Luke's natural instincts are positive ones, aren't they? We've certainly seen that in the white ball cricket that he's played in. Toby's positive too, but equally both scoring at a strike rate of under 50 runs per 100 balls, and having watched the ball flash past their bat on a few occasions too. So yeah, they've been, how many runs have they put on now? 295, so 39 runs, 39 valuable runs in a relatively low scoring game.
That's been really, really good. Long look at the bat there for Roland-Jones. Something he's not happy with.
Meeting of two great minds.
You can say that. I've got to ask him for interviews at the end of days plays. Oh, yes, no. Throw comes in, and I think he might have just made it back, Roland-Jones. But the throw misses anyway. Fluttering for a moment for those two.
Yeah, Middlesex I think have run pretty well in this innings. They're certainly Stoneman and Robson at the start, pushing the singles into the gaps, making sure that they didn't sort of get tied down as such. But when you're looking to run well, there's going to be the odd little meeting mid-wicket.
I was just saying, you look down the card, particularly the 11 that are out there today. I know Bamber lost his place at one point. I thought he was overly critical of himself, Bamber. I thought, all right, might not be the standards that he set, but the standards he's had to this point have been unbelievably high. But you look down the 11 today, and all of them will pretty much walk away from this season happy with what they've produced. Right, Eskenazi might want a few more first-class runs. He was unlucky. He opened up with a century and then broke a finger taking a catch in that same match. Lovely shot by Holman. Into the 20s, onto 23. Middlesex 338 for 7. But, Eskenazi.
I mean, that's Holman's real strength there. The one thing about him you notice is fast hands, doesn't he? When he sort of decides to go outside the off stump, it's a ruthless, hard swipe. And he crunches it very well, especially to the spinners as well, doesn't he? Sometimes they don't have to give him much room, but on that back foot, sort of crunching it through back point, square of the wicket.
He's a great find, isn't he? Yeah, I was just going to go on Eskenazi. I mean, he's pretty much nailed white ball player of the year, isn't he? Stephen Eskenazi. So, all right, he's a little light in the championship with 31 his average.
So that was a no ball. I thought that back foot. Yesterday we were talking about Hogan and the fact that he was quite close to the return crease? I think it is a return crease, isn't it? And it wasn't a front foot no ball, that was a back foot no ball. Good spot by the umpire.
Just about to say it, isn't it? But yeah, Martin Anderson's lost his place in the side at the moment, averaging 46 from the 6 innings that he's had. A couple of 50s in there.
And again, I mean, as you say, with Toby coming in at 9, there is real depth to Middlesex batting, and Luke at 8 and Ryan at 7. Heaven forbid. I mean, Ryan's career figures would suggest there's a player there that could bat the top 4. Another no ball. So 2 more runs. So all useful runs for Middlesex. See whether that was back foot or front foot. Obviously front foot on this occasion. And I think there is a Middlesex side that can have both Anderson and Higgins in it, absolutely. I mean, different styles of bowlers. Anderson's bowling has been, I suppose, the frustration this summer. It's not sort of developed to like and concede a lot of runs, but the potential, the talent is there, as we've seen, and as his career statistics before this year suggest. But and again, as a batsman, I think I just want to see. I would love to see Martin Anderson bat for 3 hours. I think if he bats for 3 hours, those in attendance will, and watching on the streaming, will have a sort of special 3 hours to watch, because he is a fantastic striker of a cricket ball, and pretty ruthless in the way that he dismisses bowling when he gets going.
It's a good move from Glamorgan, perhaps a little late, maybe. Could be argued. 1 for 36 from 14 for Patel. 2, well, a right-hander in Roland-Jones, but young Luke Holman facing the left-arm spin. All right, it's turning into the pads, but nonetheless, it'll be a challenge for him up against Patel. This partnership been going for, what now, 47 runs.
Well, I suppose, I mean, the little dilemma here for Middlesex is there's 9 overs left before the 120th, and it's only within 120 overs that, 9 overs left before 110. It's only below 110 overs that you can actually score bonus points, accumulate bonus points. So Middlesex 342, 350 is the next bonus point. Yep, they'll get that, no trouble. Do you go for the 5th bonus point, which is 400? So 58 in 9 overs. That's you getting. Got to take quite a few risks, and by taking those risks, then do you run the risk of allowing Glamorgan to collect another point? So a little period of play here, and the spinner coming on. Sort of, I suppose, is a little invitation there to Roland-Jones and Holman as to, right, do you want to go or not? I don't think Toby will hold back. I think Luke will be a bit more selective in maybe the way that he looks to score, but I can't imagine Toby sort of just sitting there and pushing singles and waiting for the occasional bad ball to come along. I think he might be a bit more proactive, so it could be an interesting little period of play here.
Well, you and I sat together watching him thumping that ball from the other side of the square into the Mound and Tavern earlier this summer against Sussex, didn't we? With some extraordinary hitting. So yeah, whether he does go about it. I know there's been a fair old bit of chat this morning about tomorrow's forecast, which apparently doesn't look great, which was the early forecast for this game, and then indeed it came through earlier on day 2. Oh, right up there into the block hole at first. It's to resist that one, Roland-Jones. That was really put up there by Patel.
So many forecasts around, aren't they? Like today, 75% of rain, chance of rain, which you could argue has already happened. So we've had rain this morning, so you could argue that rain's come through. Tomorrow, 8% chance of rain. Nothing before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and that's.
I hope that's right.
And then it's 2%. So
there's the first use of the feet. Just push back to Patel.
I think if you want to find a forecast that's positive or negative, you can find one by visiting enough sites, can't you? As you say, it's a forecast. It's not a prediction, is it? Oh, well, I suppose there isn't a prediction, but
it's edged and gone. And Patel, good length. Roland-Jones was a little bit caught in no man's land as he played that one. Very good length from Patel to pick him up. Roland-Jones gone for 19. Middlesex 342 for 8.
Yeah, sort of softest dismissal that from Toby. I think a last minute sort of change of mind and thinking of dabbing it maybe down to third man, and he's just edged it to Slipper, who's taken a good catch. And there's us there talking about Middlesex's dilemma. Do they look to get to 350 or get to go for the 400? I think now 8 down, you just got to make sure you get 350 on the board and probably try and avoid or prevent Glamorgan getting this 9th wicket in the next 8.5 overs. That'll be the challenge for Ethan Bamber, who I assume will come in ahead of Tim Murty, but Toby sort of a little bit last minute change of mind. But again, 19 useful runs and helping extend Middlesex's lead to close to 130 now.
It was a really good innings actually, wasn't it, from Roland-Jones? 19 from 45, given the match situation and given when he walked out that 2 set batsmen batting very, very well were undone by beautiful deliveries, and the ball was doing all sorts. So he and Holman, I mean, they could have slogged their way to 350, haven't they? But they've gone about it in a proper fashion and have got Middlesex very nearly there to the 350, as you say. Maybe once that's brought up, Holman might free up a little and see what he can do. It'll be an awful lot for him to do on his own now, because you'd imagine Bamber will just play straight for him. But 8 runs first for Middlesex. 1 more wicket for Glamorgan for the 3rd bowling point. So 6 at the moment for Middlesex and 3 for Glamorgan in the bowling bonus points in the match. But a long old chat there, and well, that suggests Holman wants Bamber to make sure he's pretty secure at one end.
He can. Ethan can bat. I mean, he gets out, I'm trying to think of the right word without swearing, but he gets out some ordinary shots at times. You think, where on earth has that come from? Because he's just played really well for the last 20 minutes. Again, I think he's someone who, he's not Tom Helm and Toby Roland-Jones are better players than him. And he's so like Cullen, but he's certainly someone who can average, or should be aiming to average, high teens in his career. And again, if you're high teens, you're getting 30s, 40s every now and then. You're regularly contributing. You're in partnerships of 30 or 40 runs for the 9th wicket, which are incredibly valuable.
End of the over. Roland-Jones gone for 19. Gill with the catch. 342 for 8. So yes, 8 overs to get those 8 runs, which shouldn't be a problem. But it's 2 wickets standing. 1 more for the bonus point for Glamorgan.
Sort of happens quickly when you've got Murta coming in at 11, doesn't it?
One way or the other.
But just going back to the weather, it sort of always amused me because in your role you sort of had forums every now and then where members would sort of sit on a panel and answer questions for the members, and sort of one forum you'd be said, why did you play a certain way? And you say, well, because rain was forecast. And it's ridiculous. I mean, the rain, you can't predict the rain. No one knows that the weather forecasts are that accurate. To take those, which is ridiculous. You got that one wrong. And then another time you sort of ignore the forecast, and well, you've got it when bad light was forecast. What a ridiculous thing to do, not to sort of declare earlier. And so there's a lot of wiseness after the event, isn't there? But it's the people in that dressing room, they've got to make the decisions, weighing up all the information that they've got in front of them. And I think that's the big thing in this day and age, is the fact that there's far more information out there. So the players are making far more decisions with better information than they would have been 15, 20 years ago. At the end, when we were playing, it was almost, oi, Gus, go and have a look at the back of the pavilion and what's it looking like over Acton? You think, well, if you go to the top of the pavilion and say, well, it's looking a bit dark. Oh, right, fair enough, and nothing would happen. That was the sort of information you got then. Now you've got these sort of screens that sort of say, well, drizzling rain will be here in 7 minutes and will last for 12 minutes and stuff like that.
I think the classic one, and we're far enough after the event now that you can kind of recall. You're always tentative when you're a bit too close to the event, aren't you? I remember James Franklin talking to me about the Essex game here in 2017. He was captain, and Essex was skittled at tea on day 3, weren't they? With a pretty bad forecast for the 4th day, which actually we got far more play on that final day of the match between Middlesex and Essex than was expected. But you mentioned,
I know, but
teams
the game
don't-
was a draw and we were criticised, or they were criticised for the decision, weren't they? Not
Yeah,
forcing the follow on.
I mean, James Franklin, again, I'm sure he won't mind me telling it, the dressing room was split. He said the batters wanted the bowlers to go back out there and get on with it, and the bowlers didn't want to, and he was kind of sat in between the two of them as captain. Which way do I go? Well, I'm not going to upset my bowlers first game of the season.
Well, and again, it's the way people assess situations is very black and white and very simple, and of course it's rarely the case. I mean, I don't spend much I never have spent much time in the dressing room, but I was in the dressing room actually when at that moment, and there was no sort of absolutely this is what we're going to do. People say, oh, well, the captain should grab hold of it. Yeah, but
It was 5 and 5, he says.
Well, no, but then you're assuming your bowlers are just all right. They're just unthinking auto robots that do as they're told. Well, no, they've got feelings. They're feeling tired. They've just had a period in the field where they've actually worked extremely hard and thinking, well, actually, in a 50-50, on this occasion, this is the way we think we should go. And oh, well, they should do this and you should do that, and the captain should be good enough. And you think, well, just because someone tells me to do something, it doesn't mean I have to do it. I don't do it with the same enthusiasm as. And again, I suppose that's the whole method now of coaching in the ways that sort of people used to think, well, coaching was just about, well, you're told to do this and therefore you do it. Well, now you actually work with the individual, and you almost, when we were young, someone would say jump and you'd say how high, and now they say why. And players are far more brought into it, and again, a player's going to pursue something with far more enthusiasm and purpose than if they are in with the decision, if they're in with the method of improving their game, rather than someone saying this is the way you're going to do it, get it done. If you don't get it, you'll get dropped. That's an old school way of doing it. People, should be more of that. Well, sorry, you're going to lose the dressing room quite quickly if you sort of go and start bellowing and shouting at people and telling them what to do.
That was the classic line from James Franklin. He said, it's first game of the season, I'm not going to lose my bowlers at this point. I'm not going to upset them now. But that was another level to it. Everything you were saying of all the other bits, that's why I just brought that one into it, because that's the next level that you go forward to in these decisions.
I agree. And you look at decisions that were made this year against us. I think Nottinghamshire. They didn't make the follow-on in the first game that we played in this year when they maybe should have done, and it proved costly. And then they made us follow on in the second game, and arguably that was the wrong decision too, because the bowlers had actually worked extremely hard to bowl us out once, and after about an hour's play, they were shot, really, weren't they?
That's cut away well by Holman. You mentioned those quick hands outside off to the spinner as well. Middlesex ticking along. Holman is on to 28. Middlesex 347 for 8. My laugh when you mentioned the Nottinghamshire game is obviously there was another of those kind of behind the scenes factors which everybody does know, and we can tell the story because it was talked about a lot by the Nottinghamshire camp. Sunderland were in the playoff final that day, weren't they? And
well,
it was talked about by the Nottinghamshire players a lot, and there was a little bit of an upset. The bowlers were wanting to watch Sunderland. Sorry, Forest. What I'm saying, Forest. I'm mixing it up with the Durham game. It was Forest, wasn't it?
Well, that's an excellent shot there by Luke to bring up Middlesex's 350. A reverse sweep. So Patel in this over. Dropped one a little bit short, cut for 4. That one a little bit fuller, and again outside off stump. And first objective done by Middlesex, getting that 350 up. Now to continue to accumulate probably for another 6 and a bit overs, hopefully without losing a wicket, so that we restrict Glamorgan's bonus points in this game to 3. And then I'd imagine you have a bit of fun once the 110 overs has been reached. But just listening, going back to your Nottinghamshire thing, that shouldn't be a well, it cannot be a.
So what did they have?
A factor that sort of influences a declaration. Oh, sorry, a follow-on.
There was Broad
or
Fletcher.
A declaration.
Broad Fletcher. I'm just trying to think. One of the bowlers was an Aussie, wasn't it? I'm trying to think who the other bowler was, but there was a case of, look, Forrest to play him. It's the playoff final, wasn't it? I was confusing the Durham match. It happened again in the Sunderland. That Sunderland were playing in the playoff final in that one, but it wasn't obviously with the same situation of the match. But yeah, the bowlers apparently did not want to be in the field, or Nottinghamshire did not want to be in the field when Forrest were in the cup final. And of course, as it turned out, Mulaney batted so quickly, having been the man who had to make the decision. He batted so quickly, he declared and they had to come out at half time. They saw the first half, but not the second half.
Well, you wouldn't want to be on a panel at the front answering questions about that, that's for sure.
Again, you wouldn't want to upset Luke Fletcher though, either, would you? Fair old height difference between Mulaney and Fletcher, and he relies on him a fair bit, I think. Even though they're very, very good mates off the field, those two. 352 for 8. It was the Luke Fletcher match as well, wasn't it? The first, Andrew Sampson, who sat with us yesterday, who brought up the stat for us, the first player to score a 50 batting at 1 and batting at 11 in the same match.
That is a good start.
We'll give him that one. Also got that run out, didn't he? Which
yeah, who did he run out? Was it?
to Carey's, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Actually.
Stoneman called him for the single.
Yeah, he barbecued him then, I think, didn't he?
I mean, to be fair, he pushed it to the left-hander, big Luke Fletcher, and called one. Astonishing piece of fielding from Fletcher. No ball down the leg sides. Hogan has a look back. It's a front foot one, that one, isn't it? Has a look back at the front foot as he goes past the crease. 354 for 8. So those bonus points. Sorry, we're getting distracted here, aren't we? Middlesex have nudged past a fourth batting point, as you said, Gus, bringing up the 350 with that last boundary. 354 for 8. 46 runs for another point, 6 overs. Glamorgan still need a wicket for maximum bowling points. He was late on the first one there, Holman. He really had to get a sprint on. He's back for the second. He's done well. He's recovered it. He pushed it, not realising there was the chance of 2, and then he almost double looked and sprinted from about a third of the way up the track.
He did, yes, you're right. Absolute correct. But well done, Luke. 2 more to his score.
Quicker than he looks. Actually, he's very good in the outfield, isn't he? He's what do they call it now, modern parlance? A boundary rider in the white ball game.
Yeah, nickname of Sloth doesn't sort of lend itself to a dynamic crackerjack cover point, does it? But no, he's got good hands, good arm, moves well. Yeah, he moves quite well. Yeah, he does move quite well. I mean, I think one of the things he knows, we all know, it's an area to work on, his sort of fitness and athleticism. But there's a very natural cricketer within him. And a good reader of the game, good thinker of the game.
That one's got away. The point I was going to make actually was that when that no ball, leg by signalled, when that no ball ticked up onto the scoreboard, it was 354, then they ran a couple, it's 356, and all of a sudden there's 8 more runs on the board. Middlesex are 40 runs away with 5.2 overs to go. I was just thinking with that no ball, just a couple of runs squirt away now, then all of a sudden Middlesex might look up at that board and think, well, it's perhaps worth a go now.
Yeah, 40 and 5 overs, 8 and over. You can hide the ball as a fielding side, can't you, into red ball.
Won't get the 2 this time, that's straight to the deep point. But that again is part of the, from a viewer's perspective watching on, that's part of the attraction of Holman. He's so laid back, and it's brilliant to watch, especially when he's batting. But even when he's bowling and it's going well, he's so laid back. And
he is. He's a competitor. I mean, and I don't mean this in any way, because I was one myself.
appeal goes up. Was there a little inside edge on that?
Could have been maybe just outside of stump, but you see some cricketers and they're very much sort of a product of your production line. You sort of see them very coached, very sort of nice little sort of technical players, and others that are a little bit rough around the edges. That you could argue they're a club cricketer that's come through. I mean, I was a club cricketer. I think in the way that sort of my style was sort of formed by myself, unrefined really, and you get a method to work. And I think Luke is a club cricketer. I mean, he's obviously been in Middlesex's system for a long time, been recognised with England under-19s and things like that. So it's not as though he's come from nowhere to suddenly be playing for Middlesex. But the sort of rough edges that some people can frustrate you a little bit times, they're also an endearing quality, aren't they? And again, the naturalness, the way sort of, as you say, he just wrists and the way that he smacks the ball through the covers. There's a style to his play that is his own rather than a coach's.
Like I say, what struck me, he's so laid back, but he always feels in the game. Whether it's with bat or ball, you always think he's in the game. And actually, as you say, it's endearing, isn't it? And that's the kind of thing that, you know, he's your favourite player, isn't he then? Because you kind of watch him, you think, oh, look at him, he's out there, and it just looks so easy. And I put that to him in an interview. I said, you almost look like you've been out there for 10 years. And he said, oh, I'm glad you said that, Kev, because that's the impression that I want to give. You know, I want to be out there, and the opposition's think, oh, this guy looks as though he's pretty happy out there.
They just said he's competitive. Was it Craig Overton might have hit him on the head in a championship game, or good shot by Ethan, just for a single. Oh, nearly slipped through Hogan at mid-off, showing his age there. But yeah, so he got hit on the head. He went for 4 leg byes, and sort of Craig Overton's quite a sort of vocal, sort of in your face, and Luke met him halfway down the wicket and said, that's another 4 runs you've got to get, mate. That's a great shot. Not just because, I mean, it wasn't a great ball, but it's a great shot in the way that he's placed it. He's hit the ball to the fielder, but he's deliberately just hit that wide of extra cover to his right hand, and obviously beaten the man at deep point boundary. So you can see he's placed that as well as hit it very hard. And I suppose by hitting the ball late, having fast hands, you can sort of make later decisions and therefore sort of change potentially where you're hitting the ball or trying to hit the ball to. And he's sort of moved quickly to 41 now.
This looks very natural, doesn't it, for him? 21 years of age. I mean, everything about that shot, the weight, distribution, everything, just looked as though he's been doing this for so many years.
And as you say, that's one of the positives that's come through this summer, is his batting. Yes, his bowling has work to be done, and quite a bit of work there to be done, to be honest, because not just to be a more wicket-taking threat, but also to be able to bowl.
There he goes again, and Holman moves to 45. Middlesex moves 371 for 8. Ended the over, and 10 off that over. Holman's got his eye on that point. He's looking up at the boards.
Yeah, suddenly 28, 29 in 4 overs. Glamorgan there trying to keep Holman off strike. Want to get 6 balls with the seamer bowling at Ethan Bamber. So with the field up, decided to take that risk, and saying a minute ago that his strike rate was sort of under 50. I think he's got 19 off 42 balls. So he's got 26 runs that run a ball since then. And Middlesex's lead is now up to 160, so it's entering a really nice territory for the home side here. I suppose the important part here is can Ethan nurdle one to third man off fine leg and protect his stumps to give Holman another over.
29 off 27, 29 off 28 now, the partnership, which Bamber has 1 off 11.
Another endearing thing about sort of Luke is his devotion to his club, North Middlesex. I mean, he'll be up there most Saturdays if Middlesex haven't got a game. If he's not allowed to play, supporting, sat with his mates on the sideline. And again, that's been actually a quality of all the North Mid, so Ethan Bamber, Max Harris and Joe Cracknell, they're very committed to that club, which has done a brilliant job for Middlesex Cricket recently in the way that it's produced 4 first-team players. It's a wonderful little area. I don't know whether you've been to the Shepherd's Cot, Muswell Hill. It's, you look at it from above, and it's just a hub of cricket. It's just lovely to see, sort of in this little area, these 5, 6 cricket grounds, sort of all bordering each other. A sort of real thriving little area. So you've got North Middlesex, you've got Highgate, you've got Crouch End, you've got North London, you've got Ali Pally. All these sort of clubs, sort of within a almost, well, most of them, four of them are sort of within touching, and it's just a lovely place to go on a Saturday afternoon and sort of watch the club cricket that's being played.
He hasn't got the single, but he has got 4. Bamba Booster 5, 375 for 8, chopping short, and well, as you say, I'm sure it was fully on his mind to find that single. He saw it off the previous ball that as well, but as that one dropped short, I thought he was probably thinking, I can't let this go.
That's a good shot, and that's when I say Ethan can bat. I mean, he plays nice shots. He's got a good defence, and at times he just gets a bit giddy. Almost he gets in and then maybe attempts to play a stroke that needn't be played, but that was there to be hit, and he put it away beautifully. Man out on the hook now, so, and the cut. So I suppose that might be to give the single away.
Take 2 singles now, shouldn't they? Oh,
It's kicked a little low, hasn't it?
we've seen a little bit of that this morning, not to that extent. And more so from the pavilion end, I'd suggest, where the slope, obviously it can happen that there's a little bit of lower bounce.
Sort of behaviour. Yeah, well, it has obviously kept low because it's not carried through to the keeper, but something that Middlesex bowlers will be happy to see. This is a used pitch, pitch used for the Leicestershire game earlier on this year, so pitches don't come back quite as well second time round. The cracks that sort of appeared when they were dried out in the first game tend to sort of come around a bit earlier. I might have got that completely wrong, and Carl McDermott, if he's listening, might text me and correct me on my comments there, but they do tend to get a little uneven more quicker when you bring a pitch back in the same season and play on it twice.
End of the over, 375 for 8, so 3 overs at the bonus points left in play. Glamorgan, my apologies, still searching for this 9th wicket and maximum bowling points, which would take them to a 4-point haul in the match. They've only registered the 1 with the bat. Something being run out here for Luke Holman. So 18 deliveries, 25 runs, 1 wicket for Glamorgan.
So there's looking at the points as well. There's a 4-point difference at the moment. It could be 3, it could be 5. What's the gamble?
Derbyshire are sat in 3rd. They'll have an eye on this as well. They're on 169 points from 12. So Middlesex are above them as it is, with just the bonus points haul. Oh, that's well bowled. Too dissimilar to the ball that picked up Mark Stoneman, left arm around, just sliding down the slope across the left-hander.
But I don't think, I mean, even though Middlesex have got themselves within, I suppose, argue hitting distance of this 5th batting point.
That's a lovely shot again, just a single for Holman. That'll frustrate him a little.
I don't think the batsmen have been playing as though they're going for that. I think they've just hit the bad balls and been aggressive at the right time of overs, just to score maximum runs they can, rather than it being we're heads set on getting 400 here before the end of the 110th over.
look at the scores elsewhere. Actually, let's have a quick look. Worcestershire in 5th with 144 points. That's Middlesex's final game. Delayed, no play before lunch. Sussex 220 all out. Worcestershire 289 for 2 at Hove. Oh, lovely bit of drift on that.
Quicker ball there by Patel. Pushed it through a little bit. Nearly did Bamber. James Harris loosening up at mid-on. Now being pushed back a little bit. So deepish mid-on. Give the single. Glamorgan desperately trying to get Bamber on strike. To bowl at him.
Yeah, they've very much got their mind on this next wicket, haven't they? They've got 12 balls to take it. 108 done, 376 for 8. Here's the replay of that penultimate ball of the over.
Wasn't it more like an in-swing, wasn't it? A good sort of arm ball, really, from Patel. It wasn't a quicker ball, it maybe just because he undercut it slightly or bowled it as a seamer, it looks slightly different coming out the hand.
Just to tell you, Libby was 142 not out, and Haynes with him now on 14. Pollock had hit 98 at the top. So that's Division 2 table. Nottinghamshire not in action in this round. So they've played 12, 215 points. Glamorgan 172. Middlesex 7 points back coming into the round. Both having played 11. And Derbyshire, they're sitting on 169. So yeah, Worcestershire very much need that win against Sussex. And boy oh boy, if they get it, then the table's tight, isn't it? Going into the final couple of rounds. Middlesex away to the bottom club, Leicestershire, next up, and then that trip to Worcestershire at the end. So Worcestershire will be hoping that they've got a mathematical chance, at least, when Middlesex pitch up at New Road. Here's Harris's return. Oh, a little bit of width. Allman picks up the single, moves to 47.
Not quite sure of that tactic there, especially as a quick single.
Yeah, it felt as though he was slightly muddled in his own mind there, wasn't he? Kind of thinking about runs, and yeah, he needs to find them somewhere. But he did have a long look at that scoreboard, didn't he? After which over? There was one over that went particularly well. Was it the Patel over or?
Yeah, it's just I suppose first ball of the over, isn't it? That's the thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, in this instance, yeah. But I mean, in terms of whether he's thinking about those runs for the 110, there was just a long look he had at one point with Bamber, and you could see the conversation. They were just looking at it and weighing it up, whether they were thinking about going for it or not. But no, certainly I know what you're saying. First ball of the over, taking the single. He wanted to see the Bamber hook shot again, didn't he? Almost just come down to have a chat with him. Run.
"23 off 9 balls. It's looking a long shot now, isn't it?"
He looks itchy at the non-strikers end to me, though, Holman, doesn't he?
Yeah.
For somebody who's usually quite languid. Again, at his age, it's easy to forget he's 21, isn't it? For
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm sort of just looking at the two of them out there, and you sort of think, well, sadly it's gone past us, so realistic about that. I'm just fearful that Luke, and I'm all for positivity, but he's up there thinking, oh, well, I'll take him to 24 in the next over when he gets out having a wild swipe at something.
That's exactly what was on my mind.
So I think the biggest thing is that Ethan Bamber tries to survive these next two deliveries from James Harris.
That was the Division 2 score. Leicester 10 for 1, trailing Durham by 84 runs and 9 wickets remaining. 202, Durham 296 on at Grace Road, where Middlesex head to next week. And Division 1, Surrey have, well, I say recovered. They've lost a couple of early wickets in reply to Northamptonshire's 339 all out there. 359 for 6 now. Amler with 127. Steele was just short of a half century on 48. Tom Curran now on 86. Oh, a little dabble. End of the over. 109 done. 377 for 8 here.
It's been a fantastic, or it's becoming, and it has been actually throughout the season, a fantastic tussle at the top of the first division between Surrey and Hampshire. It's almost whatever you could do, we could do better type of thing, and really producing victories from nowhere. And again, an example there how someone in the Surrey side, Curran, has come in and scored a run on a ball, 86 I think of 78 balls, wasn't it? So it's not as though he's gone out there with a defensive mindset, but turned that game around and suddenly put Surrey in a position where they're playing a bit of catch up to now being the ones that are in charge.
It was Hampshire's last title mid-80s? Or was it even longer than that?
I don't remember winning the title during my career. So it would be earlier than that. I think it'd be with almost your Ingleby Mackenzie sort of stuff that they talk about lovingly.
Oh, it was all bowled by Patel again.
I'm not sure about Glamorgan's captaincy here. He shouldn't take the single. I mean, what's 5 balls in the whole context of things?
Oh, goodness me.
Well, the way that he's playing, they probably need 2 or 3 slips rather than anybody on the boundary looking to prevent the major shot. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think Glamorgan should almost be tempting.
Takes a single, third ball of the over. 378 for 8. 3 balls left with the bonus point in play for Glamorgan to try and pick up Bamber.
It's now a situation, if Luke gets, well, if Ethan gets out, it's, well, what you're doing, and if he doesn't go out, it was all under control, don't worry.
Only 2 around the bat, slip and short leg. Edged, gone. Bamber can't believe it. He hangs his head, pushes at that one just outside off. And Patel has a 3rd wicket. 378 for 9. They have their maximum bowling points.
Yep, delight for Glamorgan. Question their tactics. They'll say, as we were saying about Middlesex, it's all under control, but 2 young players, I don't think they've quite got this right there. I don't know why Luke Holman on 48 didn't sort of turn that single down and look to play out the last 3 or 4 balls. A good sharp catch there at slip by Lloyd. Hasn't really spun much, but Bamber just pushing at that delivery, so it's been floated out there. So yeah, disappointment for Middlesex, having conceded that extra point, but I suppose when you're looking at the 16 that will come for a win, which is on Middlesex's mind, it's not a huge problem, but everybody will be looking at the table at the end of the season and wondering whether that mistake or little point is vital. But then again, you start looking at things like that. There's so many occasions throughout a season where you could have done things slightly differently. You could have played a certain way, but hopefully Murtagh will now at least give Holman a bit of support so that he can get his half century, and who knows, maybe sort of whack another 15-20 runs to take that Middlesex lead up to 170, 180.
Yeah, it just felt like it was a bit of muddled thinking in it. Not so much muddled thinking, but overthinking. I don't know.
Yeah, I suppose it's like, do you take it? It's like protection. Does a night watchman, does he protect the batsman, or should he face? There are so many little things. Do you turn singles down? Right, runs are hard to come by. 1 run might be important at the end. 2 runs might be important at the end of the day. If you don't show, I mean, it's like sometimes when I used to be batting with a batsman, you wouldn't face a ball for half a dozen overs, and you think, well, how the hell am I supposed to get in and offer something to this partnership if I'm not facing a cricket ball and no one's shown any sort of trusting me as such? So it's a constant sort of dilemma, isn't it, of what you do? But you do sort of think there, even in the previous over, there were a couple of, do we take a single, don't we take a single? It should have been quite clear, if we're not going for the runs, and just stick where you are. Hopefully Luke Holman faces the majority of the balls.
I think it came. I do think that Holman was looking at that 400, and maybe it got on his mind too much. Survives his first ball. This is the next conundrum now, with Holman on the verge of a 50. And we're on verge of lunch as well, aren't we? Which could be delayed by half an hour now with the fall of the 9th wicket.
As they say in the West End, stop begging, stop begging.
It's just as much as anything, seeing Mercer kicking it away. 378 for 9. Bonus points are done. Maximum bowling points for Glamorgan. Middlesex 22, shy of the maximum batting.
Yeah, so I mean, all right, we can be a little bit critical of how that played out, but that Middlesex have got 378, having been 90 for 4 on a pitch that's offered help is a fantastic effort, and to have a lead of 164 is, the game so far has gone pretty much how they would have wanted it to go. The challenge now is, can we get another 15-20 runs, field back? Do they take a single now? If I was Luke, I'd say no, and then wait until the field comes up for the last couple of balls and back myself to hit a couple of 4s, rather than rely on Murtagh to do something.
He's gone hard at it and rejects the single, as you rightly say. They had a long chat again there, didn't they, Mercer and Holman, and that probably was what Mercer said to him, look, get you 50 and we'll see
again,
where
I
we are
think
then.
Luke's he did it earlier on in the season, and I sort of said, well, I saw him, did you get that right? Like he was caught out slogging early in the over, and thinking, right, the fielders are out. It's going to be a good hit to hit it over mid-off and mid-on. Here, don't just slog. Wait till the fielders come up when they're looking for the single. Maybe if you can get one or two away, then do so.
And if he does get these 2 runs, then again lunch is delayed half an hour from, well, so there's still effectively 40 minutes of play of this session if these 2 are still batting at that stage, and then they take lunch. So he gets these 2 runs, one way or another. What happens next with the next, it's lunch, isn't it, when this wicket falls? Oh, there he goes for that swing again, trying to, and he's... Mercer almost needs to go and have a chat with him, doesn't he, and help him here.
Well, yeah, but if what Murtagh's saying is logical, which I wouldn't
bet on.
No, I wouldn't bet on at all. When he's got a bat in his hand, that's for sure. So Luke, block this ball out, wait till the fielders come up, and then have a bit of a dart at the last 2.
Shall I press mute for a few moments on you, Gus?
And you wonder why managing a cricket team takes its toll on people.
The precise placing of the fields for Mercer as well, who will surely reject the singles. These next 2 deliveries, if he does get bat on ball.
He will surely have a swipe, I bet you. Oh.
And he surely knows it's going to be full and straight as well.
It's a funny old game.
It is when Mercer's out in the middle.
I wouldn't say that's how I've sort of felt watching him bat on a number of occasions.
It's well bowled and well played. He's dug it out. Had to be from Harris, didn't it? Right into the block hole. Very well bowled. Perfect Yorker. but Mercer equal to it. 80 miles an hour, the Yorker. Mercer, the old man, gets his bat down on it. 379 for 9.
Well, that's a bit more like it, Tim, the last 2 balls. Getting behind it and playing for the figure at the other end. Now what does Luke do? Again, there's going to be everybody out on, well, there'll be a wicket keeper and a slip, I'd imagine. It looks like, actually, I think the captain is chatting with the bowler, hence the lack of a slip, because a couple of balls beat the outside edge in the last over. So I'd imagine that's a catching position that Glamorgan will employ. But other than that, it's a bit sort of like Baden Powell time, isn't it? Loads of scouts out on the boundary. So just looking here, deep backward square, deep man just in front of square, deep mid wicket, deep mid on, deep mid off, deep is extra cover, deep back, deep point, deep backward point. So every corner of the ground sort of covered by outfielders at this moment in time. It's going to take something special to clear that leg side, or to find a gap in that leg side.
There's the single, and there's the 50. 50 from 79 deliveries for Luke Holman. And 6 fours in 109 brilliant minutes this morning. Go back to that partnership beginning with Roland-Jones when the two of them dug in against a new ball that was doing a fair amount for Glamorgan. But he's got Middlesex up to that 4th batting point. Not to the 5th, but in a very strong match position.
Yeah, despite the sort of bit of a consternation in the last 5 minutes, been an excellent innings by Luke, and the positives far outweigh a couple of little question marks in the last 10 minutes.
Quick single, and they're through. Now this will be the fun. 4 balls left to the over. Holman on to strike.
That's his, how many? 50th of the year? So his
4th 50 of the year. Top score of the 82. I think it was down at Hove, that 82, wasn't it?
And it'd be nice. I mean, I don't suggest it's going to happen. If it does happen now, it'd be brilliant. But that quite soon he gets in with a batsman, and the recognised batsman hangs around long enough for him to really make a good push for that first class 100.
Picks up a single with the reverse sweep. Now to deep points. Odds 51. Can Mercer resist? Probably not. But you fancy it's the next over. If Holman's on strike to Harris with that short boundary to the leg side, that might be the one where you really see him try and target the mound and the tavern. But 3 balls left to this for Patel. Shuffle from Mercer, picks up the single down to long on. Interesting move to have the long on out for Mercer. Actually, you do wonder whether they'd be better trying to tempt him to sky one. Down the pitch this time is Holman, and he's got all of it over that long on, and it is a big boundary up there. 6 runs for Luke Holman. He moves to 57.
Lovely strong shot there by Luke. There is, I suppose, a little point now in wasting overs, but I suppose challenge is picking the right moment to attack each over. If there's any sense here, just take a single and get on strike next over. Well played, he says ironically.
It's actually interesting that the field up's giving the single there. Oh, the field back's giving the single. 390 for 9. Shaw pulled in the air and gone. And that is the end of the Middlesex innings. The end of Luke Holman. He's gone for 58 and 390 all out. It's a very, very good innings by Middlesex on a tricky surface here. Harris has returned with 5 for 90 off his 29, and very well bowled him on his return. He's managed to help Skittleham at the end and pick up that big wicket of Holman, who was always going to try and tee off in that over. But 390 is an excellent return from Middlesex, who themselves were disappointed they didn't bowl Glamorgan out that little bit cheaper for 214, which tells you that there's a bit in this surface, as there was this morning. Middlesex playing out that entire session this morning against the second new ball.
Yeah, it's to say well done James Harris, 5-wicket haul on his return to Lords to play against a county performed admirably well for a number of years, and happy that he's done that, and that Middlesex are in a strong position. So if it was at the expense of Middlesex getting in a strong position, you'd feel a little less glee for him, but no, delighted to see James doing well, and again, well played Middlesex. Got themselves into a very strong position here, largely through Mark Stoneman, performed beautifully. John Simpson, and Matt sat down there feeling a bit sorry for himself. Luke Holman, another 50 to his name. Maybe he didn't quite get it right, the tactics at the end there, and again with that ball, was it necessary then? Do you wait till the fielders come in at the end of the over, attack the spinners? But as Glamorgan walk off, James Harris leading his side off, the Middlesex players coming out for what is a really nice presentation that's about to take place.
Yeah, Mike Selvey, the club president, is about to present Mark Stoneman with his county cap, which are awarded not only for performances for Middlesex, but also in recognition of their contributions across the wider game. Since arriving at Middlesex from Surrey, Stoneman has scored 1,432 runs in all competitions, including 5 centuries in 24 games across his career. Stoneman has represented England on 11 occasions, as well as winning 4 county championships in his time both at Durham and Surrey. The award was Middlesex cap, very well deserved, says the statement. And congratulations to him. There he is, next to Ethan Bamber, in between Bamber and Eskenazi, and yeah, he's been an excellent signing, hasn't he, Mark Stoneman? And a few occasions I've spoken to him. There it is, Mike Selvey presented him with the cap in just a moment. A word first from the president. Never short of one, is he?
No, he loves the, and it's a special moment, especially done in front of the pavilion at Lords. A great place to play cricket, but a great place to receive something of this stature. Lovely cap that he'll be able to set aside. His other caps, really. I'm sure he's got England caps, Durham cap, and a Surrey cap. So the cap sort of is a ceremonial cap, not one that you're going to put on your head and play in, but with some tassels, as you see, and his name and the year that he got capped. So treasure for him, great moment for him, fully deserved. He's been an excellent signing for Middlesex on and off the field, and it's always a nice moment because it's something the other players enjoy hugely, and it's a wonderful place to be presented with something like that, with a picture as well as the cap that'll be with you for the rest of your life.
Yeah, nice moment for a fellow who's 35 now. I'd forgotten he's ticked over to 35 in the last few weeks, but still contributing heavily here, and perhaps with an eye on contributing at a higher level still as well. Alan Coleman was with us earlier on the mic, and the chief executive. Mr. Cornish there as well. There is going to be a second presentation which will take place now as well. Representatives of the SEAX Club are presenting a cheque for £6,000 to Middlesex Cricket to fund bursaries for young cricketers to play the game. Receiving the cheque on behalf of Middlesex is Josh Knappett, the Interim Director of Participation for the club. So that's what will follow now, which we can perhaps allow the stream to follow itself as well. There might be a few moments for that one. So that'll take place in the next few moments. The stream will be on running on that. Gus and I will run and get a cuppa though before we get going, because it'll be no time again. Play to resume at 1:20 as we said. So just under 40 minutes we'll be back on the live stream here from Lords. Angus Fraser, myself, Kevin Hadd. I think you're back later in the day, aren't you, Gus?
I am, yeah. Look forward to it.
Alan Coleman will be with us as well. Thanks for your time this morning. Gus, thanks for your company. Everybody at home, we'll be back in just under 40 minutes then. Middlesex 390 all out in their first innings. Everybody, and welcome back to Lords. The second innings for the visitors, Glamorgan, about to get underway. An excellent performance by Middlesex bat and ball so far. 214 all out, the visitors having been put in on that first day, and Middlesex racketing up 390. It means Tim Murtagh has the ball in hand down below us at the nursery ends. Lloyd and Byram out there, and 3 slips and a gully in place. Glorious sunshine. Pretty good position for the hosts, but that's cricket. Glamorgan know they need to go out there and get very, very close to that 390 now to have something to bowl at. Or, if the weather stays fair, or fair enough, then Middlesex will be claiming second spot at the end of this round. It's a fascinating finale yet again in the County Championship. Division 2 promotion up for grabs, and this is a big, big spell for the season for both these counties. I'm Kevin Hand. Alongside me for the start of the afternoon session is Alan Coleman, head of men's performance at Middlesex. And well, Alan, it's that man again, Luke Holman. I was giving him the Young Player of the Year award first thing this morning, and that's pretty much why.
Yeah, brilliant little period that for Middlesex, with Simpson, Higgins, Holman in that middle order. The number 6, 7 and 8 contributing a large percentage of those runs.
Crunched away, 4 runs. Glamorgan off the mark in their second innings. That was given some by Lloyd, and perhaps just a little bit of frustration, a little bit of aggression.
Yeah, statement of intent there from David Lloyd, short and wide from Murtagh, and he's really punished that into the cover boundary, smashed into the advertising boards there. A real statement of intent for Glamorgan. Third ball of the innings.
They were very positive from the off in the first innings, Glamorgan, and it led to a great deal of debate about the way that they went about it. Haven't been put in 10:30 start, counter-attacking, not quite that far, but certainly positive. Almost felt in this innings as though they couldn't be. They're so far behind that they're going to have to try and play the long game, and if they lose, they lose. But this is modern cricket, and modern cricket, I don't want to say baseball, but there is that. There is, one, you don't let the bowler bowl at you. That's an old adage. But 2, you get out there and you do try and wrestle back some advantage, some momentum, because it's heavily against Glamorgan at the moment. So as you say, perhaps wanting to set the tempo, set the tone, try and lead by example, lead from the front. The Glamorgan skipper. Skipper. Murtagh didn't pick him up in the first innings. It was Roland-Jones who got Lloyd. Murtagh picked up Byram, caught Simpson for 4. Gill was bowled Roland-Jones for that bottom edge for 22, and then North East was the fourth to go, 48 for 4 when he was caught Simpson off Murtagh.
Yeah, I think Middlesex here looking to get into that middle order as early as they possibly can. The quality of Gill and North East at 3 and 4, a real strength of this Glamorgan batting lineup.
On the spot to finish the over, Tim Murtagh. Yeah, that was a brilliant morning. Simpson obviously grabs a few more runs. Higgins as well. They were just starting to get going when you left on the mic and we left each other's company this morning. They'd both just fallen, and Gus hadn't seen the replay of either. I said that it was kind of 2 brilliant balls played by 2 batters that were in, seeing it relatively big, but of course by now it was a new ball which was doing a bit, and they were both playing a little bit squarer than perhaps they should have been to a new ball. But nonetheless, they batted well, and the 2 that followed, well, the man who's got the ball in hand now, Roland-Jones and Holman, they were outstanding. And albeit it was only, 20-odd, just approaching 20, wasn't it, for Roland-Jones, but the partnership was crucial, because when those 2 wickets quickly fell, it could have been a case of Glamorgan hammering through the rest of the tail.
It certainly could have been. Yeah, we've seen many occasions in this game that old adage of 1 brings 2 quite quickly, and Middlesex did very, very well to stem that flow of wickets after the Simpson and Higgins dismissals earlier on this morning. Holman fantastic for his 50 there. Roland-Jones very well supported, and Bamber even sucking up quite a few balls.
Ooh, edged. Very full outside off stump. Holman covers his face. I don't think it was a drop, was it? Did it carry? It was.
It was a big outside edge there from Byram driving at Roland-Jones, and that's gone through to Holman, and a disappointing start there for Middlesex after the drop catches in the first innings.
I didn't think it had carried. It was so low, wasn't it? And indeed so full from Roland-Jones. I thought it shot along. I didn't realise that it had gone. But Holman, off the back of the 50, covering his face there with his shirt. Be covering his face the next time he walks past Roland-Jones. Full again, looking to give it every chance. Roland-Jones first up after the interval. See what there is out there. It's glorious conditions for batting at the moment, but again, it's been a seamer's surface here. There's been a bit of swing for Higgins, Mercer as well, or even a little bit for Hogan this morning.
Yeah, has been a seamer-friendly surface, as you said. It did plenty this morning for the Glamorgan bowlers. Jimmy Harris especially, I thought he was outstanding. Picked up 5 wickets, but while a brilliant spell this morning, really put the Middlesex batters under pressure. Roland-Jones looking to do the same here.
Not short and punished. Really got after it. Only long leg back, so making sure that he was keeping in control and keeping it square. Lloyd is happy to work it into the onside by any manner, really.
Yeah, Lloyd very strong against the short ball, quite a short player height-wise, and picks up that length very, very well with cuts and pulls, and Roland-Jones just a touch too short there. With somebody of Lloyd's sort of height and stature, you do have to go up the pitch a little bit more to try and drag him forward. So it's quite, as a bowler, you probably feel like you're having to bowl very, very full, almost half volley length, just to drag him out of his crease a little bit, and that will be what Roland-Jones is trying to do here.
That's bowled right onto the spot. Yeah, we wondered how they go about it, whether they would counter-attack Roland-Jones and Holman this morning, but they played the long game, and it was only at the end that Holman started to counter a little, which led to his downfall. He was the last to go. Probably still pondering that innings. There was muddled thinking. You could just see there was a little bit of confusion as it was approaching the 5th batting point, the 400. Holman wanted to get after it, wanted to go into it. Should he get going for it? You could see he and Bamber were talking about it a fair old bit. That's leg side. Fine of the sweeper who set back. Deep square had gone back from mid-wicket, but fine of... I want to say Stoneman, but I keep getting Stoneman and Milan wrong. It is Stoneman.
Stoneman, 2 straight from Roland-Jones here. Glamorgan flying now. 3 boundaries in their first 11 balls of this innings. Well clipped away by Lloyd there. And you're right, Mark Stoneman, down at deep square leg, awarded his county cap at lunchtime. Recognition of his 5 centuries for Middlesex so far in his career. But also what he's done in the game for both Surrey and Durham.
Leg side again from Roland-Jones. Oh, is he stopped it? He has, I think. He actually clawed at it once it was over the white rope, but it was in the air at that point. And his elbow fell the right side of the rope, or certainly he'd released the ball. The naked eye look that we had at it, it looked very clean. And it actually looked like an exceptional piece of work from Stoneman out there on the boundary. 15 without loss after 2.
Yeah, very good bit of work out there on the boundary from Stoneman, who has saved Glamorgan's 4th boundary in the first 2 overs. That would have been. So not the start Middlesex would have been hoping for here. Very expensive. And Glamorgan already chipping away at that lead. It was 176, now 161. So Middlesex, Merters and Roland-Jones with their experience here will just be looking to drag this back a little bit. Just start to build a little bit of pressure and challenge the forward defensive of both the left-handed Byram and the right-handed Lloyd.
We'll make the most of that last shot you just saw there, the cloud cover over us, or light fluffy cloud cover over us in the media centre. There's the police helicopter. Heard Mercer's burgling some wickets again. That was the way it was always looked on when he first arrived at Middlesex. It was Chris Silverwood and Alan Richardson. Silverwood and Main Richo wouldn't say it, would he? But Silverwood was always on at Mercer, burgling some wickets as the change bowler. Oh, he very nearly burgled another one there, didn't he? Can you burgle 1,000 wickets?
I think it's pretty tricky to burgle that many. depending on who you ask, I'm not sure what the percentage of those wickets have been burgled, but fine performer for many years, both Surrey and for Middlesex. Crossed the river in 2007, is that right? And his career really flew from that point. Was mainly involved in the white ball stuff for Surrey at the start of his career. Has really established himself as one of the county cricket's finest performers with the red ball.
Leg stump half volley, put away. Byram's first boundary, he moves to 5, 19 without loss.
Boundaries are flowing here for Glamorgan. Lead is now 157. Murtagh just missing leg side there to Byram, left-hander, who is actually just across his stump, so that would have hit leg stump had he have missed it, but very, very well controlled and put away from Byram for 4 runs.
Better to go too full than too short at this stage of an innings generally in England, isn't it? But they're just guilty, the pair of them, over pitching a little. There you go, back on the spot. Lovely ball from Murtagh. Sorry, will want to operate away. And again, at this stage of the innings, if you're going to change your length slightly from where he's just put that one as a bowler, you'll think just go that little bit up fuller and see if the feet are moving. But it can result in it being a half volley, as we've seen a few. But again, both Roland-Jones and Murtagh, you forgive them though, those for the amount of wickets they've taken. Well, most people do anyway, just not Gus Fraser. Who's in good form this morning. You wouldn't have heard the end of the innings when Holman and Murtagh were batting and the field were out. Right, just play out the 4 dot balls and then the field comes up and hit your boundary and you got your 50. I couldn't, I was wetting myself when they took the single second ball of the over.
Always a funny time of the game, that, isn't it, where you've got the field back and, you know, the argument for Middlesex needing as many runs as possible. Do they just take the runs and trust the number 10, number 11 to bat it out? Or does the in-batter try and take most of the deliveries?
It'll be cut off, just a single swing the over, 3 gone, 20 without loss.
But then the challenge that does put on the in-batter is that the only runs they can score really is a boundary. Very hard thing to do when there are 7, 8, 9 fielders on the ropes. So always a bit of a debate there. Yeah, I think so. That police helicopter, somewhere in central London, Buckingham Palace, Westminster Hall, maybe. That's where. Yeah, indeed. Queen, the Lion in State. That starts later on this evening, doesn't it?
I assume it is. I haven't actually located where it is in the skyline, so it probably is over our left shoulder, which will be down towards central London. Often see it away over in front of the pavilion, but it isn't today. 30-hour queue to see Her Majesty's coffin in Westminster, which, well, quite incredible few days, really.
It has been. I'm sure it's been mentioned on here, Glamorgan obviously being thrown out of their hotel, Danubius hotel that they were staying in, just literally.
Actually, I don't think I've got to that yet.
Have you not?
No.
No. So just behind the mound stand, the hotel of choice for many teams playing at Lord's, the Danubius. Byram right across his stumps here, trying to cover the line of that. Yeah, and Glamorgan at a very last minute. The hotel's been taken over by the police, I believe, with all of the police force being brought in from around the country. Glamorgan had to find a new hotel pretty quickly and ended up at the one in Watford, I believe. As close as they could get. So they're both teams having to do the commute. A number of the Middlesex players have quite a lengthy commute in, and Glamorgan having the same.
Who's got the longest commute? The Middlesex players, squad, coaching, management staff as well.
Roland-Jones and Stoneman, sort of southwest London, Wimbledon, Surbiton, that sort of way.
Oh, my part of the world.
Yeah, Richard Johnson probably the furthest though, I would say. He moved house, Sunbury boy obviously, but moved house when he was with Surrey. So yeah, he's got a decent commute from the bottom of the M25.
Used to always see him in Kingston, going over Kingston Bridge. We drove past, we were sat at lights one day and looked at each other, scared the living daylights out of each other when we looked to each other's side.
Yeah, so some lengthy commutes. Murtagh's out sort of northwest London, maybe slightly more west than north perhaps, but so yeah, the boys do some miles to get in.
Did bump into Jono even more awkwardly than that. Well, it wasn't awkward on the bridge, it was just a shock. He kind of turned to one side and saw he was in the car next to him. We bumped into each other in the shops right in the middle of the application process for the Middlesex job. Right, Jono. Right, Kev. Busy? Kinda. Filling out any forms of late? Maybe.
We should have got you on the interview panel, actually, shouldn't we? You've seen plenty of Middlesex coaches and seem to have a handle on what works and what doesn't.
20 without loss after 4. Embers used to come up at the end of a day's play. So go on, Kev, you've watched all 2 days so far. What do you think? Gus often used to come up after 2 days and say a few things, but it wasn't along those lines, though. Interview panel that involved that man, I believe, isn't it? Tim Murtaugh, wasn't he? Well, he's consulted anyway as club captain.
Yeah, it was quite a lengthy process actually we went through with the appointments, a couple of rounds of interviews and then some further little bits. Yeah, Tim Murtaugh sat on the first round, sort of a bit of a cricket feel to the first round and then a bit of a personality feel to the second round. So it was very good to get Murtaugh's input.
Sure, I think Murtaugh played with Johnson at Middlesex in that set. He did. I'm trying to remember when Johnson came back, because he was done by 2008, wasn't he, Johnson? So they just had that one season together then in 2007.
Yes, I think so. I think it was sort of a very brief overlap. And then Richard obviously went away, did some coaching, did a bit for Berkshire, a little bit at Wellington College as well, coaching-wise, and then came back as second-team coach for Middlesex.
I think he pretty much replaced Chris Silverwood, didn't he, when Silverwood finished. It was Richardson, Johnson and Mercer, I'm guessing, was the bowling attack, and Finn, of course, at that point. The emerging Finn.
Perhaps Danny Evans around?
Yeah, who was keeping Finn out of the side for a long while.
Yeah, it was during one of the rain breaks yesterday. Ramps and Jono were holding court, talking about their departures from the club in 2000. So Richard left to go to Somerset in 2000, and Ramps nipped across the. I think he nipped across the river, I believe.
Could do a whole dressing room reunions in the winter just based on that, couldn't we? Let those two hold court.
No, it was fascinating for the younger players. Were sitting lapping it up, listening to Ramps and Jono talk about. Obviously, they went through the John Buchanan year and then the Gat years, and then their sort of departures from the club, and so yeah, it was fascinating half an hour.
It was amazing Buchanan's rise really as coach from that point, wasn't it? He was seen as a maverick in his early days as a coach in some ways. He wants to have a very successful career.
He did. Led the Queensland side, I believe, and then Australia. Very successful.
Inside edge on that, I fancy. Got outside the line of off as well. Ooh, didn't get outside the line of off at all.
No, actually going the other way, wasn't it? Looks like he hit him on the back thigh there, on the back thigh pad. David Lloyd probably just beating leg stump, you would say. A little bit of movement.
Now you know why I always watch the screen and not the middle. I watched the middle for that one and totally got it wrong.
Yeah, Jimmy Harris got a bit of movement from this end earlier on. Murtaugh finding that same movement.
Yeah, Embers was next in line after those two, wasn't he? And then Rodney Marsh, another Australian, was talked about as a potential coach to come in, which big name for sure to come in to follow Embers.
Embers then.
Toby Radford.
Where was Richard Pybus? Was he in between Embury and Radford?
Yes, you're right, it went to Pybus, then it went to Radford, didn't it, when Pybus left halfway through the season.
And then obviously Richard Scott followed Toby Radford. Toby Radford was the coach who was in charge when the T20 win was, and then Richard Scott obviously in charge when the 2016 championship win and the promotion from the second division in 2011. Richard Scott in charge for both of those.
And the championship.
Yeah.
Or is that what you'd said? Sorry, pay attention.
I had said that. And he was here.
To most things
He was actually here. Richard Scott was here Monday. It was good to see him.
Was he?
He was around on Monday. Yeah, popped along to watch for the day. Very
Where
good.
was he watching from?
He was in the pavilion. He had a suit on. Definitely had a tie on.
Oh, I would have liked
He
to have
popped
seen
into
that.
the change room to say hello to the boys as well. Very well received, especially by the older members of the group who played in that sort of those two successful campaigns.
It's a fraction low again, that one.
But a great man, Richard Scott, and did a wonderful job in charge of Middlesex Cricket during that period. Not many people can say they've coached a team to win a county championship.
I didn't realise when Mark Stoneman collected his cap, he's won the championship 4 times. Could there be another stab at it for him next year? I keep winding up Mercer saying you can't give it up until you've had at least one more go at Division 1. He had to leave the party here in 2016, didn't he? Because he had a flight to South Africa to play for Ireland, so had to leave the celebrations. He was distraught, wasn't he? As you would be, of course. Didn't even make it to the tavern.
Never needs too much encouragement to celebrate. Does our Tim?
One of the last of the old school, isn't he? Tim Mercer. It's a very different game when I started doing this job in 2005. And even then it changed a lot.
It's changed dramatically, isn't it? Cricket continually moving forward. Much more professional than it was. Still got some way to go to catch up with other sports. That's part of obviously the high performance review and the themes coming out of that. But still got some way to go. But things have definitely moved on.
End of the over, 20 without loss. Even Danny Warren was saying that the other day in the Sunrisers commentary. Head of regional cricket for the Sunrisers. Danny Warren, game of course cancelled on Friday for them, postponed I should say, due to the Queen's passing. Both Sunrisers and their opponents were booked into the hotels the night before in Northamptonshire. And she said the game has changed so much. The freebie basically on the Thursday night for both sides, but she said that the girls, they take it so serious now, the fitness and their nutrition, that there was no real thoughts of a freebie at all. It was training on the Thursday, and then the game postponed.
But I think cricket will always be a social sport, won't it, with the way it's played, the duration of the games and the amount of time you spend together. There will always be that social element, whether you play professional cricket or club cricket or, you know, whatever level you play at. Probably the most sociable game of them all. But yeah, the attitudes have certainly changed of late. Players are much fitter, stronger, faster now than they probably have ever been. As a whole, I will say there were always exceptions to that rule.
You didn't have to say that just because Tim Mercer was in shot. Incredible, 42nd year. Still leading the attack and leading the club. Club captain.
He's done a wonderful job in the club captain role. Bit of a figurehead, obviously stepped in to lead the championship with Pete Hanscom leaving early to return to Australia, a role that Tim took on last year as well, and has done very, very well in the leadership role.
Width and put away. Lloyd goes hard at it. 24 without loss.
Floated that delivery up. Murtagh asked it to swing. Did look like the ball did swing away from Lloyd there, but very full and very wide, and easily put away for 4 runs. Positive start here from Glamorgan, 24 from their 6.3 overs so far. And the lead now just nearing 150.
Dropped short, put away by Lloyd. And 4 more, 28 without loss.
Middlesex supporters and Glamorgan supporters will have seen Lloyd do this in the T20. I think he was outstanding in that game down at Sapphire Gardens earlier on in the year, and has again taken that positive approach, 22 off 22, and played beautifully so far.
End of the 7th, 28 without loss. Yeah, positive start for these two. Deficit below 150 now, which again, it just takes a little bit of pressure off, doesn't it? All of a sudden, 9 for 2. Whatever they were in the first innings, it was 9 for 2, 48 for 4, which they could still be. But that'll have been on Lloyd's mind. 22 off 23, positive again. Gill in at 3, 22 off 23 for him in the first innings, wasn't it? Lovely shot from Byram, his second boundary.
Yeah, what a beautiful extra cover drive that was. Wasn't overly full there from Roland-Jones. Full enough. Byram's just guided that beautifully past the right hand of Tim Murtagh at mid-off for 4 runs. Roland-Jones' first runs he's conceded in a couple of overs there. He's bowled 2 maidens on the bounce after his 11 off the first over. So he's managed to build a bit of pressure, but a release there, and well played by Byram.
Let's have a look at that one again. Coley, looking at that stance of Byram.
Yeah, so Roland-Jones just moved around the wicket here, but you can see Byram's feet. You can't actually see the stumps on the camera. He's so far outside. A leg stump, after he's done his pre-delivery movement, leg stump just creeps in behind him that you can see. So as a bowler now, Roland-Jones has got a decision to make. Does he hang the ball outside and does he move with Byram, or does he target the pads? You can't really target the stumps, can you, when he's that far across?
Oh, inside edge saves him. Now right arm around to the left-hander with the slope. There's a chance because the slope's in your favour, but it's still a fair old angle. He'd have been outside the line of off on that one anyway. But the ball before, funnily enough, actually was the closer one, but the ball before he played quite nicely.
That's the thing. So Byram is that far across his stumps. He's trying to take as many dismissals out of the game as possible. So trying to take the bowled and the LBW out of the game by being outside the line of the stumps. Danger of that is you get drawn into playing at balls that potentially you would leave. So there's always a compromise with these things, and he'll be hoping to not nick one behind.
Nicely bowled, nicely played.
Obviously on these pitches that move, you either move outside off stump and you try to ensure that you take bowled and LBW out of the game, but that means you have to leave the ball well, and you don't want to be caught behind. Or you go the other way, you bat on leg stump, give the bowler the stumps, but then you need to make sure that you can cover them and you don't get bowled. But sitting leg side opens up the offside to score through. So batters have got decisions to make in these conditions where the ball is moving around.
Got some big decisions to make. With Roland-Jones bowling like that, he'll always extract bounce on any surface, and he's a lethal pavilion end bowler.
Angle in, shape away is often the way with Roland-Jones from the pavilion end there. Lloyd watched the ball go past his gloves there as it just jumped off a length. We've seen a couple stay down, probably the first one today I've seen that's bounced. So very good signs for Middlesex.
He actually played it so it bounced more, didn't he? On that first one I looked at it and thought, oh, how much has that got up? But as it went past the edge, it did go past the edge, didn't it? It didn't go past the grill or the chest. It was an exaggerated response from Lloyd. But nonetheless, as you say, it's that bounce that Roland-Jones will want to find on any given surface. And if there is one or two that just keeps a fraction low, then one like that helps for the bowler. Just to say, don't forget, I'll still find bounce as well, so don't get too far forward. I'm going to miss this, Coley. What are you going to do next week? The week after.
Leicester away.
Week after that.
Yeah, Leicester away, Worcester away, isn't it? Plenty going on in the world of cricket at the moment.
I mean, sitting here nattering with you, I'm going to miss this.
Are you? You have to FaceTime me once a week or something.
Yeah.
Just
Should we do a podcast? Get Gus on every now and again, just in case the listenership gets too big.
Sure, we can come up with an imaginative name for our podcast. Perhaps we could start with that extraordinary collection of fruit that you've got there on your plate. Splendid variety of strawberries, I can see. What else have we got?
I'm thinking, you know, the winter ahead. Actually, I don't even know what all the fruit is on that plate. Yeah, storing up the fuel now. It always is the conundrum for a cricket commentator that we're the only breed of people that put weight on through the summer. Cakes, scones.
Coaches do as well. They certainly do. 4 meals a day.
Yeah, actually that's true. Yeah. Well, it's the nervous eating for you guys as well, I bet.
I try and avoid lunch. It's fair to say at Lord's. It is a lovely experience, as we know, but. I think I would be the size of the pavilion if I ate lunch every day and didn't do a huge amount of exercise.
Nice clip, but a 5-4 field now, so it's tight in there on the onside.
He's just gone with the catch in mid-wicket here. With Byram so far across his stumps, perhaps Middlesex hoping that his head falls over a little bit, and sometimes when you do that, the ball goes in the air to mid-wicket.
Just having a look for Mr. Hignell in there. Glamorgan scorer. It's Don Shelley in the middle. Ah, there he is on the right. Andy Scarlett as well, scoreboard operator. End of the over, 33 without loss. I was asked the other day, I think David Kendrick's will mind me naming him. He said somebody's been coming here for 18 years. No, it may have been Andrew Sampson actually, because he'd gone up there to visit. He said somebody's been coming here for 18 years, and they've finally had the lamb shank in the pavilion. They've waited 18 years to have it. I said Don Shelley's avoided the lamb shank for 18 years because this is his 18th, same as me. But also Mr. Hignell on the right there. It's his 18th season doing it. And he's finally had the lamb at Lord's. And he's a very happy man too.
It is lush, the lamb, I will say that. It's a beautiful... I mean, Andy and the team in the players' dining room do an outstanding job, as you know. It's world famous for their food, and it's like a restaurant experience.
Oh, that's gone down to long leg for a single, inside edge.
Sometimes Middlesex haven't really got it. We saw a ball bounce in previous over from Roland-Jones. Middlesex haven't really got it to do as much as Glamorgan did. Perhaps the heavy roller influence often dampens it down for a little period of time. Mark Stoneman was saying earlier on in the change room when we were talking that his sort of experience suggests that their roller lasts about 45 minutes. So perhaps 8, 9, 10 overs in, we might just start to see the ball nip a bit more. Sort of 45 minutes to an hour where the roller starts to wear off. So keep an eye on that, and keep an eye on the movement that Roland-Jones especially will get if that roller does start to wear off.
Edged, short. Max Holden at fourth slip. Byram's already had that one life at third. Holman in there, probably still pondering it now as he sees that one go short of fourth. Max Holden. Robson at second, Eskenazi at slip.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a revolving door, the cordon this year for Middlesex.
It's a beaut from Roland-Jones down the slope. And a word as well for Byram.
So Eskenazi a mainstay in there normally, but obviously got injured after the first game here, missed a few. Robson was then out of the slips for a little while with a bit of a hand injury as well. So Holman's been in there at third. Holden, Anderson's normally sort of fourth slip, third slip, fourth slip or gully. Tom Helm's very good in there as well, and Peter Hanscom earlier on in the season. So there's been a number of slip fielders. Nicely clipped away there by Byram. 2 runs down to Peter Milan there at fine leg. And you would say often with very good 4-day sides, the slip cordon is one constant and that you want consistency with, because it's such a vital part of the game.
I was going to say a fair few runs in that slip cordon as well, with the keeper, who's topping the charts this year in the averages, 63. Stoneman's got the most runs, 884. Simpson 63 runs back on that from 4 fewer innings. Straight to mid-off on this occasion from Lloyd. And then third on the list, Sam Robson, 675, averaging 42. Eskenazi was unlucky, wasn't he? Got that century first innings of the season, then he broke a finger, taking a catch in that match, so he was done for pretty much half the campaign as far as the championship's concerned. Had that incredible run in white ball cricket this summer. End of the 10th, 35 without loss. But his average in the championship, 31.5. He'd be disappointed he hasn't been able to add to that 1 century that he's got so far in the 9 innings. But that's the way cricket works nowadays. Again, David Milan, remember he had a very similar run. I know we've discussed this before, where he was racking up the runs in white ball cricket for a few years and just couldn't said he couldn't score a run, but there just weren't the runs in the championship. He said that's the way it goes. You know, you're going week upon week to different competitions. You might get a run in one, then the other one you don't.
And John Simpson's been that way this year, isn't he? A bit of a struggle in the T20 competition.
Beautiful shot. Shot of the innings. Quite call it shot of the day. Coleman flashed a few around here and there, didn't he?
He did. Holman played some very good reverse sweeps. They're up there for shot of the day, but I think that's definitely up there as well. Classical off drive there from Eddie Byram, the former Somerset batsman, now at Glamorgan. Don't hit them much straighter than that, do you? Very, very good shot.
Max Holden, who's in that slip cord, he's averaging 37 this year. It's good from him, isn't it? At 550, he's very unlucky not to have a century to his name. Got a bit of a shocker up at Trent Bridge. And a freeze frame in the caught at slip, and as he missed the ball, you can actually see the keeper's chin between the ball and the bat as it went past the edge. It leapt on him outside off. And it then bounced off the keeper's or looped up off the keeper's glove to slip.
And that's that dismissal was why sort of DRS was brought into Test cricket, wasn't it? It was just to ensure that the real howler of a decision doesn't is taken out of the game. Really, there's always going to be fine calls in cricket, and that's right. There's margin calls all the time, and the umpires have to make good decisions. And generally in English cricket, we're lucky with the standard of our umpiring, I would say.
Beaut from Mercer.
But yeah, Holden, very disappointed DRS wasn't available for that one. I think he'd have been reviewing pretty quickly.
Picked up a new nickname at the end of that match, didn't he, Max Holden? Got a level one for the amount of time it took him to leave the crease, which actually was commentating with the BBC Nottinghamshire commentator for that game, Dave Bracegirdle. He was very sympathetic of Holden.
Well, I think we obviously have pre-season meetings as sort of this director of cricket role than I do, with a slightly different title, but
well recovered.
But the ECB are very hot on what is perceived to be dissent. Even if a player says it's disappointment, if it looks like dissent on a camera, and as Lancashire are seeing at the moment, we were talking about their doctor points earlier on for a number of indiscretions. You get 5 level ones in a 12-month period, and it's a rolling period. And also, if you sign a player who's got a level 1, they bring it with them as well. So, there's a really interesting sort of dynamic with it. What is disappointment and what is dissent? And a fine line, and it's often an umpire's judgment out there. But yeah, Max deserved his level 1 for the time it took him to get off the field, and he apologised to his teammates and to me, and to all of the Middlesex staff actually for the way he reacted. But as you rightly said, probably justified.
He didn't apologise to me. I saw him on Eskenazi. Took his List A record early this summer at Radlett. Just said sorry, Max. And a big smile on his face. He said, "Oh well, all things come to an end." Couldn't rule him out taking it back one day. Time on his side, young Max Holden. And had a good summer this year. Good to see him get those first-class runs this year.
He's 2 games away from being the only ever present with Middlesex. He's played all 8 50-over games, all 14 T20s, and so far he's played all 12 championship games.
That's hooked away. Nicely done by Lloyd, just a little too straight and a little too short from Roland-Jones. Lloyd's on to 27, 43 without loss.
There's been a high number of boundaries in this Glamorgan innings, and Lloyd's played a couple of very good pick-up pull shots. Another one there, just taking it off his left hip. Found the gap beautifully between Ryan Higgins and Mark Stoneman, both on the legs, the shorter leg side boundary, just in front of the mound stand.
Just gone searching for it a little bit too much, these two perhaps.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're keen to, as I said, take some new ball wickets, get into Shubman Gill and Sam North East as early as you can.
It's a fair 3 and 4, isn't it, that Glamorgan have. It's a pretty decent 1 and 2 in Lloyd and Byram. Skipper, a good signing from Somerset as well, Eddie Byram.
Yeah, definitely. Never quite broke through at Somerset, did he? He showed a lot of potential and put together some very good performances for Somerset, but just didn't ever seem to be able to nail down a place in that order. Probably now with Hildreth going, he would have been sort of booked in to play, wouldn't he? But with Hildreth retiring, sorry. But making a success of it at Glamorgan.
Open face from Lloyd, but edgily backward of points. Take 2. Lloyd's 29. Like Higgins and Franklin in 2018. If he'd have stayed one more year, Higgins, he'd have played every single game. I can't remember exactly how it fell, but there were injuries in 2018 that would have seen Higgins play every single game that summer if he'd have stayed.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's funny how things pan out, isn't it? But great to have Ryan Higgins back in Middlesex colours. I was saying to him the other day, the navy blue just looks good on him. It looks right. It's good to see him back in it.
Thick edge from Lloyd on this occasion, backward of point for a single more. Moves to 30. Really good defiance from these two, for as much as Roland-Jones and Mercer haven't quite got it right. Hugely pressured situation for Glamorgan. They're the side that are in second and stand to lose second spot if they lose this game.
It's been a sort of funny spell this from Roland-Jones, isn't it? First over went for 11, then 2 maidens, and now the last 2.5 deliveries have now gone for 14. So sort of a bit of an in and out spell so far, and a drop catch in there as well.
A couple have gone away down the slope from him, haven't they? But there's only really been that one ball, I think, to Lloyd that's really made us all sit up and think, oh yeah, that's what he's looking for. End of the 12th, 48 without loss. Morgan trail by 130 now.
And the man we were just talking about, Ryan Higgins, coming into the attack to replace captain Tim Murtagh. With the ball still 12 overs old. Be interesting to see if Higgins can extract any more movement out of this pitch.
Well, that prodigious swing that he was getting. Huge amounts of swing in that first innings. Overheads aren't there for it today, but there was that little bit of swing earlier today for Hogan when he was coming in from the pavilion end.
If Mark Stoneman is correct, that sort of first hour's now there or thereabouts, isn't it? So that roller will be wearing off, the heavy roller will be wearing off, and this, in Mark Stoneman's theory, he's got a lot of theories, but in this theory, this is where we will see some movement. So it'll be interesting to see what Higgins, and I suspect Bamble will be on soon from his favoured pavilion end, and be interesting to see what the two Middlesex change bowlers can get out of the surface.
A little bit of shape in, first ball, but working with it, Lloyd. He gets a couple straight of Mercer, might think about a third. Looks like Murder might have had the rack of lamb as well at lunch. Comfortable too. You can't leave it at that. What's his best theory, Stoneman?
No, there are plenty of good theories, plenty of good ideas. Some interesting conspiracy theories in there as well. No, he's a great man, Mark Stoneman. Been a wonderful addition in the just over a year that he's been at Middlesex.
Shaping again for Higgins. Yeah, but there are good theories and good theories. So when you say he's got a couple of good theories, which one are we going with?
No, he has, and very, very passionate, Mark, about the future of county cricket as well, and what should happen. He's made his views explicitly clear to me, which has been brilliant. As I said, he's a big county cricket man and a great advocate of our game.
Go on then. expand on it for us. It is the talking point at the moment.
It is, yeah, and Mark is Mark and all of our players by and large really are yes, they want a better balanced season, but not necessarily less cricket, which is really, really refreshing to hear. They love playing this game. They love playing for Middlesex and the opportunities they get to play at the home of cricket. So Mark's very passionate about county cricket and believes that you've got to play to get better. He's very much in that mindset. Many of our players agree with him.
Go back to what Tom Helm said at the start of the season when I talked to him about consistency in an interview after he was on that great run, wasn't he? First 3 or 4 games before he picked up a side stream. He's produced some real highs over the years, and I said to him, this has to be the best consistent run of form that you've put together. And he said, yeah, for sure. So what do you do? How do you bottle this now? How do you hold on to it? And he said, I've thought about it, and what I need to do is keep bowling. So if I'm not in the side, make sure I'm in the seconds bowling. The seconds aren't playing, get out there and bowl somewhere. Just keep bowling. Which sounds obvious, but in this day and age it's not always that easy. And again, players have actually struggled for matches the last month or so, haven't they? End of the 13th, 49 without loss.
They have, and Middlesex very lucky actually with the group of bowlers. They love bowling, and it may sound a bit of a funny thing to say, but you read a lot around injuries of bowlers and workloads and red zones and so on. Our medical team and our bowling group and our bowling coaches, Richard Johnson obviously leading the coaching program, but Jade Dernbach as well, very keen that the lads bowl. Got to bowl to get better, and as long as it's in a decently managed environment, and as long as we're not overexerting ourselves at the wrong times of the week, then Middlesex are keen for the boys to bowl, and Tom Helm's definitely benefited from that theory, as you're saying.
Ethan Bamber on for Roland-Jones. It felt like it was time for a change. I was going to say that actually when he talked about the strange spell that it was from Roland-Jones. It just felt like, actually, do you know what? Take a breather, let him have a go and come back. Which you do see it with Roland-Jones. He can come back and have an incredible second spell. Oh, right up there, first ball. More often because he's just bowled without luck in his first spell. Now, on this occasion, it was just a slightly off one from him. But take a blow and come again. Take a moment to consider.
When you've got 4 high-quality seamers to call upon, you do have that luxury. You'd expect Roland-Jones will find a bit of rhythm probably in his second spell here and get on a bit of a roll, as county cricket fans often see. But Middlesex lucky to have 4 high-quality bowlers, and Bamber, the youngest of the 4, into the attack now.
Nice line, nice length there from Bamber. That's about where he'll want to operate. Lloyd was happily on the front foot to that one, so you want to be over pitching much more on that length.
Struggled for a bit of consistency in innings 1, Bamber. He'll be happy with that as a start to build a spell from. He prides himself on his discipline and being miserly with the run rates, sort of mini Gus Fraser in that way, just slightly less grumpy.
That's crunched away, width on this occasion. And the 50 up for Glamorgan. Lloyd capitalises. It's 53 without loss.
An impressive start from Lloyd here for his 37. A little bit of shape there from Ethan Bamber, but just too wide. And Lloyd has put that away very, very effectively for 4.
There it is. You just see Lloyd with that length having to check the shot.
We talk a lot about batters having to adjust back from white ball cricket into red. I think the same can be said for the bowlers. You often see slight changes in actions from the white ball stuff because they're trying to bowl a high percentage of Yorkers and slower balls. So just for a bowler, just to build a bit of rhythm and find a bit of consistency, can take a bit of time, especially during that month of August where there are only 8 days of competitive cricket played for Middlesex.
Bowled again. Gave it every chance there, Bamber. And that's the fine line. He's gone slightly straighter, slightly fuller, but that's where the margins go wrong. He gave some more slightly straight with that line, and all of a sudden it's a clip into the onside, slightly fuller, and he's driven down the ground, but it was almost the top corner, that one, wasn't it, for him? It was exactly where you want to be to ask the questions, but you know you've got a fine line. Very small margin of error there as a bowler, going that aggressive, that full and straight. With again, sweeper set back, just a single. Into the 14th, 53 without loss. He bowled really well in the Royal London until he got injured. It was a fabulous partnership he had with Yadav, wasn't it, to begin with? And I guess Middlesex not making it through to the knockout stages of that competition, he could in part really put that down to the injury of Bamber.
You could. He was outstanding. Bowled at the start. Picked up some key wickets. Often had bowled his spells in that sort of by the 30th over or 35th over. So didn't do as much work at the death, but was very, very effective. Went at 5 and over, I think, during the competition. So him and Yadav were a brilliant opening combination for Middlesex during that period. And it was a shame, yeah, Bamber injured and then Yadav injured for the back end. So,
and he hasn't been particularly a white ball cricketer for Middlesex so far, Bamber, has he, in List A or in T20? So it was good to see him going so well and forging that partnership with Yadav.
you just see on the screen here, John Simpson's just coming up. There was a shot in the previous over from Lloyd, who was batting out of his crease to Bamber. So Simpson just coming up to the stumps here, just to pin Lloyd back into his crease. Brings back the LBW back into play for the seamer Higgins.
Chopped away. 2 slips in place. Is it just going to make it? A slide from Holman. We've taken 2.
It's the late cut there, just guided it in the gap between second slip and gully. And ran away, well pulled up by Luke Holman, just inside the rope there. Might have been a bit of a TV review on that one, perhaps. Had this been a one-day game, but it's a good bit of work down on the rope.
Oh, Holden steps over one. Doesn't concede any further runs though.
Holden running past it like a Arsenal defender. Big Arsenal fan, Max Holden. 2 loves of his life, Arsenal and Harry. Well, batting. 3 loves: batting, Arsenal, and Harry Potter. Max Holden.
And Kevin Hand commentaries. That was his great line. I don't know whether it was a great line or it was the one that really made me think I should do something else with my life. He came up here with it was a Gloucestershire game. And Bob Hunt, the famous Bob Hunt, who's now retired. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant commentator. Great entertainment. Never talked about cricket. he was on. I thought, oh, go on, let's sit. Max had done a few with me. I said, go on, sit down with Bob. It'll be a good experience for you. It's a bit surreal being up here, Bob, he said. Why is that, Max? Bob asked. I spent my whole life listening to Kev and sending him tweets and text messages as a kid. Tweets and Facebook messages, or whatever he said. I've been a Middlesex fan all my life, and here I am sat up in this media centre I've been listening to him on for so long.
So he's the original member of the Kevin Hand fan club, is he? Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else in that group?
Mrs. Mercer tunes in quite a lot, doesn't she? .57 without loss, 119 the deficit now. Lloyd 41 from 48. Byron there, he's produced a really good support act, 16 from 42. There's Robbie White in the doorway. I was going to mention Robbie, he's averaged just below 30, got a couple of 50s at the start of the year. He'll possibly be the one player only this year that walks away just ruined, perhaps, that he couldn't have converted a few more of the starts perhaps thereafter.
He did. He had a great start to the season, those 250s in the game against Derbyshire in game 1, and he was disappointed he didn't convert one of those into 100. Obviously had a great run at the back end of last year, and just hasn't been able this season to convert his starts into scores really, and that's unfortunately why he's found himself out of this team with the performances you were talking about earlier of everyone else.
Well, it was given the treatment, over pitch by Bamba, angled down the slope and the left-hander. Byron makes no mistake with that at all. Just let that one slip down the slope.
Bamba's just pushed that across Byron there. Floated it up and Byron's dismissed that to the cover boundary. Been a brilliant start from Glamorgan. Got that lead now down to 114. No wickets down. Lloyd on 42, playing very fluently. Byram's played a bit more of a anchor role, you would say, for his 20 not out. So who are your favourite co-commentators? You mentioned Bob Hunt there.
Oh,
who are your favourites?
Mike Selvey, John Embry, Andrew Sampson. We even had Richard Johnson on once. Well, Bob Hunt is the famous one. He genuinely never talks about cricket. Comes up with the most amazing stories, and wildly entertaining commentator. Split the audience though, of course, because some do just want to hear the cricket. But mentioning Graham Cowdrey yesterday, Fabian's next door, isn't he? His nephew. Graham's favourite commentator by far was Bob Hunt. He just said he's brilliant to listen to. Whenever you're in the car and you flick on 5 Live Sports Extra and listen to a game, he said, if it's Bob, you just know you're going to be chuckling away at the steering wheel wherever you're going. Dave Bradley's one like that as well. Last game of the season away at Worcestershire, although he only does the away games now, Bradders. He doesn't do the home games anymore. He's the stadium announcer at New Road now, Dave Bradley.
It's a very different art, isn't it? Radio commentary to this. Different skill.
Yeah, this one's easy.
Is that why you asked me to do this one? And I've never been asked to do radio.
Oh, you have. You have. Pete Waxman's favourite away commentator. He told me that over the years as well. He's a fan of the Durham commentator, Martin Emerson. That's his favourite. He's great entertainment. There's that shot again behind us. That is a lovely, lovely shot. That's what we want to take a picture of and keep with us all winter, don't we, until we're back here again next season.
Ground looking great. Must be a fantastic view just next to us. We're at the top level there of the media centre, and to our left, so the right as you look, at the top of the stand, pretty much behind the bowler's arm, nearly there.
Yeah, that'll be a picture to take away. A lovely place to finish the season, Worcestershire, because it's renowned as the best press box to have fun. It's you walk away and your cheeks are hurting after 4 days of the laughter in that press box. Some real characters there. Single out to the boundary. Yeah, that one's always a great place to go and spend 4 days. You never want to leave. Durham press box was pretty good as well. Playing corridor cricket in the rain delays up there. It was a TikTok sensation. Got more views than their overseas signing on TikTok. Durham indoor, well, can we call it the indoor school up there? The press box cricket. It's a lovely shot into deep back with square legs. Super will get round, long legs quite wide because of the shorter boundary. They had a ringer in the Durham press box though. He's a good player. I think he played in the Yorkshire Leagues. It's getting competitive up there, I can tell you.
Just an example there, Byram a long way over again, a long way across his stumps, able to get a ball. It's probably in and around leg stump, quite fine down the leg side. So really dominating in that channel, making it difficult for the Middlesex bowlers to find a line to him.
Somerset press box is quite good.
And Emirates Old Trafford, you're above, aren't you? Above the changing rooms, right
That's
at the
right,
top. Yeah. Good views from up there.
Yeah. Good sounds as well when the team's having a bad day. You can hear everything. Better turn the effects mic down. It's run away nicely. Really good shot by Lloyd. He's on to 47, 68 without loss. End of the 17th. Higgins going for 12 off his 3.
Yeah, very well guided this from David Lloyd there. Just opened the face on it, used the pace of the ball from Higgins and ran that, timed it beautifully down to third man. 68, as you said, Kev, 68 of 17 overs. 4 and over exactly. Glamorgan have been very, very impressive here, this opening combination of Lloyd and Byram.
Classic case here for Higgins, isn't it, of look up, not down at Lords. The overheads aren't there and it's just not swinging as much for him. Wasn't particularly heavy cloud cover on day one. It was just enough though. Here's Holman into the attack. Chop the catch. Time for him to take the wicket. Is that what the skipper said?
Yeah, it'd be interesting here. I mean, Patel for Glamorgan, he bowled it quite slowly, but did actually get the ball to spin. We did see some grip there. So Holman, the wrist spinners normally do spin the ball a little bit more than the finger spinners. Luke will obviously, he's a tall man, so he'll get a lot of bounce as well. So it'll be interesting to see how this behaves, but positive move from the captain Murtagh, just have a look at spin. And see what the young leg spinner can do after his mixed fortunes of a day, really. Batted beautifully and has then put a catch down, so Luke will be looking to make amends here, definitely.
One in each innings for him now as well, isn't it? Put one down in the first innings as well. Made up with it for runs. As you say, now he's got to make up with it with the ball. Yeah, Somerset's great for the chat. Wells isn't bad either, actually. Down in Sophia Gardens, a couple of the boys next door, Bevan and Nick Webb. There's usually loads of ex-players up there in the media centre. The CLO, what do they call the match referee now? Has to use the same tea room as us, so they have to suffer us going after him. What's going on with this? What's going on with that? Actually, the scorer sits next to us there as well, so Don Shelley and Mr. Hignell, who we saw earlier. Nassau with them, so yeah, it's pretty good at the company at Sophia Gardens.
You can just see here how far outside off stump Byram's setting up. Just watch his back foot as his back foot goes down there. I reckon his heel's probably on middle stump of his left foot, so he's a long way outside. And then his pre-delivery movement takes him even further that side as well, so difficult to find the line here as a bowler. Slip in place with a short leg, so Holman looking to threaten both edges of Byram's bat.
Cut away hard. 4 for Byram, just dropping short. Holman had flayed a few away like that as well off Patel.
Yeah, it's been the story of Middlesex's bowling performance so far. A few dots and then a poor delivery, and that was a poor one from Luke Holman, just short and wide and well put away by Byram. Just Middlesex just not being able to sustain any pressure here. Glamorgan have been ruthless with any misses and have hit a high percentage of boundaries in this 72.
It's been a Matt Maynard performance from these two, hasn't it? 72 without loss. If it's a bad ball, hit it and hit it hard.
Yeah, 72, 52 of those runs have come in boundaries. So 13 fours conceded, and in 18 overs, I think that's just the story of the bowling performance, really. 18 overs, 13 bad balls is probably where it sits for Middlesex at the moment.
And obviously, the dressing room talked about that quite honestly, and Richard Johnson said it. He said that Gus and Embers up here didn't bowl well in the first innings, but got them all out for 214, didn't bowl at their best.
I'm sure Angus Fraser will come on and give you some insightful comments about the Middlesex bowling performance soon, but not a performance that the bowling unit, the captain Tim Murtagh or the coach Richard Johnson will be too pleased with at the moment. But that's the beauty of the 176 lead, isn't it? Glamorgan's still over 100 runs away from Middlesex, and as we've seen in this game, 1 wicket has bought a couple, so Higgins hoping for a breakthrough here against the informed Lloyd.
Yeah, we'll be having a change over on the mic in a few moments. Taking you through to tea, Angus Fraser and Alan Coleman.
Be lucky if you make it, Kev. You were very late, weren't you, for the start of the session?
Never missed a ball bowls. 18 years. No, there was a game where there was a ball missed. It was actually no, there was one here as well. But on both occasions, it was a locked commentary box door that we couldn't get into. It was at Surrey. It was covering for Mark Church in 2005 or 2006, I think. Couldn't get back in. The commentary box was locked, and you had to go all the way the other side for tea. The tea interval. So it was run, get yourself a drink, and then come back.
And are the rumours that it was deliberately locked to keep you out of it, is that, are they true?
Well, that's probably more likely for the story here, which was a Sunday morning. It was a one-day cup game. 5 Live Sports Extra here for it as well, Dan Norcross at TMS. And I think it was Gloucester as well. I think Bob Hunt, who we just mentioned. Yeah, we were locked out of every single commentary box up here. And of course, being a Sunday, nobody in attendance at the MCC, so they'd gone all around the ground trying to find a key, the master key, to unlock the commentary boxes, and there was a huge panic of people running around the ground. We've got to find a key, there's got to be one somewhere. 15-20 minutes into play, all of a sudden one of the cleaners walked past. Are you trying to get in there? Yes, please. Oh, look, here you go. Pulls out this string of keys. All of a sudden everybody's up and running. It's better from Higgins. It's got to get. I mean, it's easy to say, isn't it? They've just got to get back to a line of length here. Just hold it on the top of the off stump and wait for the mistake. Wait for a little something from the pitch. End of the 19th, 72 without loss. Thanks to Alan Coleman. Head of men's performance, 72 without loss. Joining me, Angus Fraser. How would you analyse the men's performance, Gus? They've had a rough start to this innings, haven't they? No two ways about it.
Well, it's been poor. You expect more. Too many bad balls. Again, you concede 15, 20 runs in your first 2 or 3, I don't know, 15 balls, and you lose the initiative. We're not beating the bat much either, so we saw the ball still doing stuff when Glamorgan were bowling, but no, it's not been good enough so far. That's the polite way of describing it.
Gets through from Holman. Yeah, whatever the reasons. I mean, obviously, Alan Coleman, they're just going looking for it a bit too much here. Attacking too much with their lines and lengths, and as a result, not settling onto a good line and length. Could be one way of phrasing it, but whatever way it was, it's quite simple to see. Alan Coleman, I've been saying it as well. It's been off. They haven't got it right at all in these first 20 overs, and of course, the opposition are allowed to play well. And what they have done well is they've put the bad balls away and put them away aggressively, and well, more than 50 runs scored in boundaries at the moment, as Alan Coleman just looked up. The interesting part of that was, and you just wandered into the back of the box actually when I said it, that 214 all out in the first innings. Glamorgan and Middlesex walked off feeling they hadn't bowled that well. Just followed it up again here and again just gone the other way really, and bowled that a little bit worse than they did in the first innings. Arguably a lot worse at the moment. You can kind of see it in the Roland-Jones spell actually. I was saying it to Alan Coleman, it was almost a case of just get him off and let him have a break, come back at it again, because it's just not happening. It produced a belter of a ball, but then a few off line, off length. So we'll see what the next spell brings for him, but yeah, just wasn't right.
It is, but I say you've got 2 bowlers there with over 1,000 first-class wickets between them. You expect more. You expect them to pitch the ball more threatening, more often on a decent line and length. And we can find and make excuses, but that's their job.
End of the 20th, 72 without loss. Lloyd 47, Byram 25. Drop catch doesn't help, of course.
No, and that was the worst possible. I mean, first ball for Roland-Jones, I think, wasn't it? Edge to third slip. Hogan still sulking because of the way they got out, probably. But yes, it's considering it's a must-win game, a game that we need to grab hold of, a game that we've played exceptionally well, done exceptionally well to get into such a strong position, and then to watch all that hard work be frittered away is extremely frustrating.
And, you know, I don't want to put too much of a dampener on it or be too critical over analytical at this stage. It's a live game in progress and it could go any way. But were Middlesex to miss out this year on second spot, perhaps an afternoon like today would be a fair example, that found themselves in some really good positions and not only missed the opportunity to win, but somehow also lost as well. You think of the game at against Worcestershire.
I mean, things haven't gone. I mean, it's not as though they're still in a very strong position, and you still expect them to. But equally, if you're going to perform well and you're going to be a good cricketer, you've got to perform more consistently than you're doing it.
But
Simple as that.
It's been a very, very good year when you look at the statistics for all of them. Which is then you kind of think, well,
not all of them. I don't think the bowlers have. I mean, Mertz and Bamber are not sort of getting wickets as cheaply as they have done historically. So a couple of bowlers have found it harder. Toby's been outstanding. Obviously, Helm's been excellent.
Well, that's short put away. Onto it very quickly there, Lloyd, and that's his 50, and it's been a really good 50, a defiant 50 from David Lloyd. 51 from 63 deliveries, 9 fours, 81 minutes. It's been excellent from the visiting captain, and well, exactly what he had to do, really. Go out there and be defiant, but also be positive.
He has, and he struck the ball beautifully. I mean, the first scoring shot, I think, was a back foot punch, wasn't it, of Merter in the first over. Couple of pulls then off Toby Roland-Jones, so he struck the ball beautifully and showed that, I say, if a bowler doesn't get it quite right, there's runs to be scored out there on this surface, but he has been helped by some indifferent bowling, and as you can tell from the tone of my comments, too many 4 balls.
Just drawing up those averages to back up what you're saying. Mercer averaging 32 for his 22 wickets in 14 innings, and Bamber averaging 43 for his 19 wickets in 15 innings. Might have missed those couple of games with the hamstring injury, which he picked up in the first game of the season, which is also why he's an innings lighter than Bamber, having both played 8. But yeah, both of those would usually actually be 10 runs the other way, wouldn't they? It'd be 22 Mercer and perhaps 33 Bamber. In fact, it's even cheaper. Bamber took his first 100 at 23, didn't he? Which is phenomenal from the moment he arrives in the side. So certainly the statistics back it up that for Bamber it hasn't been the same kind of year, whereas out on the pitch I always thought he was being a bit rough on himself and he was disappointed with his performance. I thought, yeah, bowled that bad, bearing in mind, you know, he's still a young man and you're allowed to have a slightly off season. Around the wicket comes Higgins with that leg slip in place as well, just trying something different for the first time. Middlesex in the second innings. But yeah, as a group, they're missing Helm for this match. Of course, he's had a good year in the championship, hasn't he? Where he picked up 29 at 21, 22. Missed Cullen as an option for his pace. Shaheen Shah Afridi in at the start. Picked up 14 at 25. Martin Anderson, who we touched on as well, picked up 11 at 50 this season. So pretty much the story of the seamers this year. Yadav picked up 4 at 71 in his brief spell. But yeah, a stark contrast really to the bowling averages this year, isn't it? It's been, to the batting averages, it's been phenomenal from the batters. The bowlers haven't quite had it, which has been a little bit of the story up and down the country. But yeah, if there's there's games still to be won here and there's promotion still to be had, but were Middlesex to miss out, then perhaps just this kind of little session here is an example where across the season sometimes it's just fallen away a little bit. Drake short, gets away with it, through it goes. It's just gripped a little bit more for him in his hands, dragged it down. Goes the other way with that one, slips out and it's a full toss put away. Byram's on to 29.
Yeah, but I think we mentioned before, and I say Luke Holman, the problem he's had is there's a bad ball Saw one in the first over which was cut for 4, full toss there. It's good players, you can't afford to bowl them, and say doing a containing role. I looked at Patel in the role that he performed for Glamorgan. A couple of good wickets, going for two and a half runs and over. That's obviously the role that Middlesex are looking from Hogan. Another full toss there.
Put away.
And again, away for 4.
I was just about to say 2.2 overs, so 14 deliveries, 2 scoring shots, both going for boundaries though, so he's none for 8 now. 3 scoring shots in 15 deliveries. He's gone for 12.
But the Glamorgan balcony will be very happy at this moment in time. Having had a tough first 2 and a bit days, tough first 7 sessions really.
And there is that as well, isn't it? This is the first session that Middlesex are losing of the match in the, what do they call it, the pie? They slice it up. Of each of the sessions of the match, Middlesex have won every one so far. And I guess there'd have been a fair old chat with that brains trust we just saw on the balcony there. And as I was saying, there's almost a Matt Maynard performance out there with the bat, isn't it? Positive into the defence. We've made sure that anything Middlesex have been off, they've been on.
Yeah, and in the first innings, Glamorgan, yes, Middlesex, as we sort of said before, didn't bowl as well as we hoped, even though they did dismiss Glamorgan for 214. But conceding 4 runs and over. But Glamorgan were looking to be positive from the word go, and that maybe have led to a bit of their downfall. But they've come out in the second innings undaunted, almost like the England cricket team, looking to be positive, looking to be dominant, and I say they've got themselves now into a good position to, I say, not to put Middlesex under immediate pressure in this match, but certainly to making Middlesex think about what they're going to be doing here. And it is a situation where someone's got to grab hold of this now for Middlesex. A bowler's got to come on and make a difference. A bowler's got to come on and bowl a 5 or 6 over spell and go for half a dozen runs, just to sort of bring the momentum back their way, take a couple of wickets. Who's that bowler going to be? I question whether it's going to be Holman just bowling his leggies. You do wonder whether a seamer should be bowling now from the pavilion end. It has been seam dominated game. I know the sun's out, pretty nice conditions to bat in, but the ball is still only 22 overs old.
Good start from Higgins. That's basically where they need to leave it. I do keep bringing it back to the basics, and that is the best way to play it. What was the good? You said the Langer quote the other day, wasn't it? Was it something about overcomplicating the game, or?
Well, sort of you get funky, you die, don't you?
Yeah. And that's slightly. I wouldn't say they were guilty of that. They just over-attacked. It felt like at the beginning.
I think you're being generous, though. They bowled poorly.
I mean, they really were off. And this is we're analysing it because we're talking about Mercer and Roland-Jones. By their standards, it was a long way off from the pair of them. Just couldn't quite get it on that right spot and keep it there. Good again from Higgins, apart from it's a no ball. But first and foremost, he'll be very much focused on just trying to keep it on the spot at the moment.
Maybe after the next ball. What's that? But Ryan Higgins ran in to bowl that ball. I suppose an example of where the initiative is at this moment in time was clear by the field. You've got deep point, deep square leg, one slip, one gully. 22 overs into an innings where Middlesex have had 170 leads. So there is a very defensive mindset has come in, created by good Glamorgan batting, yes. But some Middlesex bowling that's lacked the necessary discipline and threat that you'd have hoped it would have had. And even now to Byron, who's been more sedate, 33 off 66 balls, still only 2 slips and 3 in a ring on either side.
Oh, he's got him! Has he? Well, Higgins thought he had. Umpire says not out. That's close. That's very close. Around the wicket to the left-hander, not offering a shot. Higgins can't believe it.
Looking at that a bit closer, it looked pretty adjacent. He's starting from outside off stump. Maybe it's a fair decision that, to be fair, it's only just flicked the left-hander's pads. It's not thudded into them. And it probably was an inch or 2 outside off stump. So despite Middlesex's disappointment, I think that's a pretty fair decision there by the umpire.
Been a heart in the mouth moment for Byron though, wouldn't it? He couldn't have been overly confident that he was all right on it, that he'd lined it up all okay.
Yeah, if it had thudded into the pad a bit harder, sort of hit him another inch, well, it goes without saying, another inch or 2 straighter, he would have been in trouble. The fact the ball carried through to John Simpson behind the stump showed how light the touch was on the pads.
You mentioned in the pavilion end, perhaps it's time for the seamers up there. Also for Holman, potentially from the nursery, and at least then has the slope to aid the wrist spinner. Turning it towards the shorter boundary, and particularly to the left-handed Byron then. As he lets one slip outside the off again, and it's going to get away past the sweeper out there. That ball might just make the decision for Murtagh. Change it. For whatever reason, whether it's a change of ends for Holman or just take a break for himself at the moment, just hasn't landed them, which is unusual from Holman. You know, there are we talked about it before, haven't we? You know, trying to go at 2 and over. Generally lands them pretty well from the off, though, doesn't he? Not quite so today.
Squeeze there down the third man, full ball by another full one, not a full toss, but enough momentum on it to reach the boundary. So for the second over in a row, Holman's conceded a couple of boundaries here. Glamorgan racing along to 95 without loss.
The partnership now. Brilliant start for Glamorgan here. They know they've pretty much got to go out and hit 390 themselves, so they've got something to bowl at here. Could tee up a beautiful finish to the season at Lords for the championship. Middlesex would obviously hope it happens a little easier than that. We'll all hope that the weather plays its part. 95 without loss after 24. It's out of the over with 3 dot balls, Holman, but another 8 conceded, so going at 5s, number 20 off his 4 with a maiden in there. Yeah, so comes to the nursery and he's bowling with the slope though to the shorter boundary and into the pads of the left-handed Byron, but feels as though it's worth the change. They're going to go with Bamber at the nursery end. None for 10 from 2. This could be a good change actually. Bamber's bowled well at the nursery end in spells this season. Perhaps has bowled his better spells this season at the nursery end, where the best of him in previous years has always been at the pavilion end. Mainly with Roland-Jones out of the side, he's been the pavilion end bowler to be the foil for Murtagh. He's going to have 2 slips, back point, cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg and long leg. Nice start up around the wicket. Again, an area that they'll just want to probe, just want to... Strange to say, isn't it? Hang on in there for the moment. The bowlers just get themselves back into this, get themselves into a rhythm. A quick check on those scores elsewhere, just in between deliveries here. Northamptonshire 45 for 1. They trail Surrey by 37 runs at Wantage Road. Surrey 421 all out in the end. With Hashim Amla, the Centurion, backed up by Tom Curran 115. For just 93 deliveries, 15 fours and 3 sixes. And 133.
Is that a debut first class 100 for Tom Curran? I know he's scored some good runs in white ball cricket this year, hasn't he? Been aggressive, had back injuries, so playing as a batsman at one stage.
Quick look now and see. Just watch the umpire lift his leg, confirm there wasn't any glove or anything involved in that one. Tom Curran has a highest first class score of 195. Oh no, wait, hold on, what am I looking at here? That's 195 wickets. They've switched it around. On Cricket Info, bowling comes first now. Batting, nice first class score of 60. There you go, yeah, so a maiden ton. And by some as well. Yeah, 550s in 56 innings, 81 innings. Tom Curran prior to that. 27 years of age now. Somerset 137 for 3. They lead Warwickshire by 160. Edgbaston, Lammonby 40. Duxford, Imham and Aldridge. Siraj and Yadav picking up those. 2 Hannon Dalby's just accounted for Lammonby. Caught Yates for 40. Abel still there on 74. Bartlett with him now on 23. She says just accounted for him. Bartlett's been there for an hour and 20 minutes for his 23. With 67, top scoring in Warwickshire's 219. And at the 25th here, 96 without loss. Essex 16 for 1. They needed 146 more to win. Leeds. Brown's gone for 3, Cook's still there, Wesley has 2, Thompson picking up the wicket. Yorkshire skittled for 252, high score of the match so far. Yorkshire 134, Essex 225 all out and replied, so 252 with 53 from Bean, 33 Hill, 69 from Code at number 9, 4 for Porter, which I think went with a 3 for in the first innings, a 2 for in the first innings. 3 for Critchley in that Yorkshire second innings. 16 for 1, 146 more required for Essex. And Division 2, Leicestershire 96 for 4. They lead Durham by 5 runs. They're 99 for 4 now, leading Durham by 9 runs at Grace Road. An inspection at 3 at Hove. Warwickshire 280, Worcestershire, sorry, 289 for 2. Inspection at Hove. Has it been wet outfields? Another over for Holman. I feel this is a big one. If this one doesn't particularly go to plan for him, it might be the last for now. Yeah, Worcestershire 289 for 2 with the delay there, leading by 69 runs in their first innings. Big match for them as well in Division 2. No ball called against Holman. Driven away, just a single. A little bit of pressure because that's 4 off the over with 2 legitimate deliveries, and he was already looking to keep it down. That's the 100 up as well for Glamorgan. They trail by 76 now in their second innings. And looking to make a game of this here. If these two knock off the deficit, that's certainly a start. Full toss again. I think mid-wicket got fingertips to it, which gives mid-on the chance, and applause from Roland-Jones, which I think is indeed for Mark Stoneman at mid-wicket, which has saved the boundary. They've taken a single. Just not happening for Holman. Feeling end at the moment. Something's not quite right for him either. Apologies to the Morgan viewers if I've just talked him into a wicket. It's a better ball. Oh, googly. Very nearly tucked up Lloyd. Good finish to the over. Goes for 5 off it again though. 101. Without loss, that no ball will have frustrated him. He's looking to try and get it down closer to 2. His economy.
Again, just looking at the game situation, Middlesex with that significant first innings lead of 176, but Glamorgan 101 without loss, 26 overs, so scoring at 4 and over. It's 15 overs till tea, so tea will be taken when there's 32 overs. I think it's 32, isn't it? Still 32 overs remaining in the day's play.
Is it 34 today because of the
even if
extra
it's
time made up?
13 overs, 4 and over, that's 52. So by tea time, Glamorgan might only be 20 odd runs behind Middlesex if it carries on as it is. Again, 4 and over for the rest of the day. It's another 160 runs. They could be 100 ahead before tomorrow, and all of a sudden, going into that final day of the game, thinking, well, can we in the morning session actually get far enough ahead to put Middlesex under a bit of pressure? So conceding runs, which we have just done there with another boundary. Short ball by Ethan Bamber. By conceding runs, you're ultimately going to put yourself under greater pressure on the final day. So it's a double whammy here. It's one, not threatening, not looking like taking wickets, but two, providing the opposition with too many run scoring opportunities and potentially creating yourself a situation on the final day where you might be under pressure in that last 3 or 4 hours.
Better from Bamber. We're just on a probe away. There's a lot less out there for Middlesex than there was for Glamorgan, and equally there was a lot less out there for Glamorgan than there was for Middlesex in the first innings. But Middlesex certainly haven't got it in the right spot often enough to find out just how much there is in this surface. Certainly nothing from the overheads. Glorious here at Lord's in September. The day we all wanted to see. Didn't really want to go out before drab days at Lord's, but equally this is a wonderful time to bat at the moment. The skipper's warming up at mid-on, so he's preparing for a return. Will he be going for the pavilion anyway, replacing Bamber straight away? Pavilion instinct for Mercer. Just gets through. Murder's got to pick himself up and run again. He's just been doing his warm-ups and his stretches. This will warm him up. Long chase back to the Compton. Couldn't get the initial stop in. Byron moves to 42, 108 without loss. Edge! Oh, just fine of gully. Robson at a fine-ish gully. I'd almost say it was a wide fourth slip there with just the one slip in place. He made a valiant effort for it, just out of reach.
It was a rare full shot there by the Glamorgan batsman. And, just out of Robson's reach. Robson's taken some excellent catches. But that's the area you want Middlesex perhaps a little bit straighter to be probing more often. But another productive over for Glamorgan, 11 runs off it. Bamber, as with Holman, conceding 5 runs and over, 4 overs for 21. The captain feels he's given his leg spinner enough opportunities, and he's grabbing hold of the ball and trying to turn this innings Middlesex's way.
This will be interesting. Merter spell from the pavilion ends. That's a Robson one as well, where he was at gully there. The field change is almost borne out of the economy rate that this innings is going at. Wide signal to Mercer, just slips out from the pavilion end. Way down the slope it goes. Yeah, that position that Robson was in, where there's been 2 slips in the majority of the innings, going to 1 slip in the gully, that's kind of borne out of the rest of the field change, wasn't it? So I don't think at 2nd slip he'd have got across.
No, it was more 3rd and half, 4th slip really, if we're being honest. So he didn't have any chance at all. I suppose an uncontrolled shot. But it'd be wrong to say that Glamorgan have been fortunate in this innings in any shape or form. Not been a great deal of playing and missing. Yes, Byron was dropped first ball by Holman at 3rd slip off Toby Roland-Jones. Catch that should have been taken. But other than that, the Glamorgan openers have played with comfort and enjoyment, I would suggest.
It's better from Mercer. That's where he wants to leave it. It'll be infuriating them as much as anybody. They've set high standards, as we said. It was a bowling decade for Middlesex, wasn't it? The last 10, 12 years. Led by this man, Mercer. Roland-Jones coming into it as well and rising to the top. To the top of English cricket, into that Test side. Bamble with a brilliant start as well, and Higgins, who's been, well, an incredible performer with bat and ball. Statistics that were floated around the last 5 years or so for him. It's been outstanding what he's produced. So they'll be as frustrated as anybody. But again, you know, you can make whatever excuse you want. They bowl badly. Element as well, though, that first class match since, we touched on it the other day, what was it, July 28th they finished up at Durham. And whereas you come into the first match of the season, you've had 3 or 4 pre-match games and proper match practice. So we were together, weren't we, at the game at Merchant Taylor School against Surrey. Played to a high standard, those 3 warm-up matches that Middlesex had. Proper cricket. Don't quite have the same preparation after that break from July 28th to September 12th. And again, it's not making excuses for them. It just is a part of the summer now, and something that obviously we understand for next year is certainly being looked at to be corrected, so there's not such a break. If you want something of a high performance reviewers don't have such a break in first class cricket is one of the things that's certainly come back, hasn't it, I think, from the players as well as from the members.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of our players, it was playing as competitive cricket as they can throughout the entire summer. Whether you're prepared to compromise, as people might say in inverted commas, the first division by games taking place without a number of players in the team is something that many counties are against.
It's the end of the over, 28 without loss, 114 without loss. I guess I want to go straight to on that, Gus, as we sat together and did a commentary Middlesex against Surrey, and Surrey were missing, what, 11, 12 players, if not more, 13 maybe. When Surrey pitched up at Radlett, made a decent game of it. Ryan Patel got a century, didn't he? But if that were a championship fixture and Surrey were playing Middlesex at that time of year at Radlett, having depleted to that level, I can't imagine Surrey would be particularly pleased.
No, you could understand it as well. I mean, it's it's a it's a dilemma that it's difficult to solve, especially as the 100 is here. The 100 will be around for the next 5 years. So, what are those cricketers that aren't picked up for the 100 going to do during this period?
Alan Coleman said on the mic a little while ago that the Middlesex players are pretty unanimous in the fact that they don't want a reduction in the number of days cricket across the summer, which I don't think is a big surprise. I think that's echoed across the country at the moment. There was that PCA report, wasn't there, or questionnaire at the end of May when they'd played 6 or 7 games in 7 or 8 weeks, and they'd all said, oh, hold on a minute, this is a bit much. But come the end of the season, where they haven't played much in the last 6 weeks, it was a very different feel. You know, the end is approaching quickly, and there's a lot of cricketers that feel they still want a lot more cricket and perhaps haven't had enough of late. So a better spread of the summer is the want, isn't it, from the players? Likewise, members and fans, they want to maintain the number of games as well. As you say, the question is August, isn't it? How to fix August. That was flayed away down to the vacant deep third. Edgy from Byram. He's on to 47. A little bit of width, went hard at it. It's too wide from Bamber.
Yeah, it's a second edge though, so even though it's cost 4 runs, a little bit of encouragement there. And the fact that the edge of the bat rather than the middle of the bat was found, but as you say, safely through the gap between second slip and really a backward point, isn't it, rather than a gully. So no chance of a catch, but Middlesex are desperate for one of those drives that we've just seen from both batsmen, really, that have gone down to third man. It's a little bit finer and to be taken in the slip cordon, or by John Simpson behind the stumps.
Good again from Bamber on that one. Very deep in his crease at the moment. Maybe Byram. Yeah, there's the big problem. So it was that 8 days, wasn't it? July 28th to now, 8 days cricket for Middlesex. In that period, it was a long, long break to only play 8 days. And actually, I massively enjoyed the One Day Cup. And if it wasn't to be the championship in August, then expanding the One Day Cup somehow. End of the 29th, 118 without loss, be it 3 groups of 6 and home and away, played 10 matches rather than 8.
And again, I suppose that for Middlesex that sort of period was extended because we didn't play in the first round of championship matches after the 100. I suppose, could you bring it forward another week, or i.e. so, but there again there still would be counties, i.e. is there around the county matches between when the 100 gets into the knockout stages, so then there are only 3 teams involved rather than 8, so vast majority of the players will then have returned to their counties and be available. But I suppose there could be a situation where one of the 100 sides with a high proportion of local players is suddenly deemed to be disadvantaged for a round of championship matches, and whoops, another edge. This time, genuine edge that. Good bit of bowling there by Murtagh. And the ball going at a catchable height between first slip, probably in the third slip area, but again, having bowled as they've bowled, having conceded runs, the captain has got no option other than to play some more defensive field, so your catches go out. And when your catches go out through ordinary bowling, you can't complain then when the ball goes through an area where your catches could be had you been bowling better.
I'll go too straight on this one. Single straight to the fielder. Yeah, and of course Glamorgan did have that game last week, didn't they, against Worcestershire? Drawn match. Glamorgan 295. Hogan 1 for 75 from 26. Harris 3 for 115 from 26. Vanderhooten 4 for 81 from 30. Patel picking up the 1 wicket as well. Roderick 172 unbeaten in that 4 154 for 9 declared from Worcestershire. .67 from Byram, 92 Gill, and 51 not out from Cook down the order. 295 all out, and then Glamorgan were 5 without loss in their second innings when the draw was agreed. Pollock's on a run of form, isn't he? 54 last week and in the runs again this week. Those runs, century against Middlesex at Merchant Taylor's School. One of the games that got away. It was an off performance with the ball in that one, wasn't it, as well? And, Pollock got after them. One, two, three for none. Stopping the covers by Stoneman. Keeping Lloyd alert at the non-striker's end.
Just say the ball, people have been talking about the balls that have been used this year and the fact they sort of tend to go softish after 30 overs. That's been a rumour that's gone around, or a word that's gone around. Middlesex have tried to change the ball once, but the umpires tossed it back, so the ball will be quite soft when it's been panned to the boundary on a number of occasions. So again, it's almost a tactic for the fielding side to get the ball changed, but whether they deserve that in some matches when through good batting and poor bowling the ball has got soft is questionable. You almost think the batting side deserve the benefits of having put the bad balls away and taken some sting out of that hard little leather projectile.
I know you wouldn't have had many days like this, but when there was the off day, and certainly as a collective when there was an off day. Go on.
No, lots of days where you don't get it right, that's for sure.
But when as a collective you're having the off day, how do you get a hold to it? Because sometimes it can get out of control, can't it? Right, let's do this, let's do that, and all of a sudden it's just happening, things happen a little bit quicker. I know when speaking to captains about certainly a T20, and they say, captain, a T20, if it starts to go wrong, things are happening so quickly around you. You know, trying to keep control, trying to get a clear head, trying to just buy yourself that second to breathe and have a think. Shot, no runs.
Well, but the thing is, I mean, it's then you wouldn't. All right, but an individual can have a bad day, and all right, you get some days where everybody bowls immaculately, and boom, you sort of you're relentlessly all over a team, and you bowl them out cheaply and give them very little. But if you've got the more high quality cricketers have got, one, you have fewer bad days, and again, what are your bad days? So a bad day might be going for 3.5 and over rather than 2.7 and over, something like that. I always sort of think
edge gone. Gully takes the catch. It's Robson there on this occasion. Lloyd had got away with one just fine of Robson, and over back off Bamba, but he strikes early in this one, and Lloyd's gone for 70. A brilliant innings by the Glamorgan captain. 92 deliveries, but a much needed breakthrough from the hosts. Middlesex have their wicket. They have the Glamorgan captain. The visitors are 123 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled Ethan Bamba. I wouldn't say Lloyd will be completely chuffed with that shot. Almost sort of guided it through to the gully area, it's third slip area. Maybe bounced a little bit more, but in the 2 previous overs that Bamba's bowled, he's sort of found the outside edge, not gone to hand, gunned down a third man for 4. So he's persevered, got a bit of luck. Actually, no, I'm doing him a disservice there. That was a good delivery. So a merited wicket. And much needed for Middlesex. Hopefully that might be the switch that sort of clicks them into a gear a rhythm of bowling that is better than what we've seen so far. And just talking about, as I say, if you've got enough good bowlers in the side, you'd be thinking that not all your bowlers should be getting it wrong on one day very often. So someone in that attack will be competitive, and almost they've got to bowl more overs. I mean, again, it almost seems very regimented now that you bowl 6 overs and that's it. There might be some days where everybody bowls, all the seamers bowl 20 overs in sort of shortest spells. Sometimes you bowl 9-10 over spells, trying to create that pressure. Right, you might have got the wicket, but you might create something for someone a bit further down the line.
Two things that strike me. One, you brought in Adam Gilchrist. I remember him talking about form. He said, form, you're only ever one middled ball away from form. You middle a ball through the covers for 4 and you're in form again. That's what it just takes. Something jolts you back in and all of a sudden you're away, aren't you? And similarly, you think back to the first innings here, or the Middlesex first innings, sorry. It wasn't quite happening, was it, for Glamorgan? And all of a sudden the partnership was going. James Harris just started to get a couple of deliveries going, didn't he? And then all of a sudden he had 3 wickets in no time, and Middlesex were 92 for 4, and it was a very different complexion.
Yeah, and I think we saw Gill in the first innings come out and be aggressive. I think he'll play the same way, so there could be some opportunities. There may well be some runs coming quite quickly too, but there may well be some chances for Middlesex to take that second wicket.
2 slips go down. And Gill leaves alone outside of the off stump.
But when I look back at my bowling career, I mean, the one column you couldn't really control, the column you had least control over was the wicket column. The other columns, the volume of overs, so you're fit enough to bowl your overs, the maidens, therefore the discipline you bowl, and the runs you can control. And even on a bad day, you think, well, actually, if I'm going at 2.5 runs and over, I'm doing a job here. You might beat the bat, you might not get the decisions, things might not go your way, but you can be offering the team something constructive, something positive. And there might be other days where it is your day and you walk off with a number of wickets against your name. But the role of you as a bowler is to be as competitive as you can be every day, every spell, offering something for your side, whether it's wickets containment.
Oh, Wits and gone over second slip. Really threw the bat at that. Shubman Gill 127 for 1, end of the over. Middlesex have their breakthrough. Bamber has the wicket. Nearly had a second.
Yeah, that was unlucky there for Ethan Bamber. Swung a boy just a little bit, that ball. Third slip, it would have been a good catch over his head, but out of the reach of Sam Robson there at second slip, who just took a good solid catch earlier in the over to get rid of Lloyd and get Middlesex their first scalp of this second innings.
Just thinking who would have been third slip. Of course, it would have been Luke Holman. He'd have taken the stunner, wouldn't he, after putting down 2?
Well, as you see, I mean, the best slipper I've seen at Middlesex is Ollie Rayner by some distance, and that may have been a catch that he might have pulled off.
Even from second.
Yeah, it was unbelievable, the catches that he took during his career at the club. But I don't think, no, that wasn't a chance, that wasn't. It was an uncontrolled edge, so a bit of bad luck, but if they keep persevering, one of them will go to hand sooner.
On the spot, Tim Mercer. It's back it up now, isn't it, for Middlesex? They've got the breakthrough, they've got the really dangerous Lloyd, who's been the more aggressive of the two. Byram offered that chance early on off Roland-Jones, shelled at third slip. 47 from 94. It just came to life for Harris in that Middlesex first innings, and that just opened up a little something in the middle. They weren't able to follow it up. Glamorgan, can Middlesex open up something here? Good again from Mercer. But yeah, similarly, as I was saying, with what Gilchrist's thought on form, you know, it's only one. You're only one cover drive away. You're only one middle of the bat away. Which again, for the legends, it's easy to say actually, though, isn't it? That's always struck me about what Gilchrist said there. You know, That might have been the case for you, Gilly, but but equally in the wickets column, it's the same. 1 wicket, 1 brings 2. Just lifts the spirits again, doesn't it? Crucial for Glamorgan now. They fought very hard here to be just 49 behind from a pretty desperate situation at the end of the first innings. 390 racked up by Middlesex. It was over par, you'd say. You're saying that based on the fact that Glamorgan got 214 and Middlesex felt they didn't bowl that well.
Well, and the fact that Middlesex dropped 3 catches as well in that first innings, or so. I mean, one for Tim Murtagh was quite a difficult one, but a couple of catches that you'd expect them to take. And there was lots of playing and missing, and quite a few edges as well down to third man. So Glamorgan actually did quite well to get 214 in the end. Some lower order runs. Use of 45. Was it 40 odd by Patel? Quick fire.
Wicket Murtagh.
Again, you look at the way that Byron bats, sort of, it's very much sort of standing across in front of his stumps. It's difficult as a bowler to, certainly bowling from the pavilion, although Murtagh's going back over the wicket now. You send him bowling round the wicket, got to swing the ball. If you fancy getting him out LBW, you've got to nip the ball or swing the ball back up the slope, whereas round the wicket you might just beat the inside edge on the angle. But Murtagh sort of tinkering around, just trying to create some problems for the batsman just with the change of the angle.
We finished the over on 27 for 1. Just brought up the fielders from the deep, trying to keep the new batter Gill on strike for Ethan Bamber. It's a 4 o'clock tea today because at the time, or is it? Are they? Well, that's stumped me. Oh, it's 30. Maybe it's gone by overs today. 41 remaining, 108 in the day. That still wouldn't make sense particularly. 104, sorry, 104 in the day. The assumption was with lunch taken at 12:30, 12:40. Oh, of course, it's September.
No, I was sort of forget about the time. You're just looking at the overs left, and I thought you did sort of extend the middle session until there were 32 overs. I suppose you could, with there being 8 overs, you could add a 3 onto that. But
so they've gone off time today. So 12:40 as it was till
anyway, it's
1:10. Yeah, it's tea, exactly. I'll only get myself into more of a pickle here when I. Gus, thanks for now. Middlesex have ended the session on a high. They've got a wicket. Glamorgan's session, though, handsomely their session and their first session of the match. But the beauty of first-class cricket, they're only 49 behind now with 9 wickets standing, and this is a very much live game of cricket here. And it looks as though it's brewing up to be a good finish to the championship season at Lords. We'll be back in 20 minutes to find out where it goes from here.
Your match referees Phil Higgins, your scorers Andrew Higgins and Don Shea. Middlesex Field, captained by Tim Letter, and keeping wicket John Simpson. Resuming the innings for Glamorgan, Eddie Byron and Roland-Jones.
Sunny Lords, a little sunnier for the host with that wicket just before the interval. That of Lloyd, caught brilliantly by Robson off the bowling of Ethan Bamber. It's going to be a change at the nursery end there. It's going to be Toby Roland-Jones to get us underway after the interval, running up the hill. 123 for 1. Alan Coleman, the head of men's performance, is alongside myself, Kevin Hand, for the start of the afternoon session, and it was actually a little bit of a relief in the end, that wicket, mainly for me, sat next to Angus Fraser.
It was, yeah. I don't think the Middlesex bowlers will be pretending and say that they deserved a wicket in that session. Far too many loose balls, weren't able to build sustained periods of pressure, and that will certainly be the plan for this remaining couple of hours of cricket today in what looks like glorious sunshine. So I suspect we should finish today quite comfortably in terms of the full allocation of overs as we look at it at the moment. But yeah, definitely not happy with how the 4 or 5 of the 5, including Luke Holman, have bowled so far, and the pressure that's been built. Roland-Jones into the attack from the nursery end. Change of ends.
Good spot to start with, but single for Shubman Gill. Moves to 5 from 4.
But that said, the bat was beaten. A drop chance early on from Byron. That slip. Bamber's obviously picked up a wicket, so enough in there still. I think it's still enough in there. I mean, Middlesex will know the wickets of Byron, Gill, North East, and then Carlson, Cook. So a lot of batting to come, and a vital little period of cricket here. The other interesting bit for Middlesex is that there'll be a new ball very early on in the game tomorrow. So 41 overs left today, 32 overs on this ball so far. So 7 or 8 overs tomorrow morning, and there'll be a second new ball available.
Up pish and gone at mid-wicket. Byram's gone for 47, 128 for 2, a wicket after tea. Bamber took the wicket before, he takes the catch after, and it's all smiles now for Roland-Jones and the Middlesex team. 128 for 2.
It'd be interesting to see the replay, but that looked like a phenomenal catch from Ethan Bamber there, just in front of square on the leg side. They've set the trap for Byram all the way through this innings with a catcher at mid-wicket. Just because Byron was getting so far across his stumps. You should see from this still here. Yeah, lovely clip, and Bamber just a half dive away to his right, plucked it out the top corner, and definitely a save that a Premier League goalkeeper would have been pleased with. A great effort from Bamber there, and a very well plucked, very good innings from Eddie Byram, worth saying. Great grab. And fantastic camera work from whoever that was.
Well done, Paul, on the cameras there. Oh, well done, all of them, because they've all managed to get an angle of it somewhere, but you just hoped that ball was going to stay in shot there and Bamber was going to dive in, and he did. Brilliant piece of camera work.
And credit to Byram there, 47 out just after tea, but I thought he played beautifully. Obviously gave a chance earlier on, made himself very hard to bowl at, rotated the strike well, gave a lot of the strike over to Lloyd when he was being a bit more fluent, and that's a brilliant little knock there for 47. He'll be disappointed he's not gone on and got past his 50, but very well played to Byram there. Just opens the door for Middlesex very early on.
Well, it's the big two now, isn't it? Byram and Lloyd, I think, are a fine opening pair, but Gill and North East now. This is what Middlesex wanted out there early. It's relatively early, 33rd over. Fair old bit of shine's come off the ball, though, hasn't it? Obviously, that first column, the runs column, 128, looks very healthy. Trailing by just 48 now with 8 wickets standing, but 2 wickets down. Middlesex will feel a lot happier with life.
As we said, a lot of quality to come in the Glamorgan lineup with Kieran Carlson, Billy Root, Chris Cook, James Harris, all to come, but I think everyone in the ground knows the importance of this partnership.
A little bit of width on that. And North East, who's a positive player, looks to go with it. Decent line again from Roland-Jones.
Wonder where Captain Myrtle will go from the pavilion end here. Bit of a swap of ends for Roland-Jones here, and Myrtle obviously bowled from the pavilion end before tea. Will he continue himself? Would you continue with Myrtle, Coach Kev?
Yes, I think I would. Oh, he's got him! North East flays at one outside the off stump. He just followed it, really, and catching practice behind the stumps. Roland-Jones has another in the over. Glamorgan are 3 down. Just the one breakthrough this afternoon for them. They've got 2 after tea and 128 for 3. Middlesex can't believe it. A gimme from North East.
Yeah, Middlesex can't believe it. I suspect Sam North East won't be able to believe it either. A short, wide delivery. These were the balls that Middlesex were bowling earlier on, and David Lloyd was smashing them into the offside boundary. This one, North East just looking to guide that through the point region. A little feather on it through to Simpson, and a big wicket. You said earlier on, give you credit, Kev, you said Roland-Jones on a roll earlier on after his first spell, and you've called it right there. 2 wickets in and over.
From the nursery ends, credit to Captain Mercer, as you're saying, he's changed the ends for the pair of them. And it has brought a change of fortune for Roland-Jones. And North East, he knows he's made an error. It really was soft. That early in the innings, it was lack of judgment, or a poor piece of judgment at that point, that early in the innings from North East. He'll be really kicking himself as he goes off. 128 for 3. All of a sudden, that scoreboard looks very different now for Middlesex, and well, they were 48 behind with 9 wickets standing, 48 behind with 7 wickets standing. It'll just be a little bit of a worry now for Glamorgan as Carlson and Gill come together. They were second and third highest scorers, weren't they, in the first innings? 36 from Carlson and 22 from Gill. There was the 52 top score from Cook. Of course, there was the cameo at the end from Patel as well, who got 36.
Yeah, Middlesex will know that was a big wicket, Sam. North East, Gill still in, but as I said a moment ago, there's still plenty of quality in this Glamorgan batting lineup. Carlson in now, very talented young player, 24-year-old, averages in and around the 30 mark. In the early years of his career, and I suspect we will see that average go up. He's a talented young man. There's a bowling change from the pavilion end. Higgins. So it's all change. Everyone's bowled from both ends now, barring Luke Holman, the spinner.
How much would Richard Johnson have had a say in that? Because I'm all for change it up. If something's not working, change it up. Let's see how they're going from that end.
Well, 2 wickets in and over, he'll probably say a lot, if I'm honest. But yeah, Murta and Richard and some of the other senior players will have given their opinions in the group. There'd have been a bit of a discussion.
I mean, Roland-Jones, you'll know him well enough, and over the years, he's been a pavilion end bowler his whole career. It's very occasional. It's usually a desperate hour when he sends the nursery and just see if there's something different. How much would he ever put his hand up and say that, actually, do you know what, give us a go from the nursery and see how it goes? Would he ever, or is that actually, it's been foisted upon him a little and just say, see how you go?
Yeah, well, bowlers have their preferred ends here, especially at Lords, with a very distinctive slope. As Ryan Higgins is running in here, as we know, the slope runs from the left of the screen down towards the right, so everyone has their favourite ends, but most, everyone practices from both and are pretty adept at bowling from both. So yeah, that change it up, never a bad ploy here.
Well, as we said, James Harris has his favourite end, doesn't he? The pavilion end. He takes another fiver at the nursery. Nice little bit of shape actually out of the hand here from Higgins. A little bit of wobble through the air. I'll be wary of him nipping one back down the slope, but equally it's holding its line nicely for him.
There is a little bit of swing there from Higgins. You can see Gill oozes quality, doesn't he? You can see it. Plenty of time to play this. He's playing Higgins off about 21 yards here. If you can see that crease line on the camera, he's a long way out of his crease here. Wonder if Simpson will have noticed that behind the stumps. He did it when Lloyd was out of his crease earlier on, came up to Higgins. Just wonder whether Simpson will have noticed that and will be looking to pin Gill, especially from the pavilion end, as you said, with the ball potentially nipping back down the slope in towards the pads and the stumps.
Wider on that one from Higgins. Not tempted. Chapman Gill. 28 for 3. He'll be more circumspect, you'd imagine. He is an aggressive player, naturally, isn't he? But you'd have thought he'll rein it back a little bit in this situation. A foundation's been laid, and Lloyd and Byram have shown that he can bat time on this one. There's no reason to fear the pitch in any way. Swings away up the slope to end the over. 128 for 3. No reason to fear the overheads for sure at the moment.
No, still a little bit in this pitch. We've just seen the ball swing there from Higgins. Managed to get a couple to go away against the slope from the right-handed batter. So still plenty in this. The wicket does look a good one now. It had it obviously nipped around on day one, and we saw it move around early on day two and earlier on today as well. But sun out, a heavy roll between innings, and it does look like a pretty good pitch. Probably dried out a little bit with the wear and tear of the game and the sun. So a fascinating period as Middlesex move to 4 slips now. So a wall of 4 lined up next to John Simpson there for the new batter Carlson, facing his first ball.
What difference a wicket or 3 makes. I was just saying that with Gus before the first wicket fell, when you're having a bad day out there and it's just not going right collectively, which some days it happens for an individual, some days it does happen for the collective, as it did today. What do you do? What are the resets that you try and get yourself back in? And it is actually quite difficult on the field to do, isn't it? Because a game, it's a long day, but even still, it does get away from you quickly. But much like Harris's 3 wicket bursts, something just started to happen for him, and then all of a sudden he was away. And similarly, that's what you've got to try and cling to as a bowling unit, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right there. What do you go back to? I think you go back to your basics. Try and bowl what you consider to be your best ball, which generally is the one that hits somewhere near the top of off stump, as the cliche goes, and try and bowl it as often as you can to build some pressure and shift some momentum. So it's a pretty tough thing to do, and you've got to do it continuously for a period of time.
Look at that. Look at that from Roland-Jones. Now at the nursery end, he should extract more bounce.
He's definitely got some bounce there, isn't he? Running in hard from the nursery end, working his way up the slope. That's just bounced and left. Carlson played it well. just dropped his hands on it, watched it go past him, didn't chase it. Danger for the batter there is just chasing the ball with his hands, but Carlson's played that very, very well.
And the slope's right to left, obviously, but there's something of an incline, isn't there, towards the top right. So as you're angling, you run from right arm over, run as you can see there from the left towards the pitch. There's that slight angle 1 with the ball, slight angle 2 with the pitch, which just gives you something of an incline to play with bowling from the nursery end. But 128 for 3. All of a sudden, it's just so funny how quickly it changes. There's just so much more to do, isn't there, for Glamorgan, where 3 wickets back, they're all of a sudden thinking, well, up around 300, 350.
Still so much time in the game, 135 overs left in this game. So lots of time here. Plenty more twists and turns, I'm sure, in this game in both directions.
Also weighing up the fact that Glamorgan are a week further back into this, aren't they? Whereas Middlesex was making the point to Gus yesterday or this morning. We started the season, first game of the season against Derbyshire. It was match 4 as far as Richard Johnson was concerned. You know, those 3 games before Surrey, Kent, Essex. You know, they were very much seen as, no, this isn't a pre-season, this is your season. You know, get your runs, get your wickets now, get yourself into the season already. Squirts the single back at a point. Let's get off the mark, Carlson. End of the over, 128 for 3, and that was very much the way the season started. Middlesex got into a good role. This match, they haven't had that same kind of build-up. They've had a 6-week break or so since Durham, and they haven't had that build-up to this game. It's pretty much coming into this match cold. As we always say, as much as you do in the nets or bowl into the glove, it's not the same as match practice.
No, it isn't. You're right. Max Holden took the opportunity to go and play in the second team last week, just to actually get that sort of match practice into his legs, as you're saying. And I think the one tricky thing here is, as I've said a few times in interviews and stuff, Middlesex have changed format 7 times, so this is the 7th change of format from 50 over back into 4-day cricket, and that's not an easy thing to prepare for. You have to prepare physically, obviously, with the work that the fitness coaches and the fitness team do to get bowlers back up and batters back up to a level of playing 4-day cricket. There are obviously technical changes you need to make between the formats. There are mindset changes you need to make between the formats. So it's not an easy shift, and this is the 7th one that Middlesex have had to make this season.
Yeah, I remember that was the greatest frustration when the T20s were on a Friday night. Spread throughout the season. Was that change up from one format to the other, and he changed them from the 2 most different formats from one extreme to the other, T20 to first class. But yeah, I just had that feeling slightly when watching Middlesex today that was it a little bit of rustiness catching up on them. Likewise in the first innings where they weren't quite at it. So just catching up on them slightly. Glamorgan that game ahead in that they had the game last week. Let's get them up and running once more.
Much better for Middlesex. It's much more disciplined after the break. We saw a guided shot down through third man a moment ago from Carlson, but this has been very, very disciplined from the Middlesex bowlers, Roland-Jones and Higgins. Back-to-back pressure from both ends, and pressure does bring wickets.
Nice problem to have with Cullen and Anderson and co to get back in this side. Helm, obviously. Cowshall wanting to go as well, but you can just see a nice little partnership between Higgins and Roland-Jones at the moment.
You can, tough bowling lineup to break into. Obviously it's had Yadav and Afridi in there as well this year, so a hard bowling lineup. Plus then you Berendorf and Green for the T20, Tilanwal Alawita as the spinner, who's obviously played some first team cricket as well this year, so lots of competition for places, which is a healthy thing.
He's right on the spot at the moment, isn't he, Higgins? Carlson and Gill are actually playing extremely well because he's really hitting the top of the off with that slope, ball after ball. 130 for 3 after 36. Long old session this evening, 37 to go. T caught Gus and I on the hop at 3:30.
It's not very often that T catches Gus on the hop, is it? Yeah, funny timings with the day. Everything sort of longer sessions, 2 hours, 10-minute sessions, but then everything's half an hour further forward because of the earlier start. So everyone's a bit confused, I think. Jay, the changing room attendant, was a bit confused day one with when T was and so on. So yeah, it's caught everyone on the hop a little bit.
I'm still working out how T was at 3:30. Oh, now doesn't really get up. Went way down the slope. He's on the spot again, and this time with the bounce. Really is amazing what a difference a wicket or 3 can make. They're just on the spot, aren't they? And this is now the kind of metronome monotony that Middlesex were hoping for with the ball from the off, really. Just hit the top of off stump, keep going, and then it's a case of how long can they keep doing it, how long can Glamorgan resist. There are 4 slips behind Carlson, who can score very quickly. Having to do exactly that. He's resisting with all his might at the moment.
Yeah, look like a bit of movement up the slope here from Roland-Jones, who's been predominantly taking it down the slope away from the right-hander. That one's just held its line. Is there a bit of an inside edge on that? Was that a bit of back forearm? I'm not really sure what that hit, to be honest, but
he walked away in pain, but it was hard to tell where. I thought he did limp for a moment, so as you say, whether it was an inside edge onto the back leg. And the one that goes away. End of the over, 130 for 3. But that one that he did inside edge there, you could see he was covering all bases, wasn't he? He was trying to make sure that the outside edge wasn't in play, that it was far enough across, and well, it nearly results in the downfall, doesn't it, with the inside edge. There's the shadows starting to creep from the turrets out onto the fields. Haven't really been able to see this the last couple of evenings because it's been pretty grim, hasn't it? Cloud cover and not as pretty a picture, but it looks lovely looking across the late season sun on the back of the pavilion.
it's nice up on that terrace at the top, isn't it? Just behind the glass at the back there. It's always a great viewing spot and always pretty busy actually as well. Shows what a sun on your back, cricket in front of you.
Something cold in your hand?
Maybe a glass of Pimm's. think these are sort of matchups. It's a modern cricket term, isn't it? I think these are matchups that Middlesex would be quite happy with. Higgins to Carlson. If we can keep Gill at the other end to Roland-Jones, who is looking a threat.
He's just nagging at the moment, isn't he? Higgins just waiting to see that one really go back up the slope from that kind of line. That's the challenge, isn't it? Whereas it's so easy to watch it, but to actually keep it on that spot, and then keep it on the spot, but get it to do something different. On that, and it's driven edgily to backward point.
2 from 20 balls for Carlson. Is that just that last little shot there? Is that just a sign of the pressure that's just being built here? He's lined it up very well. Looked very comfortable out there actually, despite the ball nipping around, but hasn't really been able to score so far.
Let's have a little look, see if there's any advances in the other games elsewhere. It's quite cat and mouse here at the moment, isn't it? 'Cause it is good pressure from Middlesex. Shouldn't underestimate that. It's good pressure being built. Glamorgan are doing a fabulous job of resisting it at the moment. Which, you know, it's hard, it's solid, hard, first-class cricket at the moment, isn't it? Which you expect Glamorgan to resist this and defy them, hang in there and build the partnership, much as Roland-Jones and Holman did this morning. Appeal from Higgins, but that one falling away backwards square on the leg side. Nothing doing with the slope, nipping away down the hill.
Always a telltale sign that when the ball off an LBW shout runs away to square leg, as that one did there. Didn't really look like umpire Milnes was interested whatsoever.
Drink run out. Bowls. Right up there. Northamptonshire are 94 for 3. They lead Surrey by 12 runs. Proctor 34. Keogh has 10. Keogh who 123 in the first innings. Clark, Worrell and Cameron Steele. Played a little bit of second 11 cricket with the man to my right. Second 11 champions, was he in that side? Just a single.
Yeah, I think Cameron Steele would have won a couple of second team competitions with Middlesex actually. Maybe T20 down at Arundel. I think he may have been part of at least one of those teams.
So basically what you're telling us, you won a couple of second 11 titles and a T20.
Not often that Middlesex have much to boast about in the shortest format of county cricket, so we'll take what we can get.
How many years did you have that job in second 11?
I looked after the academy from 2012 till 2018, and then but as part of that was with the second team a lot as well during that period. So and then I moved on from the academy, so Shubman Gill just gets that behind square for 2 runs. Moved on from the academy in 2018 into the second team role full time, and then Richard Scott moved on, as we were talking about earlier on. Richard Johnson took over, and I sort of worked a bit more with the first team from 2018.
So look, Somerset now 183 for 4, Bartlett 37, Goldsworthy 14. They lead Warwickshire by 206 runs. And Essex are 39 for 2. Brown and Wesley gone. Cook 21, Lawrence 2. Needing another 123 to win. Of course, a lot of these are probably only just back from tea, actually, as I'm looking at these scores, because they've had a normal tea interval. Forget what I just said, my maths on the times today, just as bad as my judgment of tea.
Commentator's jet lag, I think you've got here, haven't you? It's all over the place.
It's one last afternoon heat haze coming in through the media centre here when that sun goes around in the evening.
And it must be said, you're doing this in pain, aren't you? You've got commentator's elbow at the moment, so really struggling with that. So for all of our viewers watching the Middlesex Enhanced live stream, Kevin Hand is battling through for you here. He's only mentioned it 5 times in the last 5 minutes, so. Really is very good down the ground, Gill. You saw that in the first innings. Played a shot very early on to Murtagh back through mid-off. He's very, very talented, skillful, hits the ball very straight. Difficult player to bowl
at. In Division 2, Leicestershire are 136 for 4. They lead Durham by 42 runs. Did I get that right? 136 for 7. They lead Durham by 42 runs. Kimber has 52. He's still there. Parkinson with him now. And they are back on at Hove. Worcestershire are 324 for 2. Libby has 170 now. Haynes 20. Pollock with a 98 after a decent little run of form. Runs last week as well against Glamorgan.
Sussex won the toss in that game, didn't they? And they were struggling. Lots of a flurry of early wickets.
They were 23 for 5, 15 for 4, 23 for 5. And 99 for 6 when Hudson Prentice and Coles had hit 50s.
Just one run there for Carlson into the leg side, takes him to 4 off 29 balls. Middlesex continuing to apply this pressure here. Shubman Gill comes on strike, 8 off 15 he is. He's not seen much of the strike since Carlson's been in. Carlson's now faced 29 balls to Gill's 15. Just one off that Higgins over. Glamorgan won's 3-6 for 3 now. 40 overs, 33 overs left in the day. Some fascinating cricket still to be had at Lord's this evening.
Look at that go down the slope. 136 for 3. Edged! Oh wow, that would have been brilliant from Holden. Applause from Roland-Jones. He went up for celebration, then you could see the frustration and then the applause, recognising that was an astonishing effort by Holman to get a hand to it.
Max Holden, Middlesex's Fielder of the Year for the last couple of years, and everyone can see why with this. A fantastic diving effort there. Very, very nearly. Save 4. Definite save 4. Wouldn't even call it a half chance. Did brilliantly well there to get a hand on it, and had that have stuck, that probably would have been Middlesex's catch of the season. I can't think of a better one.
Incredible difference since that first wicket's fallen in Middlesex's bowling performance here. Yeah. Everybody, yourself, Gus and I all recognise, you can only say what you see, and they were struggling with the ball until they got that first wicket. Tails have been up ever since. The northeast wicket was a bit of a gimme, which he'll be kicking himself for. Really is survival at the moment.
Just no let up here from Higgins or Roland-Jones. Just been relentless in their building of pressure since that tea break and those 2 early wickets in Roland-Jones' first over after tea. Glamorgan just hanging in there, hoping for a loose ball just to start that scoreboard ticking again, but they are still 40 behind, 3 wickets down, so essentially minus 40 for 3. Still a long way to come back into the game.
Yeah, I was just going to come to that. The reset for them here is to find 40 runs without the loss of a further wicket. Be 0 for 3 and say, all right, 0 for 3, 7 wickets standing. They've got to bat last. That's the challenge for them now, isn't it? Just to creep up towards 176, knocking off the deficit, and from there, game on.
Definitely another 200 from here, I think, will be Glamorgan's target. If you are leaving Middlesex to chase, it's 150. Anything can happen.
And that would be pressure for Middlesex then from the position they were in. And equally the fact that Glamorgan hold second. It won't be terminal for Glamorgan if they lose. It'll be difficult for Middlesex to make up the ground to second spot if Glamorgan come out on top, and that plays its part in the chase, which always has a pressure on it anyway because it is the chase. 136 for 3, so it's still game on, but Middlesex feeling much the happier of the two at the moment.
A 3-point swing in the bowling points as well, bonus points, sorry. So Middlesex managed to record 4 batting points and 3 bowling points. Glamorgan obviously got their 3 bowling points, but only managed 1 batting point.
Still nagging. Higgins grabbed the single though. The single was just nudged from outside off the slope aiding that for the right-hander, just to have that little bit of trust. But nonetheless, Higgins will be looking for the one to go up the slope on that line. They've got a gully in place for a potentially wider catch. For that, 3 slips as well. That's crunched width, but full as well. Long old chase for Stoneman, which he will make. And they've taken 3. Carlson's on 7, 140 for 3. 36 now the deficit. I was just making the point with Angus Fraser, because we're talking about how well Middlesex have done this year with the bat in particular. Mercer and Bamber probably averaging 10 more than both would want. Mercer at 32, Bamber at 42 at the moment. Obviously, Bamber's taken all of his wickets at 23 prior to this season, which has been an incredible return because of his age. So, you accept a little bit of intent from Ryan Higgins there. You accept a quieter season, but it's just too quiet at the moment for Bamber with that average of 43. But that kind of session this afternoon, it was just had the feeling, I was trying to weigh up, you look at how well Middlesex have done, why aren't they perhaps up towards the top at the moment, which they will be if they win this game. But were it not to happen, were they to miss out this year, it would just be perhaps there's been a session too many like this afternoon, where overall they've done very, very well, but then one session just lets it slip. In the past, I've actually been saying that a lot about, it's usually a session with the bat that's let it slip, which hasn't been quite so much the case this season with the bat. Pitches have played their part in that because the batting's improved a lot, and of course the bowling has found it that little bit more difficult on the pitches this year and with the balls that have been served up.
Yeah, I was in a meeting that Rob Key spoke actually recently, and he was talking about the balls, and the complaint came from the floor around the balls and the constant changing, and he said in a weird way he felt the balls were one of the success stories of this year and the quality of cricket that we've seen, because they've gone soft early, they've made the game less bowler friendly, and therefore he actually thought it was a good thing. As a batter he probably would.
Oh, has he got him? Now, eyes on the umpire, nothing doing. Clipping the pad through.
Yeah, I think the cheeky grin on Ryan Higgins' face there and the toss of the cap from David Milnes to him suggests they both know exactly what was going on there.
And there was a word as well, I think, wasn't there, that Higgins had to respond to?
Yeah, just brush the pad on the way through. the pet hate there of the umpire is the Higgins not appeal. The umpires really don't like the kind of run through
celeb appeal.
Yeah, without sort of looking back and actually asking the umpire. One of the sort of tricks of the game, isn't it, to try and convince the umpire that you've seen something he hasn't.
There was a word because Higgins kind of raised his head, didn't he, as if to say, sorry umpire, what's that? Yeah. Innocently.
But generally, relationship between players and umpires is fantastic. I know Lancashire put that statement out around some of their decisions and so on, and you do have some, you do sympathise with them in that instance, but relationship between the ECB umpires and the players is pretty spot on most of the time, if not all the time.
Two for 30 off 11 now for Roland-Jones. His 12th. So I think what his opening spell was, I didn't notice. 6 I'm going to go with something around 6 overs, number 25. So his economy thereafter has been incredible.
Has been a very good spell of bowling from his two Middlesex seamers. Roland-Jones will be hoping to finish this spell with his 3rd wicket.
It's incredible, the light and shade of the two spells from Roland-Jones. But then you do see it, you've just seen it over the years from him, don't you? He's one of those bowlers, he's very unlikely to have two back-to-back bad spells.
Yeah, a high quality performer for a number of years in county cricket and international cricket, let's not forget. And you're exactly right there. High quality bowlers don't often have 2-3 back-to-back bad spells. They might have a bad couple of overs, but more often than not they come back. Roland-Jones has certainly done that here.
First innings he picked up 2 for 50 to an average of 20 then. Average of 15 in the second innings. An overall season return around the 20 mark. 50 wickets at 21. Couple will be had here, no deep third, just gets past Holden at fourth. So he's basically on his season average, having not bowled well. 4 for 80 in the match.
Has a habit of bowling some very good balls, doesn't he, in and around. Even if he is having an indifferent spell, there's still a ball in there, gets a bit of an angle in. So as a batter, you think the ball's coming at you as a right-handed batter because of his angle in, and then he's just got the skill to be able to get that ball to leave you, and that lures batters into playing at balls. And the Court Simpson bowled Roland-Jones dismissal is a common one on the Middlesex scorecard because of that shake that he gets.
On to come of the over. Can't get it off the spot at the moment, can he?
Played that well, Carlson. You saw that ball come in, sort of a bit of a setup from the bowler there, show him a few that go away from him, and then a big angle and try and swing it back. Carlson played it very, very well.
A few pats on the back for Roland-Jones. Haven't seen anybody. Have you seen Murtagh warming up in the last couple of overs?
No, I haven't yet. I think he might do a few token arm swings while he's standing at mid-on there to Gill. Standing to Murtagh, sort of quite a straight mid-on there for Shubman Gill. Probably have a few little arm swings and he'll be ready to go.
Feels like Higgins has deserved more from this spell than he's got. Whether a change of ends would actually work for him as well, because he's just hit such a relentless line, but hasn't gone past the edge that much.
No, he hasn't. He swung a couple away early on in the spell, didn't he? And sort of showed the batter that he could take it up the slope, but he's mainly been in at the right-handers. It's amazing now, isn't it? So we're talking about Carlson's now faced 43 balls, and I think, off the top of my head, Gill had faced 15 when he came in, so had very little of the strike. Carlson's had the vast majority of the last 8 overs since that fall of the wicket.
Which will frustrate Middlesex a lot. They'll want to be getting at Gill now, but then they will be turning back to Captain Murtagh soon enough. And Bamba.
Yeah, just wonder if Roland-Jones might go one more. Just maybe one of those. Sometimes captain leaves a decision late, sees who's on strike.
There is Mercer, the ball pushed up to mid-on.
And as we said, he hasn't bowled much at Shubman Gill, so maybe give Roland-Jones one more over if Gill's on strike.
Mercer was bending forward there a moment ago. I think that constitutes a warm-up now for the old fella. Hasn't given it the full... oh no, there we go. He's off. The arms are swinging from Captain Mercer. Hasn't quite got out the ministry of silly walks just yet, though. He's full on John Cleese kicking the legs in front of him. Oh, there we go. Look, he's warming up the hamstrings now. It looks as though Roland-Jones might be done.
So I just had a little look, and after this ball, it will be 11 overs since the fall of the wicket, the Sam North East wicket, the last ball of that Roland-Jones over. Carlson will have faced 47 of those deliveries, so he really has had a lot of the strike here. And the pressure continues to build for Middlesex.
End of the 44th, 143 for 3. So it looks as though all of those pats on the back for Roland-Jones were to congratulate him on a good spell. And or is it Tim Mercy? Oh, they're teasing us. Which one's going to turn and take their cap off? In fact, someone's already done it. It's Ethan Bamber down below us. He's in position and ready to go.
That has surprised me. I sort of assumed that Murta would follow from this end, Bamber would follow from his favoured pavilion end, though. That said, when probably Bamber's best spell of the summer came against Durham from this end earlier on in the year, didn't it? On that final day of the Durham game.
I mean, he looks as though he should be a pavilion end bowler, a nursery end bowler, doesn't he? The heights, where maybe he's not going to extract that much additional bounce from the pavilion end, he might just extract a little bit more from the nursery.
Yeah, 2 slips and a gully here for Bamber. I think I'd like to see 3 slips, if I'm honest, and maybe Point go a little bit further behind. Not sure about that gap. Just with that ball moving away, as we just saw there from wide, that was wide, don't get me wrong, but just with that away movement, I'm often a fan of just let's get a wall of slips in there. That gully position does sometimes feel like a bit of a guess to me as to where it's going to go, rather than I think it's a bit more calculated just to go 3 slips and push your Point a little bit further behind square.
I do seem to remember some sort of statistic being produced a couple of years back about how many catches are actually taken in the gully as opposed to fly through a vacant third.
I think it's probably a run-saving position, actually. It's that where that sort of thick on the ground outside edge goes, or a little push goes. But I agree, and I don't think you see many catches, and I think if you probably looked at the numbers, you'll go, well, why do we put a fielder there to catch it if it doesn't go in the air? Although Middlesex fans will be hoping that Gill does nick this one to gully and it's taken.
I've been done by that already when talking about the stats. But yeah, if it's run saving, then he could give himself room, couldn't he? And then he really is run saving. But again, it's the balance, isn't it? You go to third slip and you're not going to save anything at all. But what price the wickets?
Bamber just taking over where Roland-Jones and Higgins have left off here. 5 dot balls to start his spell. Where Bamber struggled in that first spell was, though, there was a release ball every over. His figures reflect that. 6.5 overs for 29. So he'll be hoping just to close this over out and keep that pressure on Gill and Carlson.
Outside the line of off.
Yeah, a couple of shouts from Steve Fletcher in the box next door. That's out, that's out. Mark Newell, the umpire, did not agree. Looked like it was outside the line. We'll double check on the replay here, but I think our head of communications, Steve Fletcher, might have forgotten the rules here. I think he's just about playing a shot, and I think he's outside the line, but a bit closer than maybe we gave Fletch credit for.
Hit him on the move, didn't it? Which is where, yeah, that freeze frame, I reckon it would have been a DRS, all right, wouldn't it, as to whether it was hidden in line. Umpire's call. Here's Mercer from the pavilion end, number 20, number 28 from 9. So similarly, he's reined it back. So his opening 6-over spell was well into the 20s.
Just reviewing that LBW shout there. Bamber on Gill, and it's outside the line. Good decision by Mark Newell. As long as you consider that is a shot, and I think you could say that is quite comfortably a shot that Shubman Gill is playing.
Gone! Carlson's gone for 9. Mercer strikes from the pavilion end. Slip has the catch. And another loose one after 49, 50 balls of defiance for Carlson. He's gone for 9. 143 for 4. They still trail by 33.
Carlson's played a couple of expansive shots there outside off stump. You saw the ball before. He tried to have a little bit of a drive at a ball that wasn't there. Maybe getting a bit frustrated. He's now faced 49 balls. This is his 50th ball of the innings. Little bit of width from Mercer there. He's thrown the kitchen sink at it, but a very good catch. And the finger of doom there from Steve Eskenazi.
Yeah, he just got underneath it, didn't he? As he went down on one knee, looking to carve it away. But that's born out of the skill bowling of Middlesex since the wickets have come. They've really tightened up, and it frustrates the batters.
We've seen an exceptional period of pressure from the Middlesex bowlers here. And actually, interestingly, you look at the balls that have got the wickets. One sort of leg side delivery from Roland-Jones caught Bamber, a wide one caught behind by John Simpson that saw Sam Northeast go, and then that one another wide one. So actually the best balls Middlesex have bowled in this session haven't been the ones that have got the wickets, but it's credit to Middlesex for the pressure that they've built across this period. And we'll be looking to do the same to Billy Root as he walks out.
As you say, 21 dot balls buys a wicket. What was it, 9 from 50? So a strike rate of 20, below 20 for Carlson. Gill strike rate of 33 for his 10 from 29. So yeah, Billy Root walks out with still pressure on. We were talking about them getting towards that 176 Glamorgan, and I mean 7 wickets in hand still. If they can do it with 6 wickets in hand, they just need to get there, don't they? and then see what the game looks like. You're trying to weigh up what can our 7 wickets get against Middlesex's last 10, batting last on this. Well, it's now at best what can Glamorgan's 6 wickets get against Middlesex's 10, batting last on this. They've got to get there though. 33 away from parity, and then that's just when pressure starts to build again on Middlesex. On the spot again, Murtagh. I do need to get the statistic. Don Shelley will have it. How many wickets Mercer's taken at the pavilion end in his career? Angus Fraser says, I'll be surprised by how many it is in terms of a good number. But my impression is, he can't have bowled that. He hasn't bowled that much up there to take that many.
He hasn't had to. He's got so many wickets from this end that he's barely had time to change ends, hasn't he? Some of the games have been played in recent times. The amount of wickets that Murtagh's taken with the new ball from the nursery end. He's had a break, come back and done it all over again, and the innings have been wrapped up.
Oh, now look at that one go down the slope from Murtagh. Something I haven't said many times over the years.
Yeah, that has gone down the slope. Pitch well outside leg stump. Not too dissimilar to the John Simpson ball, actually, that got him earlier on. Slowed that one down in the change room. We saw how much that ball moved. And Murtagh's delivery there from slightly shorter has nipped just as much.
Last ball of his 10th. And no run. Wicket maiden for Tim Murtagh. Carlson's gone for 9, caught by Eskenazi, and 143 for 4. Well, Gill and Roots, they're 2 big names on that board for Glamorgan now. They really need someone to do it at the top. They don't want to leave it too late. They've got a lot to do. 33 more for parity. They'll want at least 130, 140 to bowl at. Just something on the board. Obviously, ideally, I'd want 200 to bowl at, but that means going to that Middlesex score at the bottom, 390 or close to. It's a long, long way away.
It is, and there's pressure that Middlesex continue to build. It's making it very difficult for these Glamorgan batters. In the last 28 balls, there's only been 2 scoring shots from Glamorgan. 2 back-to-back maidens there, one from Bamber, one from Murtagh, wicket maiden, as he rightly said. So the pressure continues to build.
Single down to long leg. A learned fellow told me that 52 of the first 72 runs were scored in boundaries. I wonder how many boundaries there's been in the 72 balls since? 72 runs since. But certainly they've dried them up. The boundaries have dried up massively, and that would have been, I'm sure, something that was talked about at tea.
23 boundaries scored now. There's 10 more boundaries. But it's just been a decent amount of overs in that period.
I guess there's that short boundary away to the leg side that we should factor in that count as well. Or on other days, actually, those would be 2s, wouldn't they? 3s perhaps, but once you're past the infield of the short boundary here at Lords, especially down the slope towards the tavern and the mound, as soon as you get it past the infield, you've got the boundary, to be fair.
Bamber round the wicket here, straight away to Root. So Murtagh bowl his first delivery to Root from first deliveries from over the wicket. Bamber different angle here, trying to bring off stump into play down the slope.
On the spot again. Still 26.5 overs to go today. I'm resisting looking at tomorrow's forecast still. Edge sank on a second slip. Root's gone. Bamber around the wicket, picks up the left-hander. Brilliant catch in there by Robson. And these wickets are tumbling now. 144 for 5 as Root heads back. And Bamber has a second.
I think this is the 3rd consecutive wicket here from Glamorgan that's fallen to a bit of width. That wasn't, again, not one of Bamba's best deliveries. A little bit of width. It has gone against the slope. That he has tried to swing that away from route. I think we'll see on the replay this is leaving route. But it's wide. It's mid-crease again, and very well taken by Sam Robson there at second slip for Middlesex. Middlesex on the charge, 1-4-4 for 5.
Too early in the innings for the shot from Root, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's just that cumulative pressure, isn't it? Both ends just been relentless, really. We've seen that Glamorgan have wanted to play aggressively through this game, especially in the first innings, and perhaps just that reining in and that dot balls and maidens and pressure being continually built has just led to some false shots. Well, the batting keeps coming for Glamorgan. Chris Cook walking out there now, the wicket keeper. Very good player, has got a good record in 4-day cricket and been a very good player now for Glamorgan for a number of years. And now he comes with Glamorgan under a little bit of pressure here from this Middlesex bowling attack.
32 behind. It's extraordinary, isn't it? Such a good start, but that's the way it's gone in this match. You know, wickets have fallen in clusters, haven't they? And it, more so perhaps in the after the Glamorgan first innings, where it mostly was boom, boom, boom all the way through. But yeah, Middlesex and through nicely, beating Cook. But Middlesex and Glamorgan have both had to wait more so in the second and third innings of the match, haven't they? And they've had to tighten it up. It hasn't happened as quickly as it did in that first innings. I think because probably Glamorgan will know when they walked off in the first innings, Middlesex could have bowled better than that. And perhaps both sides a little bit guilty in innings 2 and 3 of the match of not expecting it to happen, but expecting it to happen a little easier than it did. That's going to be a problem on that one. Whipping back up the slope. End of the 47th, 144 for 5.
Yeah, I agree. I think this pitch has definitely dried out a little bit, and it looks a pretty decent pitch for batting. And not completely straightforward, but maybe that threat that was in the pitch on Monday and Tuesday on the slightly damper days, sun's out now at Lords, is perhaps not there. And Middlesex just had to change the plan, change how you get wickets. You're not going to blast people out here. You have to do it through relentless, sustained pressure, and that's what's happened.
Top balls. Just going to have another look at that wicket. It looked like it rolled up the pad a little bit, and that was why I wondered actually it was a little bit closer. My first thought was absolutely no chance. Absolutely no chance.
Yeah, just hit him above the back pad there, didn't it? Just on the inner thigh pad. Bamba just getting a little bit of movement there. The batting quality does keep coming for Glamorgan. Chris Cook averages 39 in first class cricket. Shubman Gill, everyone knows of his quality. Anyone who follows the international game knows of his quality. And then the Middlesex favourite James Harris walking out next. And how many times have we seen him pulling innings out of the bag? So lots of quality still to come for Glamorgan. A lot rests on these two shoulders, you would say.
Well, you think of what he did for Middlesex against Lancashire at Old Trafford in 2014. with the man currently bowling, Tim Murtagh, the two that saved the game in the end. Again, 2016, I just don't think would have been possible. If they'd have gone down in 2014, even if they'd have bounced straight back up in 2015, it's quite something to bounce straight back up and win the title the next year. Great start to 2014, it just tailed off nearly to relegation. 2015 pushed, huffed and puffed behind Yorkshire, couldn't quite keep pace with them. And then 2016, right at the last, getting over the line. Edged and taken! Whoa, what a catch that is! And wouldn't you believe it, Luke Holman, who's put down a couple in the match, and there's the smile, and there's the relief and the laugh. And he's got Shubman Gill for 11, 144 for 6, a massive wicket, a huge catch. And Murtagh has a second at the pavilion end.
We saw early in the day 2 Middlesex batsmen undone by trying to go across the ball. Simpson and Higgins both, and Shubman Gill here. Looks like he's gone across a ball that's gone up the slope. It has. He's trying to take that from outside off stump through the leg side, and a very good catch there from Luke Holman, and great to see his response. Well bowled from Murtagh, getting that ball to go against the slope. And just see it just in the bottom of the screen there, you just see Luke Holman bursting in, and he's throwing that ball into orbit, I suspect.
Just imagine how good a bowler he'd have been if he bowled from the pavilion end his whole career.
This is a moment Murtagh would have wanted to see. Murtagh versus Harris. Two very good friends. Slightly different approaches to the way they live their lives, it's fair to say. But very good friends nonetheless. And this will certainly be a wicket that Tim Murtagh wants.
Gill,
144 for 6, 32 behind, 4 wickets standing. 6 wickets back was not that long ago. Middlesex were just starting to worry. That opening stand between Lloyd and Byram, an early drop catch, getting Byram going. Some loose deliveries put away by Lloyd. But Middlesex have been back to their ruthless best with the ball since that breakthrough wicket.
My guess here is Murtagh's going to look to hit Jimmy Harris in the shin. That'll be my thing. Sometimes his feet a little bit slow to get moving at the start of an innings. Murtagh will know that better than anyone.
Shape first ball away. One ball to come at the over.
I suspect Harris would have been one of the most disappointed to not be in the Danubius. You know, I suspect he'd have bought his bike and been flying around Regent's Park on it of an evening. Very keen cyclist. James is?
Well, they're just outside Watford, so he's had to get on his bike and drive around Luton and Dunstable instead. Oh, Murtagh brings it back down the slope and beats the edge. It's tailing back in, not massively. Just tails back in and then holds its line.
Held its line up the slope there, luring Harris into the shot. Held his original line though, that's the skill of batting from the pavilion end, or both ends here actually with the slope. Is just hold your original line, don't chase the ball, don't follow it with your hands. It's been an exceptional period from Middlesex's bowlers here. 2 new batters at the crease, 4 balls between them, both on 0. Bamber looked a threat in the previous over with the wicket of Root and then an LBW shout. We'll be hoping for much more of the same.
Cut away to backward point by Cook. No run, 144 for 6.
That's the amazing difference, isn't it? I think when things start going your way and you get a little bit of momentum, that ball gets hit straight to point. Earlier on in the innings, David Lloyd playing beautifully, that ball would have been 4, no doubt. And that's just things just start going in your favour and you get a bit of momentum, just helps you to continue to build that pressure.
Yeah, I don't think that can be underestimated either. Which is why I asked that question about when it is going against you, especially collectively as a bowling unit. What do you do to arrest that? What do you find? What's that little jolt that just tries to get you going? Because there's never going to be something. There's never going to be a switch that you can flick and you're all going again. But just something to begin that process of coming back and help you to keep the... I remember when Ian O'Brien was the overseas player for Middlesex in 2010. You won't mind me telling anybody this. It was a game away in Gloucestershire. And things just weren't quite happening for Middlesex in 2010. Promoted 2011 from Division 2, but they were on a run at that point where things just weren't quite right. Collapses still, I think, with the bat. Chris Rogers was a year away, of course. He came in 2011 to change that. But even with the ball, I think things weren't going quite right. And he printed off an article that he read in the paper that day, and he slipped it under everybody, or he had the hotel go around and slip it under all the Middlesex players' doors overnight. And of course, they slipped it under mine as well, just thinking I was part of the club because I was there in that same hotel. And it was by Alan Smith, the former Arsenal striker, and he was talking about it was just a column on elite level performance. How you are going to have your bad days, you are going to have your really good days, but the crucial thing is that you set a bar below which you don't slip on your bad days. That natural fluctuation in performance level will happen to even the greats. But you set that median line whereby the great days, yep, they climb a little bit above that, but when you have the bad day, it doesn't drop that far below it. So you're always hanging somewhere around that line, and that was what he was saying at that point about that Middlesex side. In fact, I remember sat there having a beer with him and Gus, actually, the three of us, in that exact match, when it just wasn't happening at that point. No, that was the year before promotion. End of the over. 49 gone, 144 for 6.
Yeah, something pretty similar when I first walked into the Middlesex changing room as a fresh-faced and slightly less cynical 17-year-old. Angus was captain, and you ask, as you do as a young player, ask the most senior guy in your skill some advice, and he just said, if you can make your bad days into average days and your average days into good days, you're going to have a good career. Unfortunately, I wasn't good enough to do that, but it was good advice nonetheless.
It's the over to keep an eye on, isn't it? 2-dot ball so far. He'll look to have all 6 against Harris.
He will. Great contest within a contest. This Middlesex piling the pressure onto the Glamorgan batsman here. But this is a little mini game in a game. Murtagh versus Harris, 2 great friends, as I said earlier on. Murtagh will be looking to come out on top in this battle for Middlesex.
Solidly behind that one, Harris. Is that the one he was looking to blow the pads off him? Actually, blow the pads off him isn't a Mercer phrase, is it? Wrap him on the shins. Goes for it again down the leg side. It goes for Mercer. That's a brilliant take by Simpson.
It was. Saw Chris Cook actually did some very good work as well for Glamorgan down the leg side. Equally good there from the Middlesex gloveman John Simpson. Very steady behind the stumps as we would expect.
Short run up. Harris isn't getting out to the short run up. That'd be an insult to injury, wouldn't it? The Mercer short run up.
It's lovely just looking on the speed gun there. Mercer's previous ball I think was 71.6 miles an hour. The short run up is 70.9. So it's about 0.7 of a difference in terms of mile an hour.
I've always wondered that on his run up. It's a long run up but then again, we were winding him up about his warm up there. But of course, this is a guy who's only really had 2 injuries in his career. One this year, and the other one was a hamstring injury. Kept him out for half a year. Other than that, he's barely been off the field. So there's a method to the madness, or at least that's what I'll try and tell Angus Fraser in a moment. Right on the spot, hit again. Taking Guster in at the moment, an extraordinary change in performance with the ball since that first wicket, which was a long time in coming, but the next 6 followed rapidly.
Yeah, Bamber, the man who started it all off, didn't he, with that David Lloyd caught at sort of that gully position. Very good catch it was to start it all off.
Which I think is nice because, again, Banbury hasn't had his best season, but he's been really rough on himself, I think, when I've spoken to him about this year. Because he's performed so well at such a young age up to this point.
Demands very high standards of himself, and he's a great one for that, and really does drive the culture and the standard of the younger people in the changing room and in the playing squad. So very well respected amongst all of the group, and a great competitor as well. He's a lovely lad, but don't get me wrong, there's plenty of fire in that belly. Might come across saying sorry a few times and being quite polite in your interviews with him, but there's a competitive winner. There's a winner in there, and there's a lot of fire in that belly.
When someone does set such high standards of themselves, do you have to be a little bit careful in how you manage a player like that, an individual like that?
Well, it goes back to what you were saying a moment ago, that you have high standards of yourself, and that doesn't mean you shouldn't aspire to them, but the fall from that is quite significant. If you do have a bad day and your expectations are sky high, the up and down, that roller coaster is a lot steeper. The players are a lot more level, find that up and down in form a lot easier to manage.
End of the over, 145 for 6. Alan Coleman, thanks very much. We'll see you again for the next stint. Six wicket spell for Alan Coleman there. No pressure, Gus.
Five wickets actually. I've got one before tea.
You set him up.
Ridiculous.
Well, it's incredible, isn't it, sport, the way it happens?
Well, it is, and it's either one of the most inspirational team talks that's ever been given to sort of transform it from the sort of very ordinary stuff that we saw before lunch.
Well, it was dire, wasn't it? It was a really bad day up to that point.
But what we've seen 17 runs in 19 overs and 5 wickets fallen since, which is absolutely outstanding bowling. And all right, you're never going to bowl as well as this they have done in the last hour and a half very often, but you can't afford the spells that you've had before against better sides or against top sides. But they've been, I say, absolutely magnificent since tea.
Well, it's been extraordinary how they've tightened it up. There's just barely been a bad ball. Everything's hitting the top of off again. It was almost that chat we were having about Adam Gilchrist, wasn't it? You know, one out of the middle of the bat, and all of a sudden, a few more start hitting out of the middle of the bat quite quickly.
And again, I suppose a bit of a soft dismissal, wasn't it? The Byram, and to be fair, North East wasn't a great shot either. But suddenly, bang, bang, 2 wickets in an over, and it's just. And the wicket before, I mean the important breakthrough before tea as well, but it's just completely transformed the look and the feel of everything that we're watching. And equally, as this is hugely satisfying from a Middlesex perspective to be watching and to witness, it's equally frustrating that you don't sort of grab hold of this from the moment we got hold of the ball in the second innings.
But even the Lloyd shot he was running it really and ran it straight to Robson, which is the first one to go. 123 for 1 to 144 for 6. Byram caught Bamber off Roland-Jones. Gill caught Holman off Murtagh. Stunning catch that was from Holman, who'd shelled a couple in the match. North East was probably the softest of the lot. Caught Simpson off Roland-Jones for a third ball duck. Carlson and Root following. Root just going after one too early, offered up outside off stump from Bamber, and Root taking the bait. Oh. Bowled from Murder right up there. 74 miles an hour, the Mercer quicker ball.
Yeah, I've actually been looking at the speed guns, and whilst you said they're the most accurate, there was a couple of the delivery before tea that Murtagh seemed to get through quite well, and it had 56 miles an hour on it. So I'm not
sometimes
got total confidence in this speed gun, even though I'm sure someone listening that's involved with it would. Their accuracy rate is XXX.
No, there's definitely, from what I've seen watching them for a while now, it seems as though you can rely on it something like 98% of the time, and then all of a sudden you'll get a ball where you look at it and just say that's not even close to what's just happened out there. So for some reason there's some sort of glitch where one delivery is completely miles off, but then the rest all seem to be coming through quite happily. And again, told that this radar is more accurate than the Hawkeye one, but the Hawkeye one, as far as I can remember, doesn't seem to have that kind of glitch where one goes horribly wrong. So I guess that's the difference between the two.
So in many ways I was right to question that New Zealand policeman.
Yeah, exactly.
A few years ago.
This is the one that's gone wrong. It's just taking Alan Coleman back there. Again, it's one of those, it's long enough ago that nobody minds you telling the story. 2010, Ian O'Brien and myself were sat down in Bristol one evening having a natter when things weren't quite going right in 2010. That was the year before promotion, wasn't it? 2011. I kind of left you to it, have a beer, the pair of you. And Ian O'Brien had obviously found an article in one of the papers, and he photocopied it and put it under everybody's door that night in the hotel down in Bristol. Ian O'Brien.
Oh, Ian O'Brien.
I don't know, maybe you'd nipped away actually, because maybe you don't even know about this, whether you were still with it, because you'd often go away after the first or second evening, wouldn't you? Or the night before and then the first night. So whether he slipped it under the day after, but he had a photocopy taken. It was Alan Smith was talking about elite level performance for players. You're going to have days that are a little bit better than others, but you basically have a median line from which you try not to stray too far. So your good days stray up above it, and then your bad days stray down below, but they don't drop too far, which was that's the mark of how you really continue to achieve at the top.
think he was safe there. So Tim Murtagh actually moved pretty quickly to the ball there, to be fair to him.
It was Alan Smith, the former Arsenal striker, was right in the column.
Yeah, I say you're just talking there about sort of the dressing room and players and setting yourself high standards and not living up to them, and the sort of the emotional ups and downs. I think I managed it quite well, because when I got wickets, that was my day, and when I didn't, then I hadn't bowled particularly well. It's not as bad as you think, and I suppose being a bowler that was quite consistent.
Oh, that goes away down the slope, doing too much past the edge.
There weren't sort of huge difference. I was talking before too, when you were talking about over rates and run rates in overs, and the fact if you're constantly sort of going between early twos and on a bad day you're 3.5. Just looking at that Bamber delivery, yeah, it's beating the bat, but a stronger appeal might have tested the umpire a bit more. They didn't make any noise, or very little noise, behind the stumps, but again the ball seemed to do very little before lunch. It's now been doing a little bit more. Whether they've managed to get it swinging a little bit.
That's a lovely shot. Too dissimilar to the ball before, just a little bit wider, and onto it quickly. That brings up the 150. 150 for 6. Cook's first boundary.
Is that the first boundary since tea?
It may well be. I was just saying that to Alan Coleman. He was the one that was saying 52 of the first 72 runs were scored in boundaries, and since then they've dried up the boundary count. That was what I was going to say. The bad balls have been put. Middlesex have taken the bad balls out of the equation, and they've just continued to put the ball in better areas. And that's perhaps where they found more assistance with the consistency of their bowling, perhaps. Just getting back to those fundamental basics.
Yeah, and again, as you say, it's almost when you see the celebrations of a player when he gets 100 and the over-the-top celebrations, like blimey, and it just shows how much it means to him. You think, well, if that's the high, the low's going to be very low too. So you're sort of leap it. So it's almost, I'm always wary when there's over celebrations, when it's, well, actually I'm running from 30 yards to try and get a wicket. It shouldn't be a surprise when I get one every now and then. Obviously it's nice when you do, and there's a huge amount of satisfaction from it. But yeah, you see that almost Imran Tahir sort of exaltation when he gets a wicket. I know that's probably sort of, he puts it on and does it deliberately, but someone maybe it's not as calculated. You think, well, blimey, where do they go when things aren't working out for them, and they probably get in some very unpleasant places. So yeah, the skill of a lot of things is to just sort of try and, you keep your performance consistent and also keep yourself consistent emotionally, and take the sort of highs and lows out of it. And even if you're wrong in your mind, but if you're reasoning, so your career is a sort of hilly sort of landscape rather than a mountainous landscape, you'll probably manage things a bit better than many.
You just couldn't have had more of a stark contrast before that wicket fell and after that wicket fell. And it can't just have been that the ball's doing a little bit more. They have just put it in a better place more often than not since the wicket's fallen.
But even before, just before, we were saying, there were a couple of edges, weren't there? There were suddenly 3 edges. Whether that was the concentration of the batsman sort of just wandering slightly. Lloyd, I think, no, actually Byram edged one to third man too. And we'd seen very few uncontrolled strokes, very little deviation off the surface. And then all of a sudden Bamber found the outside edge and then obviously claimed the wicket with one that just maybe bounced a bit, and that opening was there. So full credit to him for being the person really that sort of started it, to be honest. And Toby followed that up, 2 wickets and over, and all of a sudden the whole mood of the group has changed, hasn't it?
I was going to say full credit to the bowling changes as well. Mercer to the pavilion end, Higgins to the pavilion end, and Roland-Jones to the nursery end with Bamber.
And again, you've got Gill, who's a naturally attacking batsman. If you bowl anything loose to him, he's going to smack it. So the fact that you sort of made him sedate and playing a game that he doesn't normally or want to play.
Yeah, he was 11 off 34, while Carlson was out to his 50th ball for his 9. And it was those two that hung around for a bit together, and the runs just weren't coming. I was trying to remember whether it was you that told me or whether it was perhaps Michael Atherton in an interview. Shilberry had said early in either your writing career or his writing career, just remember, no matter how good you think your article was, it wasn't that good, or how bad it is, it wasn't that bad.
I agree. I mean, it was Chill said it to me. He said they're never as good as you think they are, and they're never as bad as you think they are.
I can never remember it was you that told me or whether I'd heard Michael Atherton saying it somewhere.
Yeah, it was the Shield to myself. Flintoff said something once that wasn't when I was up in this box, actually, and he'd obviously been up to do the press or whatever, and I was sort of stewing over my piece at like 7:30 at night, or rewriting for the second edition. Gosh, you can't polish her. Thanks, Freddie.
Into the 54th, 150 for 6.
But writing was, I mean, I obviously came back to Middlesex and sort of stepped aside from the role at the Independent. It wasn't because you weren't enjoying the job, and I mean, a bit of it was the time away from home, and Alex, my son, had not been particularly well, and your wife has sort of spent years with you, spending 35 weeks a year sort of in a hotel room. It's nice if you're single and you're selfish, but you suddenly want to spend a bit of time with your kids in their teens, then you need to come home. And also, been talking a good game for 7 years. Can you deliver one or produce a team? I'll only find out by doing one thing, and that's giving it a go at Middlesex if that job becomes available. So it wasn't sort of disillusionment with working in the media or anything like that. But yeah, certainly writing. I mean, and again, sometimes you can have to. I mean, it's like having written yourself. I mean, a deadline is a nightmare, because you're never going to do it before the deadline. You're never going to send it before the deadline. And a number of occasions when I've been writing, and all of a sudden your 800 words have sort of just disappeared off the laptop in front of you, and it's blimey, what do I do? I phone the office, right, count to 10 and start again. And you've got 20 minutes to sort of do 800 or 900 words, and it's amazing how quickly you learn to type. And actually sometimes when you've got to do that, they're your best pieces, because you just boom, write what you think, rather than trying to be too clever and too cute and too sort of you just boom, get it down as you saw it, what you thought of it. And all right, occasionally you might sort of then, in moments like that, you might sort of say a bit more than you should have in the criticism that you hand out, but on other occasions they're often your better pieces. I think I'd like to see Harris down Bamber's end. Bamber's been on a testing length here, and Cook's playing it quite well, actually, to be fair to him.
Yeah, Mercer tried to settle in against Harris, hasn't he? And Coleman was relishing watching that matchup, but as you say, Bamber's Harris here might be interesting. Yeah, I remember when I left university, my first year was actually in newspapers. All of a sudden it was go to a football match, right, I need 600 words in 20 minutes.
And again, you sound like a sort of dinosaur, sexist pig, and you're obviously not, but when we were at school, I mean, the thought of doing typing, that's what girls did, as you were a sort of 12, 14-year-old boy, and thinking, well, I don't need to type, well, I don't need to type, but what a skill that is to have now, isn't it? I mean, it's just, you can't get away. And equally as a journalist, I mean, it's like shorthand. Well, shorthand, something that girls, that was the attitude then, wasn't it? And how I envied a couple of the journalists that could do shorthand at press conferences when you have got a turn.
Oh, did he edge that?
I'm not sure.
Maybe
looking at Middlesex, looking at Simo, perhaps he did. But sort of envied the journalists that could do shorthand, because they could turn things around so much quicker. Not sure whether he did now, but he's got the ball to swing a couple of times, Bamber, after it's pitched, doesn't he? It's gone past the bat and then swung through to John Simpson. There's been high quality bowling again. Just watching Ethan bowling, it's relentless, isn't it? You're just testing the defensive qualities of Cook ball after ball after ball, and any little mistake, all right, there might be some player misses, but you just work in those zones, ball after ball, over after over. You're gonna get some reward somewhere down the line.
Well, they scored 123 for the fall of the first wicket, which was the third ball of the 30th over. We've now completed the 55th, so 25 overs later. They've added, what, 27 more runs. It's been an extraordinary turnaround in performance, hasn't it? That isn't just born out of wickets.
No, it's not, and it's sort of sounded. I always remember Simon Hughes, who used to play for Middlesex, obviously the analyst. He used to wind Phil Edmonds up unbelievably. I mean, Yozza wasn't the most professional around. Forget stuff, odd boots, late, sort of sloppy, and sort of not the right kit and things like that. It's a good shot there by James Harris through mid-off.
That'll be remembered to Mercer on occasion or two, I'm sure. That lovely drive down the ground. He's picked up 3 for it.
But and again, sort of missed fields in the field, whereas Edmonds was a perfectionist, and obviously a wonderful bowler. And a number of times, sort of like spin on the sweep and the second bounce spin. Simon would mess it up and go for 4. There'd be a misfield, and it's Edmonds sort of shouting and hollering at Yozza. And Yozza then, I remember one day, took an absolutely stunning catch, diving catch somewhere. And Edmonds just said, well, even that annoys me. With a couple of expletives in there. And it's a bit like this to some extent. I mean, when you see what's happened post lunch, what happened before? Sorry, post tea. What happened before tea? It frustrates you because you shouldn't be so far apart in a 20-minute interval.
Yes, I didn't say it flippantly. No, it's the story of Ian O'Brien in terms of it dropped to unusually low standard from the entire group, didn't it? And all of a sudden, it's back up at the standard from all of them. Targeting those pads, he's got his hands on his face, Mercer, but Harris has timed that well. Cook, sorry, has timed that well. Clipped away. It was Harris, sorry. Single hasn't gone up on the board just yet. I thought just everything about it looked like Harris. I didn't even particularly check, but then looked at the board and it said Cook. But that's why Mercer's got his hands on his face and he was targeting the pads all right on that one. But it could have just been a little bit of rustiness, couldn't it? Again, Glamorgan had a match last week. They're one game back into the season where Middlesex, first innings didn't bowl as well as they could have bowled better. About in the second innings, all right, it's been doing a bit. Let's go again. Still weren't quite there, I don't know.
I think you're being a bit generous there. I mean, bowlers have been bowling, they've been playing white ball cricket, different coloured ball, but they've been looking to bowl with the same principles.
Mercer and Roland-Jones haven't.
Mercer has.
He played 1, didn't he, in the Royal London?
Yeah,
2.
they've been bowling every day.
Yeah.
They're bowling, so it's... Yes, they're not bowling in a match situation, but they're bowling, and they're experienced bowlers.
I don't know the answer. They probably don't either, but it was so strange the way collectively they were off, and then all of a sudden, collectively, they've just been back on it. And as you said, if you're going to compete promotion this year back in Division 1 against the absolute top sides in the country, they are not going to let you back in if you give them that kind of start. Glamorgan will be frustrated that they have allowed Middlesex back in with this. That's something of a collapse. See the silly mid-offers come into position there. and Higgins are in the 29 nowadays. 56 gone, 17 to go today. Still trailing by 19 though, Glamorgan.
Bamber's off, having bowled a very good spell from the nursery end. Finished it with 12 overs, 2 for 36. His first 4 overs went for 23, 24 runs, something like that. He was going for 5 and over, wasn't he? So I think his first 4 overs went for 20 runs. So next 8 overs for 2 for 16.
Who's going to claim the change of ends for the bowlers? Mercer and Higgins at the pavilion end this innings, Roland-Jones and Bamber at the nursery end. Richard Johnson or Tim Mercer, which one of the brains trust there are going to say, yeah, it was my idea.
Well, Mercer bowled an over before tea at the pavilion end, and Bamber was at this end, so I'd say it was down to Tim.
Just got onto his warm-ups, haven't we, when you walked in? That have you seen Mercer warming up yet? We were thinking, was he coming back on for a spell? Not really, but that doesn't mean much. He could be on soon, but yeah, he's been lucky with injuries, hasn't he, throughout his career, Tim Mercer? And you'd have to say lucky. Of course, he contributes to that yourself. His warm-ups are clearly good ones. He's kept himself injury-free for 20+ years, apart from 2 short spells.
But I think as well, you look at bowler and you look at the way that, I mean, you look at the forces going through a bowler's legs and knees and back and shoulders, the quick bowlers. And all right, Tim's never been a quick bowler, so therefore maybe he's not sort of pushed his body to the same extremes. He's not hard on the pitch, so there's not that sort of straight front leg that you're braced when you see a proper quick bowler. So his style of bowling is gentle, but yeah, I mean, it is a remarkable durability and resilience that he's shown over the years to get through the workload that he has. I mean, and the injury picked up, the hamstring was in the field, wasn't it? It was chasing after a ball. So in some ways, I mean,
This season?
No, that was
the previous one, yeah.
Yeah, against Surrey, wasn't it, the Oval? He almost ripped his hamstring off the bone, didn't he? And made a remarkably quick recovery. So he's obviously a good healer.
Yes, it was that this season as well, actually. With the one he got this year, he had to pull out of his run-up because Billy Godwin pulled out of his stance. Much to the frustration of everybody, and that was what did the hamstring this year. But again, he was back quicker than expected this year. Yes, I do remember that now you say it, actually, that he was back very quickly from that first hamstring one. So there is an element of luck in that when it comes to injuries, because there are others who are just injury prone.
Well, there are, and you probably look at stripped down better specimens than him that are constantly injured. And I remember, well, there's Neil Williams, who played for Middlesex for years, sadly no longer with us. I mean, a fine athlete, not an ounce of fat on him. And he was constantly injured. I mean, because of the range that he put his body through when he was bowling. And obviously, when you're in your extremes, are you strong enough? Is your body strong enough to still sort of hold you? And possibly it's not. So, I mean, we could all run in and bowl quicker than we do, but 1, would you lose control, and 2, you probably wouldn't last too long. Your body will fall apart. So there is a natural pace that you probably bowl at. And that your technique allows you to bowl it.
Oh, what a ball that is. Goodness me. Harris well beaten by that, but many a top order batsman would be. 159 for 6.
Could have just shaved off stump, couldn't it? It wasn't far away from the outside edge or off stump, so good start by Roland-Jones.
There was one a week or so back, wasn't there, that went off the stumps. Bails weren't removed. I'm trying to think who it was. I think it was in a Surrey game. I think it went through for 4. It wasn't edged through and taken. Maybe it was. I'm trying to remember now. I think there's been a couple of them this year.
Spike on the right there. Masseur might have a bit of work to do this evening.
The secret behind Mercer's injury-free decade. Short and pulled away. Turned around the corner to deep square. Just watchfully done by Harris. They've done it again on the boards, haven't they? It is Cook. Have you ever suffered Spike's elbows?
Yeah, I sort of did briefly on a couple of occasions, but the ridicule and the comments that were made when you were on the physio or on the bench, being massaged when you weren't playing, or it was probably when I was still bowling in the nets at the players. But he's been magnificent, actually. He's a top-class masseur. Tough. I mean, it's not a pleasurable experience when he gets his elbows in your thighs and hamstrings and lower back, but as you mentioned, Tim Murtagh puts Spike down as one of the main reasons why he has managed to play for as long as he has done. The massages that he gives him and keeps an old tough bit of leather a little bit softer than it could be.
Great company as well, isn't he, Spike? Always has a good story.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, well, he's a Kiwi. I'm trying to. His family, I get this wrong, I apologise, Spike. I don't know if it's Polynesian or Tongan or sort of an island. There's an islander, and he loves a barbecue. Loves a bit of red meat. A good fun around the barbecue. One of the blokes that sort of, you have a barbecue and he loiters around it and you know that he just wants to get in there, sort of cooking the steak, turning the sausages.
They all took it off you at Radlett, didn't they? He got in there, the CEO was in there as well. There's three of them. I can't remember who the other one was. There's three of them in there. Took the barbecue off you at Radlett that time.
Well, we had.
So I missed out on my burger when I was running out the door.
Well, you could have got. Well, you obviously didn't wait long enough. They were there.
I said to you I needed to go quickly. Throw us a burger, get one done for us. But you handed it over to those three. Nothing out of them.
We had 4 barbecues actually.
Still didn't get one.
Sunshine Garden Centre sort of allowed us to use their 2 with meat, 1 with chicken, and 1 veggie.
Many veggies in the squad?
No, we gave the veggie. If it was sort of The Apprentice, the veggie barbecue would not have done the most business with a lot of young men around. Half an hour ago, I should have left Coley. He was a wicket taker. I think there'd have been sort of possibilities of Middlesex wrapping this up this evening. People would have been talking about, but his partnerships put the brakes on that. Still 16 runs required by Glamorgan to make Middlesex bat again, and 4 wickets in hand.
You could guarantee that Harris is going to dig in here and get the runs in the first innings that he wanted. Ryan Higgins picking him up. LBW for 13. He's got 8 off 29 in the second dig.
Just looking at mid-wicket, I think Ryan Higgins might be about to start that competition again.
It's been a good competition in this match, actually. Higgins picking up 4 in the first innings. He had a good 40 with the bat. Harris went one better though. Got a 5 on his return. And all from the nursery end. Hooked away. Single taken to long leg.
Shadows growing here at Lords as the sun in a cloudless sky begins to drop over the Warner stand. That's when those shadows start getting on the field, isn't it? Where they start sort of the contrast of sort of sunlight and shadow. Does it affect the batsman's vision as he looks down the ground, down the pitch at the bowler angle, and certainly from the nursery end?
Well, I always wondered that when I first arrived here. I always wondered just how much that affected, because there does obviously come a point where the actual moment of release is going light to shade quite quickly. I always wondered.
Could be. I actually did, and I'd say it's almost more of a problem from the bowler because you're running into that sun. It's quite bright, and because it's bright. What's in front of you isn't so clear, so you don't see the lines so clearly sometimes as you're sort of striding in. And probably Ryan Higgins now replacing Tim Murtagh. Again, a couple of wickets and a very good spell by Murtagh. A couple of big wickets as well. Gill especially, sort of the way that Gill plays, he suddenly starts to open his shoulders, play a few shots, could score very quickly. But good catch taken by Luke Holman at the gully to get rid of him.
Ooh. Gets that away, Cook. I'm not sure quite wholly convincingly. He does pick up a couple. Just searching for a little. Just outside off. A bit of width. That's a great stop by Holden at point.
It just fell in front of him. It was in the air for a while, that, but pitched maybe 4 or 5 yards in front of Holden. One of those ones at times where you can go for the catch and it bounces and gets you straight in the teeth. It's interesting here just watching Higgins and the fact that first innings bowling mainly from this end, the nursery end, swung the ball up the slope. Bowling from the pavilion end, again he's looking to swing the ball up the slope, hasn't he, to the right-handers. So it's a deliberate tactic from him to almost bowl against the slope, isn't it?
Oh, there you go. Lovely ball. Yeah, he was a little bit too wide the first few deliveries, wasn't he? And that one he's got straight back onto the spot that he was on. It's funny actually because the spell that he bowled last up from the pavilion end was incredibly accurate on the top of that off stump, but it seemed as though he wasn't getting it to go as much up the slope as he was hoping, whereas it just seems there is a little bit more in it for him now. And that one certainly great evidence of that. But it felt really unlucky his last spell that he didn't come out of it with more, because he just didn't leave the top of off stump. Shape on that one again, good leave.
And again, you maybe look at the dismissal of Gill and the fact that Higgins had bowled quite a few balls at him. Hadn't got any runs. Murtagh comes along, he tries to clip one, didn't he? Through the mid wicket that wasn't there. Maybe straightened just a little bit. And offered the catch to Gully.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. That's the end of the over. 163 for 6. It wasn't 21 consecutive dot balls, but that partnership, Gill and Carlson, they fell in pretty quick succession. Root fell in between them in the 47th. Carlson fell in the 46th and Gill in the 48th. But Gill was gone 11 off 34 and Carlson was gone 9 off 50. So it's the frustration building. So those runs weren't there. They're still 13 behind, only 4 wickets standing. These two eking Glamorgan towards parity. And then thinking about just something to bowl at. They need a lot though. Has he stepped too far across? Not out.
That looked quite close to me. Harris does plant his front foot and does play around his front foot a little bit. Ooh. Leg stump. It certainly was a middle, but umpires have been pretty consistent, haven't they, in this game? They've not really given a great deal on the LBW front.
Edge short. Holman at third slip.
Good stuff by Roland-Jones. Just keep persevering. Don't get bored.
Who's got the lowest boredom threshold? At the Middlesex lot.
Lowest boredom threshold.
I remember Sean Udall said quite clearly who it was when he was here.
Mertis gets bored quite quickly.
Yeah, that was who Sean Udall said. Lowest boredom threshold he's ever known of any human. Sharp. That's nicely played by Harris. Good stop out there on the boundary rope. Higgins tumbling. Check out the arm. Oh, dearie me. That's some arm from Higgins from the Warner stand to the non-strikers, and I think Bamber's still looking back at it.
Well, it is. I think he came out of the sun as well, so fortunately he did see it. I mean, the good thing was he was behind it, so it wouldn't have gone for 4. It might have hit him straight on the sternum.
It wasn't far off.
Yeah. There's me again. Roland-Jones got bored there and gone for a bumper.
Hangs around with Mercer too much. Actually extraordinary, isn't it? Because Mercer is the one who'll stick to a line and length more than anybody else. I mean, of course, he's a different style of bowler to the others, but yeah, his boredom threshold off the field is something quite different.
Sometimes as well. I mean, there are days where he is relentless and other days where he does looking for in-swingers and gets too straight, clip through mid-wicket.
I was wondering whether you were talking about cricket or off the field there. $11 to go on day 3, 11 behind. In fact, 12 to go. 61 gone, 12 to go, 11 behind. Glamorgan 165 for 6, Cook 11, Harris 10. Partnership's only worth 21, but it is just bringing them towards parity, which I think at 3 down, things were settling down again. Was that the Gill and Carlson partnership? And Coleman and I were commenting that the job at that point, it was North East actually. North East and Gill at 3 down. We were just saying with 7 wickets standing, the job is just to try and get close to the Middlesex score now with 7 wickets down and see what Glamorgan's last 7 can do against Middlesex's last 10. But North East, Yeah, it was Carlson, sorry, I was right. North was giving me a nudge. It was North East was out, 7 down. Mon 28 for 3, he was gone. So yeah, it was the Carlson and Gill partnership. Their job was just to try and get it really to that target of parity, 176. Oh, through his own legs, I think. Cook trapping the bat down on it. Somewhere around there. Oh, yeah. Yes, no, maybe. And yes, no, maybe on the run. Oh, taking that from a straight line. Single out to deep mid wicket. Yeah, so 128 for 3. I think 7 wickets are still there, even with that little tumble of 3 wickets for 5 runs in 2.5 overs. But then 143 for 3 to 144 for 6. 3 wickets in 2.1 overs. Yeah, we just started to say it again at that point when Carlson fell 4 down, 143 for 4. It's, well, just get to parity. 6 wickets standing, see what your last 6 can do against Middlesex's last 10. But bang, bang, bang. 143 for 3 to 144 for 6. Face drives just bobbled up, I think, on that practice mat, or the protective mat for Holden. They get through for a single. Harris on to 11. A quick look at those scores elsewhere as well, 6 o'clock. We've still got 12 overs to go here, making up 8 from yesterday, of course. But a lot of the other games could be coming to a close, should be indeed. Northamptonshire won it 182 for 5, leading by 100 against Surrey. Vasconcelos 35. Zabe has 8. Somerset 263 for 4, match suspended. Bad light. Bad light suspending play there. It's just an unusual wording on the website. Somerset lead Warwickshire by 286 runs. Bartlett 81, Goldsworthy 41. Yorkshire against Essex, 144 for 7 Essex. They require 18 more runs to win at Headingley. 35 for Cook, 13 for Lawrence. Nobody else into double figures until the current partnership. Snater 52. That'll be a single hooked away to Higgins. And Allison has 11. So they were 93 for 7. And Adam Rossington fell, former Middlesex man. 93 for 7, they're in real trouble with this partnership. 144 for 7 now. Nearly there for Essex. Durham 20 for 1, they need 85 more to beat Leicestershire, who were 198 all out in their second innings. Oh, it's a lovely shot by Harris. Up on his toes, punches away. Roland-Jones turntail. No need to offer any words to Harris. In general, he wouldn't. But a beautiful looking shot. Sussex 6 without loss, trailing Worcestershire by 212. So Worcestershire, with the day and a bit to go, looking good to take the points from Hove, which again will just make that Division 2 table look good for them, with Middlesex the visitors to New Road last game of the season. Edged and gone! 4 struck away through the covers, the ball before off the back foot. And Harris departs to his old mate Roland-Jones. 175 for 7. Roland-Jones has another, and he has one that he dearly would have wanted, his old mate Jimmy Harris.
He's enjoyed that, Toby. Not just because it was Harris, but that's just Roland-Jones at his best. Zooming in on a good length, outside off stump. Ball just holding its line. Taking the outside edge. A beautiful dismissal for a bowler. Wonderful ball. And a big wicket for Middlesex. I'd say sort of Essex suddenly sort of worried about sort of Glamorgan racing away and setting Middlesex an awkward target. But equally, you want to keep the momentum, keep the pressure, not to let it drift, and still keep potentially a slim hope of doing it tonight. But they'd need to strike again quite quickly. So James Harris put up a pretty good resistance. Look at Toby there. He's got a great celebration, Toby, hasn't he? I mean, he's the emotion. I say, actually, there again. I mean, his motion is high, but he's quite stable, so he's not someone who gets in dark places when it's not going right for him. But it's almost like a roar, isn't it? A lion roaring when he takes a wicket, and he's got lovely follow through, the way that he just sort of angles off like an aircraft, isn't it?
Yeah, it's distinctive. It's good to see it back on the field after some frustrating years for him. Since what, 2018, 2017? His injuries just really started to take their toll on him. Great to see him back, full season under his belt. Good catch by John Simpson as well. Just saw it again on that last replay there. He really did have to get his hands down underneath it, didn't he? So he's gone to 52 wickets for the season now, Toby Roland-Jones.
Again, in his 11th game, so 5 wickets a game is a fantastic record. I mean, obviously, actually, I mean, his strike rate throughout his career is pretty high. I'd imagine it's more than 4 wickets a game, because when he's played, he's performed. But very few bowlers are up at the 5 wickets a game over a long period of time, Richard Hadley being one of them. Just looking at his record there, is it 470?
Just shy of 4 a game, isn't it?
Is that including this game?
No, probably not actually.
Yeah, so 480 wickets and 131. So what's that? 3 3/4, which is very good. So Richard Hadley, I think, averaged 5 wickets a test in Test cricket, but there again, he's one of the greatest of all time.
Another 10-fer as well this year for Toby Roland-Jones, wasn't there? For 107. 6 for 35 is best in an innings this year. And actually, it's a year where, as I say, Mercer and Bamber have just been slightly off it in terms of their averages. So well, they couldn't have counted more, really, these.
But equally, I think again, Toby's a quality bowler. We know that. I mean, if Toby's fit, then he's international class, isn't he? And he's shown that this year. on good pitches. So whilst some bowlers without the sort of same armoury that he's got have found life a little bit harder. And Mertz is a wonderful bowler, but let's say just not quite the same height, same bounce that Toby possesses. And yes, there are conditions where Mertz is unplayable and has been during his career, but sort of flatter pitches, that extra bit of pace, that extra bit of bounce, extra bit of sort of snarl that he's got in his cricket has meant that he's been very effective on some good surfaces this year.
Oh wow, now, yes, he's gone. 175 for 8, that really hooped back down the slope. And Van der Houten, Cook looks back at the track, prods away. 175 for 8 as Cook heads back for 14. There'll be 2 batters on naught. Higgins has his first wicket of the second innings, 5 in the match for him on his return to Middlesex.
And he's been very good in this little spell here. Oh, that's come back a long way, so that would have gone into middle and leg stump. It's been an excellent little bit of piece of bowling this by Higgins, hasn't he? He's swung the ball up the slope, had Cook feeling for the ball a couple of times. He's almost sort of jammed on the ball to keep it out, and maybe got an inside edge that's just missed the stumps or not gone onto his stumps. But a skillful bit of bowling there by Ryan Higgins, and fully deserves the wicket that he's taken. Looking at Max Holden in the background, big smile on his face, and again a similar little celebration from Ryan as we saw from Toby when he dismissed James Harris in the previous over.
Although he's got a bit more of a jig of joy, hasn't he, about him? And he jigs through in the celebration.
These two are Middlesex's most aggressive bowlers, aren't they? I mean, they're sort of in your face, they're going to be after you. And no one wants to vouch for sort of sledging and sort of needless sort of confrontation. 2 blokes that are in the fight, and they're sort of so the opposition know they're around, and there is that sort of presence that you need or you want in your team. So I don't think Mr. Patel, who played some beautiful shots actually in the first innings, would miss around. So things could happen quite quickly again here, one way or the other.
He was out to Higgins, wasn't he?
And that was a good bit of bowling. He's sort of all of a sudden he was very good straight, Patel. Higgins just hung the ball outside his off stump, didn't he? Sort of quite wide, probably 2 or 3 feet outside the off stump, and eventually had a little waft at one. Couldn't hit the ball down the ground or over the leg side as an area that he was particularly strong in, and got him out caught behind.
Still a run behind. Only 2 wickets standing. There are 9.4 remaining of the scheduled day. There's of course in these situations the possibility of an extra half hour if there's the potential of finishing the game. Oh, that was swinging again down that slope, but Patel drives it nicely wide of mid-off, and nearly a collision between Van der Houten and Patel. They've taken 2, and they lead by a run.
The ground now, about half the ground in shadow, and you can see by the length of the shadows there behind the players in the slip cordon, John Simpson, the 3 slips, how low the sun is getting. It won't be long before the whole ground is in shadow, and then I suppose the question is the light going to be good enough to stay out there, even though there's not a cloud in the sky, but it's in full shade.
Be interesting to have the floodlights on at that point, actually, wouldn't it, with the clear blue sky and floodlights on. May well reach that situation. 9.2 overs to go, a lead of 1, 2 wickets standing. A lot riding on this game. Middlesex will want the extra half hour.
The extra half an hour can be claimed if you're 7 down, so it can definitely be claimed by Middlesex, and that half an hour, I think, it'd be 8 overs.
Nicely done from Higgins again. Top ball to end the over, 177 for air. Message from Alan Coleman. Nice of Gus to contribute with a wicket. It is, it's 2 now. Well, 3 for the innings. He's just worried he won't get another spell tomorrow. He wanted to get one final word in. If there's an extra half hour tonight, he's done for the season. Might be able to drag him on for a radio debut at Worcester.
No, we get to realise I always have to have the last word.
Yeah.
Well, he's probably aware of that already.
Came up with a most remarkable comment the other day that, you know, how timid the Middlesex attack are in general, including Tim Mercer. I thought, has he ever seen him speaking to Gus or me? Nothing timid about him. Saves all his sledging for us. Never did ask you how the queue went and the. Where did you go? The 2? You must have gone to watch a football match. Oh no, I should have mentioned this was at Paris. The 2 of you went to watch a football match.
Yeah, we did. We did. The Champions League final.
Stuck in the traffic coming back from France, watching the live stream. Oh, now that's going to be close. Hit it pitching line. Maybe just dropped outside the line of leg. Patel looking to whip it away. Have another look.
Probably marginal, but the ball is shaped back into the left-hander, so you can understand if Toby could get that 2 inches straighter, 3 inches straighter, that'll be rattling into the sticks, having pitched on the stumps.
Oh, guess that one's come back in again. Until manages to jag the bat down onto it.
Yeah, Merter and I in that car driving back from the Champions League, listening to, I think it was the Sunday game, wasn't it? We won at Bradley at T20.
I think it was Alan Coleman I was on with at the time, wasn't it? It will have been against Glamorgan as well, that game. How was it, stuck in the traffic with, stuck in the queues, wasn't it, coming back on that side of the border with Mercer?
I think we're happy to get there. When we didn't see any of the issues before the game when we queuing up to get into the Parc de France, but leaving the ground was horrific, I must say. Journey back to the station, lots of gangs. There was no animosity at all between Liverpool, Real Madrid fans or football fans and the police. It was just the local gangs that were causing all the issues. And
you needed Roland-Jones with you.
well, no, I didn't. I mean, I just remember we were sort of dark alleyways with sort of bins upturned, broken glass everywhere, and sort of people walking towards you, sort of in all the face of the Liverpool fans saying Real Madrid, with their phones taking video in it, waiting for something to happen. And just put your head down and walk through, and where's Mertz? He was hiding right behind me. there was a big shield in front of him as we made our way back to the metro.
$178 for 8. We had to protect the club captain. Prized asset of Middlesex.
He was quiet then for once, that's for sure.
I mean, how was the queue for the border getting over the wasn't it queuing to get onto the Eurostar or something?
Yeah, that wasn't great, but
sat there with the boredom threshold of Mercer in the car. Was Coleman keeping him entertained?
well, of course, your commentary would have had that on live from Radlett.
Danger of falling asleep at the wheel, Gus. He was even sledging you from the passenger seat, wasn't he? Whatever he texted me. Oh, that comes back again, doing too much on this occasion. He sent me a picture of the two of you watching the stream pulled in. Whose was the chunky Kit Kat? Oh, it's all bowled again. That one kept its line. It's Van der Hitten.
So that might have been mine. It's amazing actually when you sort of send sort of images of your screen or something like that, or something from your office, how people look into every corner of what's in the background. I met a lot of people being called out by Zoom in the last 2 or 3 years with all the meetings. The books that are on the shelf behind you. And
I did the AB de Villiers one, and we were all stuck in lockdown. The Middlesex AB de Villiers one for that, and I had the kids to myself in the house that day. I said, "Look, kids, stay down that end of the house." There was only one corridor past the room that was doing it in. I said, "Look, just stay down that end," because it was in Spain and they were absolutely baked, so they were just running around in their pants. No ball called. Thanks, Higgins. I said, whatever you do, don't go past that door there. Just stay down that end of the house, and I'll know you're down there. I'll know you're safe, which is mainly what I was thinking. Of course, halfway through the interview, I can hear in the background running down the hallway. Fletch had to use his technical wizardry to blur out the background at that point. Two half-naked kids running up and down the hallway. Another no ball call there against Holden. He's charging back to bowl that ball again. I don't know why. In between the two no balls, he ran back to his
the
mark.
run rate with the sort of over rate with -1. Obviously, Glamorgan lead now by 6.
But he's added 2 more balls to the day. Oh, big in-swinger again. He'll have to do the Mercer short run-up to end the over. Really got that swing going again, hasn't he? Wasn't there so much earlier on. His previous spell from the pavilion end. Just the older ball seems to be doing a little bit more for him. End of the 66th, 182 for 8. So 7 to go today, the lead's 6. 2 wickets standing. Potential extra half an hour, but well, you can see the glimpses of sunlight on those batters there. The Warner stand is actually creeping across the ground now, the sun dipping away behind the Warner in the grandstand. It's only the northern turret that really it's affecting one side of the field, but it's mostly the Warner stand now. That's how low the sun's getting. Whipped away off stump. Patel picks up the boundary wide of mid-on.
Another elegant, lovely shot there by Patel. Roland-Jones looking for the delivery that wrapped the pads of Patel in the previous over, but just a little bit fuller, and allowed him to clip it through wide mid-on. Played some beautiful shots in his 35 in the first innings. A few heaves, but there's some really well-timed drives through the covers.
Just looking around the grounds with the shadows now, we often talk about in the it's thick overhead cloud, you can just see the dark spots in the ground where the lights are beaming through the chandeliers in the committee room. The writing room, the other chandelier, and then just a few of the stairwell lights that gleam through as well in the pavilion. Likewise in the grandstand, you can just see a few of the corporate boxes, the ones that are open, the lights in there shining brightly. So although it's a clear blue sky, the dark spots around the ground are particularly dark at the moment. In fact, the Middlesex room to the left of the pavilion will frame up on it at the in the next over. And the bowling's from the other ends, but the you can see right at the back of the Middlesex room with the lights on in there at the moment. Oh, there you go. Left-hand side of the screen, just the bottom tier. The Allen stand on the left there, right at the very back, that's the Middlesex room on the lower tier. Edged short as he dropped it. It's gone down. Robson at second.
It's a pretty straightforward one, actually.
Oh, it really was. Goodness me. I saw where the ball dropped and I thought that his hands were lower. But that really was straight in. As far as catches go. It's probably 5 for the match now. Put down.
And again, you wonder if something like that, does that sort of end Middlesex's hopes of getting the game over this evening? Forecast tomorrow's, well, depending on which website you look at. But I'd like to think Middlesex would not need too much time. But I'm sure they'd like to get another wicket, if not both the wickets this evening.
6 more overs to bowl on day 3, 186 for 8. Patel 6, Van der Houten has 1. Yeah, it's not far off. A couple of overs more probably, and then the sun will be gone from the ground.
Bit of spin, so Ryan Higgins won important wicket, that of Cook, LBW. First wicket of the second innings, but 16 overs, 2 for 39, just going for under 2.5 an over, so certainly done his part in putting the brakes on Glamorgan scoring. So Luke Holman coming on, so chance for him to pick up a wicket or two to make his figures look a little bit better than they were at tea time, where he was going for 5 and over, 5 overs for 25. A few full tosses, so a chance for him to redeem himself with the ball. Batted beautifully this afternoon for a very important 50 runs. It'll be interesting to see how Patel looks to play and whether he looks to try to take him down.
There's that setting sun behind the Warner, just the top of the grandstand, you can see in there, the iron girders on the top. A couple here, Eskenazi gives chase from slip, might have in turn for the third, do they? Patel's coming back, leads 13. those last glimpses of sun, which are just basically on the batters, really. The roof of the bowler's bar is just that other little shadow that you can see in between the two batters. Nicely bowls. It's a challenge now for Holman. Can he just leave it there against the left-hander? We'll have that natural variation of the slope that one might slide on, much as one did for Patel against Stoneman. And the grip one's come back up the slope as well. Well, this is the challenge. We talked about it a bit, haven't we? John Embry was talking about it as well, Alan Coleman. Just getting that consistency to at least land the ball regularly on the right spot, try up the runs.
Well, it's one thing sort of affects the other. If you're not, if you're conceding runs, you're not going to bowl many overs, and if you're not bowling many overs, you're not going to improve. So it's sort of catch-22 situation that Luke finds himself in at times. I mean, he's going to improve by bowling more, but equally, you're not going to bowl very long if you're conceding 5 runs and over in 4-day cricket.
It's nicely bowled, nicely played. I remember Ember saying to me right back in the early days when I took on this job, you know, it's the bowler's job to stop the batsman scoring runs first and foremost. Hit the line of length just outside off. For the seamers, and similarly so for the spinners. Oh, they were late on the run for that. I don't know whether Patel or whether Van der Houten at first just thought that Bamber had that at mid-wicket, which he never did. It squirted past him, and then they did have the single. So what, 5 off his over? 191 for 8. But yeah, likewise for the spinner as it is for the seamers. Just bowler's job first and foremost, stop the batsman scoring runs. This man does both. Stops them scoring runs and in amongst the wickets. An average of 20 this season. Career average only just above.
The umpires meeting there. Not sure whether David Milnes has got a light meter in his pocket, so he'll remove the bells, put that on, and
It does look dark out there actually. I don't know how detectable it is on the stream. They haven't turned the floodlights on yet though.
looks like he's just put his mobile phone on there.
We're off. Done for the day. Back tomorrow. 15 the lead, 2 wickets standing. I mean, I guess if the floodlights went on now, it would be quite pronounced. The 4 shadows, which then instantly takes them off anyway. So save the MCC a few quid, but yeah, that last couple of rays of sunlight at either end, creeping in between the top of the bowlers at the right bowlers bar, in between the Warner into the northern turret. That was the last little bit that was just glimpsing on either batter before they came off. So 191 for 8. It's been a brilliant day again for Middlesex. There was more than a moment's worry when that partnership got going for the first wicket. Century stand to get Middlesex, or get Glamorgan back into the game really at that point. 123 without loss. They were 53 runs shy of parity at that point, and with 10 wickets standing, that was just starting to become a moment's concern really for Middlesex, because a Glamorgan victory in this match really would put Middlesex in a very difficult position going into the final 2 games. They really would be reliant on results elsewhere, but back they came from 123 for that opening wicket stand to 144 for 6. A stunning display led by that man, Toby Roland-Jones, 3 for 46, 2 for Bamber, 2 for Murtagh, 1 for Higgins. They all played their part, economies that came dramatically down from where they were all going around 5s. But Angus Fraser, but for a session, Middlesex have dominated this match.
They have, and I suppose Roland-Jones a little bit of disappointment there. That drop in the last penultimate over. Suddenly Patel's out of the way, someone who might slog a quick little 30 tomorrow. Not make it difficult, but make it sort of prolong things. So to have had him in the hutch would have been completed a wonderful final session there, as you said. Bamber got that first wicket just before tea, 123. All of a sudden, 4 and over, you conceded, 40 overs to go. Could have been a situation where Glamorgan are 80, 100 runs ahead by the close, and that would have been a turnaround with 1 or 2 down, and who knows what might happen. But Roland-Jones took 2 wickets in his first over, getting Byram out, caught mid-wicket, then North East, who obviously famously scored 400 a few weeks ago in a county championship match, had him for naught, and just completely transformed the atmosphere and the quality of Middlesex's bowling, which I have to say was poor before tea. Looked unthreatening, too many bad balls. And then after tea, the complete opposite. Bowling with huge discipline. I think in 20 runs in 25 overs, weren't there? And 5 wickets taken or something ridiculous like that. And so bowlers showing what they can do. Put Glamorgan under huge pressure, and they buckled. I suppose Glamorgan pleased that they've got through to the close this evening, and hoping that there'll be a lot of wet weather around tomorrow. I say depending on which app you look at.
I've just had a look and it's looking fine.
Yeah, I know you were saying it sounded like it was the monsoon season earlier on today, but yeah, it should be a comfortable sort of morning for Middlesex to ram home 3 days -1 sessions of very good work. So things will be happy in the Middlesex dressing room. Frustrated with it to drop that catch in the penultimate over. And again, Glamorgan's dressing room, which would have been buzzing at tea time, wondering where they could get to, will be very disappointed in the way that this final session's worked out for them.
Well, we'll be back to do it one more time then, folks. Thanks for your company today. Thanks to Angus Fraser, Alan Coleman. Their support on the mic today. Will be back at 10:30 tomorrow morning, just before, with the highlights from today's play. Middlesex will be looking at a couple of quick wickets and knock off whatever's required. No little cameo from Patel, they'll hope, but Glamorgan will hope there's something, just something that they can play with, put something on the board, something to bowl at, and put some pressure on Middlesex and try and protect that second spot. Doesn't look as though the weather will play its part for the visitors, but just maybe a cameo at the end might from their lower order. Thanks very much for your company today. Thanks to all the stream team involved, from myself, Kevin Hand, and all of us here at Lords. Very good night.